fine this season, but early on they may not have that rotating two-headed monster that it looked like they were trying to go for.
So Irv Smith of the Vikings, he had meniscus surgery. Is he done for the year?
I believe so, because it was a meniscus repair. Remember back to 2016, Mr. Superhero Knee Recovery, Adrian Peterson for the Vikings. He did a great job coming back from that ACL and had the 2,000 yards. In September, he had meniscus repair surgery and thought he would come back the same season, and I said he wouldn't, and he did not. Irv Smith with the repair is essentially done for the season, Irv Smith Jr.
And what about J.K. Dobbins? He's done as well, right, with the ACL?
He's done for the season with an ACL, and there was some rumor and word of a LCL as well. If the LCL is involved and bad enough that it needs reconstructive surgery, that starts to leak into 2022, the start of 2022 and deeper. So hopefully not. Hopefully it's more isolated ACL for J.K. Dobbins of the Ravens.
All right, so Wentz had close contact. He's had so much drama, this guy. But what kind of a disadvantage are teams that have players that are unvaccinated in terms of these NFL rules?
Well, there's a tremendous disadvantage. The deck is stacked against you, and I think players are realizing that. The Falcons and the Bucs have 100% vaccination rates. The league-wide rate is 93%. There's still some holdouts, and I get it, it's a free country, but it's just a tremendous team disadvantage because if you're a close contact, you're out if you're unvaccinated. If you're vaccinated, you're still in. Forget being an outcast and having to wear masks and everything else. But let me tell you, since you're mentioning Carson Wentz, Scott, I've changed my mind on Carson Wentz a little bit, not because the injury changed. I've been saying all along that he will not play week one because he will not be 100% with that foot. And the team has said emphatically he needs to be 100% to play. But believe it or not, with the injury to Sam Ehlinger, now I get Sam Ehlinger wasn't going to start, but with his partial ACL sprain, I believe that Carson Wentz will now start because you can't have Jacob Eason starting and Brett Hundley as the backup. So if you have Eason starting and Wentz as the backup and Wentz is at 100%, well, you might as well just start Wentz at 90, 95%. I think the Colts are going to come off that. Carson has to be 100% to start week one. And because of that, I think we will see Carson in week one.
Do you believe Urban Meyer cut players because they were unvaccinated?
Well, you have to think that it's a factor. Look, if Trevor Lawrence were unvaccinated, he would not be cut, obviously, right? So it depends on who you are. It's the old Jimmy Johnson thing. If you're the 53rd guy, you better toe the party line. If you're the number one guy, you're Michael Irvin, you've got a lot more leeway, right? And so I think it's a factor in the decision-making. But to say it was just for being unvaccinated, that raises the NFLPA investigations and all that stuff.
So Michael Thomas on the PUP list, do you think he'll be back for their sixth game?
No. Well, actually, in theory, he could come back after missing just 5 games because the Saints have an early bye. So he could come back after week 6, and so it would be week 7, but the Saints' 6th game. But I think that's still early. I think you're looking optimistically midpoint of the season, maybe a little bit later based on the repair.
Real quick, I got 40 seconds. What do you think the steps are going to be taken towards the NBA and NHL athletes in terms of vaccine where certain cities require, like San Francisco and New York, you to be vaccinated to play?
Well, I think I'm seeing that the NHL and NBA are going to enforce that. And they're even going to dock salaries if you can't play because of that. Because you can't go against what local or regional law is. So the NBA and NHL are going to have to go along with it.
All right, Doc, have a great weekend. Fantastic stuff. Always a pleasure to have you on Coast to Coast. Thanks, pal.
Thank you, guys.
All right, there he is, Dr. Zhivago, Dr. David Chow in San Diego. Check him out on social media at Pro Football Doc. He's with us all season long, all year long, talking injuries every Friday. Coming back, college football with your boy Carver High.
O'Reilly. When you need auto parts, O'ReillyAuto.com is just a few clicks away. We offer convenient options for you to get your parts quickly. Order online and pick up for free at your local O'Reilly Auto Parts store. We'll even bring it out curbside. Or you can have your parts delivered right to your door with free shipping on most orders over $35. Visit O'ReillyAuto.com.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
The Labor Day events here at Gap Factory and GapFactory.com. Shop 40 to 70% off almost everything. Plus tanks from $5, shorts from $10, and jeans from $20 through September 7th at Gap Factory and GapFactory.com. Now at Banana Republic Factory, 50 to 70% off almost everything, including fall-ready favorites. Discover essential sweaters, easy denim, and more from $14.99. Find your nearest store or shop online only at Banana Republic Factory.
Do you have a home that you don't want anymore? We can buy it from you within 24 hours. Any home, size, or condition. For over 20 years, we've been buying
Western Reserve Radio is the Valley's online source for sports talk and local live events. Tune in and be a part of their live weekly shows, as well as all of the hard-hitting action of Youngstown Phantoms hockey, high school football, and the GDFL. Find them at westernreserveradio.com. Tune in and the Live 365 app to be a part of the area's sports conversation. Be sure to visit them on Facebook at Western Reserve Radio and on Twitter at WR_radio.
Sports Radio 1240 and Western Reserve Digital Broadcasting have combined to bring you the Sandrock Concrete High School football game of the week.
Cappy stood up, drive through a defender, touchdown, UC Cappy.
Listen every Friday night starting at 6:40 for the best in local high school football action.
Under pressure, we're going to get the sack.
Western Reserve Digital Broadcasting and Sports Radio 1240 together, bringing the Valley all the best high school football action all season long.
During the fall and winter, grilling season never ends, and Gessler Propane is your local supplier that makes sure you get your hard-earned money's worth. Why go to gas exchanges to pay higher prices for tanks not filled to capacity? Gessler Propane makes sure you're prepared for year-round grilling with 100% filled tanks at a reasonable cost. See Bob Monday through Friday, 10 to 4, and Saturday, 9 to 3 at Gessler Propane, 702 Youngstown Poland Road, Struthers, or call 330-755-9119. Gessler Propane. They got gas.
So, are you enjoying our station? Well, now you can take us along on your mobile device wherever you go.
Wow!
The free Live 365 app is available for both Apple and Android devices.
That sounds like fun. I'll give it a try.
Just go to the Apple app or Google Play Store and download it today.
You're listening to WRDV. Western Reserve Digital Broadcasting, Youngstown, Warren, Salem, and around the world.
So, are you enjoying our station? Well, now you can take us along on your mobile device wherever you go.
Wow!
The free Live 365 app is available for both Apple and Android devices.
That sounds like fun. I'll give it a try.
Just go to the Apple app or Google Play Store and download it today.
You're listening to WRDV, Western Reserve Digital Broadcasting, Youngstown, Warren, Salem, and around the world.
WWE superstar Alberto Del Rio, take one.
Behold the angry giant.
Try it again, Alberto.
Behold the angry giant.
Perfect. Good luck tonight.
Behold the angry giant.
Yay! Read me another one, Dad.
This is WWE superstar Alberto Del Rio. It only takes a moment to make a moment. Take time to be a dad today.
Visit fatherhood.gov. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council.
Along with the college game, Ohio State was down 14-10 at the half to Minnesota. That did not last long. Big play after big play after big play. They beat the Gophers 45-31. The cherry on top, Scotty. How about Chris Olave, the 61-yarder, to make it 45-31 on Fox?
Play fake, Stroud wants to throw over the middle, caught at the 40-yard line. Olave still moving. Olave with the burst to Sweet. Chris Olave. A 61-yard touchdown. And that may do it for Ohio State.
Your boy Gus was tripping last night. You hear him say, everybody knows vanilla melts when it's wet. I'm like, what? What? No one knows that. What is that? What are you talking about, bro? And then I just thought the big plays in the second half. How in God's name do you give up those 4 gigantic plays? 30, 50, 70, 40. I mean, it was like unbelievable. And not only were they gigantic touchdowns, they were untouched touchdowns. And how about one of them was a 2-play drive? You ran it once, the next play, the little screen pass guy goes 70 yards. I mean, it was embarrassing. I got to tell you, PJ Fleck's team, they were celebrating when they stopped Stroud on it was 3rd and 12. They stopped him. It became 4th and 6. They celebrated like they won the game. And I said to you on the air on Ferrall on the Bench, there's still 8 minutes left in the third. One team has been there, done that, never gets too high, too low, doesn't celebrate every single time they make a tackle. The other team has never been there. They're dancing around after every tackle like the world is theirs, and they're celebrating. I mean, it was like so obvious which team was going to win the game. We were watching the game. They were down twice at the half and 21-17, and I still told you they were going to kick their ass, and they did.
And they certainly did. Big plays all over the place. And even the defense got into it, Scotty. That scoop and score after the Tanner Morgan fumble. Head coach Ryan Day, he loved how the Buckeyes responded in the second half.
Really proud of the way our team played.
Where's the beard?
And especially, in that fourth quarter. I thought that we learned a lot from this experience. To say that I'm surprised with the way it played out, I'm not. We played a lot of young guys on the road, conference game. First time playing with fans in a long time. Quarterback who hadn't thrown a college pass before. But the way we rallied and played, especially in that second half, and we got a lot to build on here. And very excited coming out of that locker room.
I got to tell you, this guy's got the greatest job in the world. He walks into that job, and then every single player on the team's a 5-star athlete. And they play about 2, if that, tough games a year. And then, in their regular season, they win every game, and then they go play in the playoff. And all he does is play in, gigantic, enormous television games, and then plays for national championships. And they never lose. What a job. Can you imagine having a job where you don't even have to coach? You just stand there and get paid millions of dollars and watch 5-star athletes step into every job every season. They gut it to the NFL, the whole team. Then they load another AK-47 team out on the field. Every position, better athletes. Did you see that football game last night, the difference between those two teams? It was like a college championship team playing a high school team. That's what it was. PJ Fleck, I don't care if he won 10 games at Minneapolis at the Gophers a season or 2 ago. They suck.
No, they just don't have the same talent as Ohio State, and honestly, pretty much nobody in the Big Ten does. Also last night, UCF rallies from 21 down and a 2.5-hour lightning delay at the Bounce House to come back and beat Boise 36-31. We talked about this last night. As it got closer and closer to midnight, Scotty, and the humidity got higher and higher down there in Orlando, Florida, you could see the Boise State Bronco players just getting slower and slower as the night wore on.
It was really painfully obvious that those things had a huge factor in them losing. You're up 21, you're dancing around, you got it all going. And then when Central Florida and Gabriel made it 21-7, when they were down still 2 touchdowns, you and I both on the bench said, they're going to win. That's it. Here comes the comeback. They're going to win that game. One way or the other, they're going to win the game, and they did, 36-31. At least I pushed with Boise.
I would like to thank Boise State for at least stopping that 2-point conversion on the final UCF touchdown. I got it by the hook, Scotty. Under 67.5. Let's go. A big winner last night for the under. Coastal Carolina, they took care of business. They thumped the Citadel 52-14. Utah struggled in the first half, but they did beat Weber State 40-17. NC State hammered USF 45-0. Nice job by Tulsa last night, Scotty. Let's suspend all the players from the brawl against Mississippi State in the bowl game last year and then lose to UC Davis at home. Nice job by Tulsa.
Yeah, I had Davis in 23 and a hook. Cover!
Tennessee took care of business against Bowling Green, 38-6. Debut for Josh Heupel as coach, Joe Milton at quarterback. Herm didn't take care of business for us last night, Scotty. No putting the pedal down in the second half. Wasn't looking to score more points. 41-14, they beat Southern Utah. They were laying the 45.5. I'm not happy about it. I expected more out of the Sun Devils.
Yeah, that was disappointing. Obviously, they hit on the money line but didn't cover the number. Same thing with Tennessee. Same thing, with a lot of these teams. Those two in particular cost me. I lost both those spreads, Tennessee and Utah. Tennessee and Arizona State.
And also last night, UNLV, not a good start to their season, out at Allegiant. They lost to FCS Eastern Washington in 2 overtimes, 35-33. We say it all the time. It's amazing what the athletics program at UNLV does now, as in never win.
I hit that game outright.
Eastern Washington in the house.
I bet on the Hawks.
Washington. And the kid missed the field goal at the end of regulation, and they still end up winning it in 2 overtimes. All right, we have games tonight before we get to the weekend. We'll get to the huge slate tomorrow after the break, but let's look at what we have tonight, Scotty. Good one in Blacksburg in the ACC. We've got Sam Howell and the Tar Heels laying 5.5 at Va-Tech. Old Dominion getting 31.5 from the Demon Deacons in Winston-Salem. Let's go. Big Ten battle at Ryan Field. We've got Michigan State and Northwestern. Pat Fitzgerald's crew laying 3.5 tonight. Also, Northern Colorado and the Buffaloes at Folsom. 37.5 for Colorado tonight.
Yeah, look, I've said this before. I said it last night. If Sam Howell's so great and he's the best quarterback in the country, a lot of people feel I'm not one of them. But if he's the best, then you got to go to Blacksburg and win that game by a touchdown or more. That's all there is to it. I don't think Wake Forest can score 31 points. I'm on Northwestern and your boy Patty Fitzgerald, the good Irishman, in Ryan Field, north side of Chicago and Evanston. And I think Colorado spanks Northern Colorado by 50.
I also have some other games for you tonight. You know that Duke, who you love so much, Duke is laying 6.5 on the road at Charlotte tonight. We've got Kansas laying 11.5 to South Dakota. Kansas never wins football games, Scotty. In the last 24 hours, this has gone from 15 to 13 to now 11. Kansas laying 11.5 against South Dakota. And then South Dakota State, the Jackrabbits, are at Fort Collins tonight to take on Colorado State. -2.5 for the Rams as they look to start their season right. 2.5 against the Jackrabbits. I think I smell another FCS upset out in Fort Collins tonight.
Yeah, I think that this game's going to be fantastic. Colorado State wins, but I'll take the 2.5 and middle it with some mayonnaise on the turkey, and then I'll take Kansas and lay 11. I love the fact that it went 15, 13, 11. I'll lay the 11. South Dakota sucks. There's another one as well. Eastern Michigan tonight. I'm laying 32 and a hook. I don't trust Duke as far as you can spit. I think they win, but Charlotte covers the 6.5. Very dangerous bet because Charlotte sucks in everything.
Charlotte on the money line tonight. Let's go, baby. I'm in on Duke to lose at Charlotte tonight. Let's make it happen here. A little money line play for us at +185. All right, when we come back, we have an absolute stacked card for Saturday. We've got to talk about Georgia Clemson. We've got the U and Alabama. We have several hundred other games. And don't also forget, Scotty, on Sunday night, we've got the Fighting Irish and Notre Dame going to Tallahassee to take on Florida State. I'll give you all that when we come back.
I'm going to hit so many games tomorrow. Honestly, they're probably going to come and arrest me. Somebody's going to come and pound on my door and arrest me. They're going to take me out in chains because I hit so many bets, it's not even fun.
Mr. Clean, Mr. Clean.
So a friend told me about Mr. Clean Magic Eraser, and his exact words were, "It changed my life."
I used to spend a ridiculous amount of time trying to remove tomato sauce from inside our microwave and soap scum off the bathtub.
It's like seriously magic, and my secret weapon for cleaning the kitchen, bathroom, doors and walls, and even keeping my sneakers clean.
Mr. Clean Magic Eraser.
Greatest invention ever.
Mr. Clean, Mr. Clean, Mr. Clean.
Mr. Clean Magic Eraser, the unicorn of cleaning.
Here's an important COVID-19 school system update for your local area. If you're concerned about your child's education, please pay close attention to this message. The current school systems were not set up for at-home learning. If you're worried that your child may not be getting the grades they need to get ahead, maybe losing self-confidence, or you're worried about them getting into a good college because of their grades, help is available to you. Call Grade Potential Tutoring. They can help with in-home or online tutoring and help your child with any subject and every grade level, even for test prep. They're experts in the home tutoring and online tutoring field and confident they can help you and your child get better grades today. Call now for your free consultation. 800-693-8290. 800-693-8290. 800-693-8290. That's 800-693-8290.
Okay, we are running a car drive right now to help veterans all across America. So if you have an old car, truck, or van, even a motorcycle or an RV sitting around, you can right now give it away and help the vets. They really need your help. And your car will help support the vets and their families. And guess what? You even get a tax donation. Plus, we'll even come and pick up your car for free. And all you've got to do is pick up your phone right now and make a free call. Now is the perfect time to do something good for the vets. Give back to the vets right now for all they've done for this country. And your old car can really help them. So call the Veterans Car Donation Program right now for free pickup of your vehicle. Help the vets and help your taxes at the same time. Call right now.
800-215-6812. 800-215-6812. 800-215-6812. That's 800-215-6812.
The double play!
It's baseball season, and you're ready to go all out. So you ordered the essentials to make game day a success, like a jersey, a power recliner, and a bigger screen. And you used your Bank of America customized cash rewards credit card, choosing to earn 3% cash back on online shopping. Rewards that you put toward an essential piece of the celebration, an air horn. Apply for yours at bankofamerica.com/more rewarding. Copyright 2021, Bank of America Corporation.
It's Coast to Coast with Scott Farrell here on the Sports Byline Broadcast Network.
Sports is everywhere, every day, and so is the information about it. We cut through all the clutter and bring you actionable insights and expert perspectives every single day. This is the Sports Grid Radio Network.
All right, Carver High, we still got a lot of college football to hit here because Saturday's going to be glorious.
Saturday absolutely is going to be glorious, and let's start with Miami and Alabama. Alabama head coach Nick Saban. He knows that in week one, neutral site games against a big opponent, you have to stay calm. Here's Nick Saban.
Well, we're obviously looking forward to the first game. I'm sure the players are very much excited about having a game to play, trying to create an identity as a team, create value for themselves individually for how they compete, how they play. I think the big thing, which I've said before in first games, is you got to be able to play the next play. Sometimes unexpected things happen in first games, things that you weren't prepared for. So I think it's really important that everybody can keep the right mindset.
Yeah, obviously, the right mindset, like every year when they play this big game, it's the game of the week, it's the number one game on everybody's television set, and then they just stomp whoever they're playing, and that includes Miami. I love my Canes, but I just don't feel they have the goods to dance with Alabama. It's that simple. I think Miami's good. I think Alabama's great.
Also tomorrow night, a top 5 battle in Charlotte between the Clemson Tigers and the Georgia Bulldogs. Let us start with Clemson head coach Dabo Swinney talking about the huge matchup with Georgia. Here he is.
This is a tough matchup, and there's a lot to learn about your team, because you really haven't tackled in a year outside of 2 days where you've really tackled. And now you got to go out on the field and tackle at an incredibly high level to be successful. And, margin for error in a game like this is very small. So it's a huge challenge, but, again, it's exciting. We're looking forward to it. For us, it's just our first goal. It's what it comes down to. I mean, we want to win the opener. That's all we can do. We can't do anything other than win the opener. And, it's all we can do, and then we go from there. So we're excited about just getting it going.
Very excited.
You're repeating yourself, Coach.
Watching these guys play somebody else other than the Tigers on the practice field. Health-wise, we're in a good spot, from an injury standpoint, and hopefully that'll continue through the week. We've got another, we got a good tough practice today, and we'll get in shells tomorrow, and.
I can't wait for his pregame speech to the kids.
Oh, my God.
Really getting fresh
boring. Oh, my God. I just crashed the car. I'm so bored listening to this guy. Here's the deal. I think this game is better than the Alabama-Miami game. I think Alabama-Miami on paper looks fantastic. The reality is Georgia-Clemson is fantastic.
No, it absolutely is. Here's Georgia quarterback J.T. Daniels, one of your favorites to win the Heisman this year, Scotty. Got to win some games first. He says no big deal playing Clemson. Who cares? It's just another game. Here's JT.
Yes, sure.
I approach it the same way I approach anybody else, which would be it's another game of football. And I think everyone, Georgia and Clemson should see it the same way. As big and as cool as this game is, it's week 1. It's you couldn't beat Clemson.
How about this guy? Could he sell it any worse?
The rest of the season, not make the SEC. Clemson could win by 100, and you could, we could lose to Clemson by 100 and then win the SEC, and everything goes our way. In terms of this game specifically, I think it's an awesome stage, great competition. It's a great way to see where we're at, see what we need to improve on. I'm sure Clemson will see it the same way, and we go from there, play our game, and then as soon as that game's over, we're focused on UAB.
Oh, yeah, that'll be a tough game for you against the Blazers. What did this guy, sounds like he doesn't even want to play football at Athens. I mean, you go to Georgia and you're not excited about playing Clemson? I mean, if that guy was excited, I'd hate to see him when he is, because that was the worst interview I've ever seen for a kid playing in a gigantic game. There is no getting around the fact. I don't care if it's week 1, week 10. I don't care if it's for a title. This is a gigantic matchup, and he looked bored to death. Screw him winning the Heisman. I mean, does he even want to be there? I mean, that kid looked like the kid you'd cheat off in the chemistry test. What was that? Is that a quarterback? That's no Jack Daniels over there. No wonder they call you JT.
Look, you know this and I know this. Georgia never wins these games. They never win these big games. Doesn't matter if it's Alabama, whoever they play, Clemson. They never win these games. And I don't expect them to win tomorrow night either. I think that Clemson is going to beat them. All right, we have tons of huge matchups. Let's start with some of the early games tomorrow, Scotty. Penn State going to Madtown to take on the Badgers in Wisconsin right now, -5.5 for them. Western Michigan visits the Big House. Jim Harbaugh needs a big start to his season here, 16.5 against the Broncos. Tulane, of course, the unfortunate situation down in the Bayou. They were supposed to host Oklahoma in New Orleans. Now the game gets moved to Norman. Sooners -31.5 against the Green Wave. Stanford and Kansas State, little neutral site game down at Jerry's World for the noon East kickoff tomorrow. Take the under 53.5. Both these teams stink. -3.5 for Kansas State. Fresno State, Scotty, off the win last week over UConn. They ain't playing UConn tomorrow. They go to Eugene to take on the Oregon Ducks. They're getting 20.5, and I think they might actually give them a shot. How about this first set of games? I'm really pumped for this Penn State-Wisconsin one.
All right, yeah, let's go through these real quick. I think Wisconsin in Madtown is very difficult to beat. Going there, I don't care who you are, how high you're ranked in these stupid polls. Penn State's going to lose this game, but I think they cover the 5.5, whatever the number is. That's what I got it at. Western Michigan can flat out play. Michigan has been a massive laughingstock the last several years. That's all there is to it. This game will be within that number. Blue win. And Broncos cover the number. Oklahoma, they could play the game at Tulane. They could play the game at Norman. They could play the game in heaven. Either way, the Sooners are going to rip that ass. They're just going to rip that ass. They're going to cover the number, and they're going to make the green wave blue again. And then Stanford, K-State, I disagree with you. I think Kansas State can score points. I think it's going to be a good game. I think Kansas State beats Stanford outright. Fresno State's good, but they're not Oregon good. Ducks are going to quack their ass and cover the 20 and a hook number. I just don't see it. I'm on the Ducks to cover that number.
Yeah, no, I'm just looking at it in terms of just hanging around maybe. I like the way they looked last week. I know it's UConn. You're right. It could be a squash job. 11 a.m. kickoff in Eugene also out on the West Coast. Next set for you, and here we go. Tom Allen, Michael Penix Jr., and last year's surprise of college football, the Indiana Hoosiers, going to Kinnick to take on the Iowa Hawkeyes, grabbing 3.5 sticks on their way there. We have the Alabama-Miami game. That is in Atlanta. Crimson Tide minus 19.5 right now. West Virginia and Maryland, interesting game in College Park. The Mountaineers minus 2.5, the road favorite. We also have Texas and Lafayette, Scotty. The Longhorns and the Ragin' Cajuns going to be doing battle in Austin. That line is 9 right now. We also have San Jose State and USC. The Spartans, off their Mountain West championship, go to the Coliseum to take on the Trojans. That is 14.5 right now.
All right, let's start with those two that aren't on the board there. We already saw those two games, so let's start with the Texas game, right? I think Texas wins that game and covers the 9. I don't think anybody thinks they're going to cover that number, but I say they do. And then I like San Jose State to cover the number, but I still think USC wins that game. And then the top of the board, I just think Iowa's a brutal place to play in Iowa City at Kinnick. I think they'll beat Indiana. I think it's going to be a great game. I got Indiana at 4. I think Iowa wins the game by a field goal late. This is going to be the game of the day in college football besides in the afternoon, right? At night, it's whatever. I think Clemson, Georgia's a night game unless I'm mistaken. During the sunlight hours, Iowa City's the place to be. Iowa's better than anyone's giving them credit for. Indiana's overrated. Everybody's talking about Indiana playing for Big Ten championships and everything else. People are tripping. Bama covers the number. How about in College Park, Maryland beats West Virginia? West Virginia has sucked for years. Let's just calm down on the Mountaineer stuff. Although I got a funny story for you. I almost went to West Virginia. I went down there with my dad to see the school in Morgantown. First thing we did was go to the dorms. We went into the dorm. I knocked on the first door. I saw a kid open up the door with a bottle of whiskey in his hand. My dad said, "You're going to Indiana." That was the end of it.
College Park. All right, and finally, I've got some night games for you. The Beavers of Oregon State travel to Purdue to take on the Boilermakers. Right now, minus 7.5 for Purdue. Game of the day, Georgia and Clemson in Charlotte, minus 2.5 for the Tigers. LSU and UCLA at the Rose Bowl tomorrow night. A lot of people starting to get on Chip Kelly and the Bruins here. Tigers minus 2.5. Nevada and Cal. That is my favorite game of the day. I love the Wolfpack in Berkeley. And BYU in Arizona. That is the Las Vegas Classic, Scotty. That'll be at Allegiant Stadium between the Cougars and the Wildcats.
Yeah, the Mormons are going to win that one. I like BYU to roll Arizona. I'm with you on Nevada. They went outright. LSU's going to show UCLA. They may not have the, Hollywood money and Rodeo Drive and Beverly Hills, but they got better athletes at LSU, and you're going to find out the hard way, Bruins fans. Give me Clemson, and I think Purdue wins. but the Beavers cover the 7.5 spot. We got a game in West Lafayette at Ross-Ade, that old dump they play in.
Look out. And we actually have also 2 standalone games for you on Sunday night and Monday night. We, of course, won't be back on Coast to Coast until Tuesday. Sunday night, the Irish are in Tallahassee against Florida State, -6.5 right now. And then Monday night in Atlanta, Ole Miss and Louisville, -10.5 for Lane Kiffin and the crew.
Yeah, I'm yet to be convinced on either of these games what I'm going to do. I'm leaning Notre Dame, and I think I'm leaning Ole Miss. They got a great quarterback, Coral. I think he's going to go off in that game. Now, let me give you all these other games. Is that what you want right here?
Let's go. Fire it up.
All right, I like Kentucky to win, but Monroe and the 31.5 BC wins outright. Rutgers in this game they were supposed to play last night. They're going to play it Saturday. I say they win and cover the number for Schiano. I told you K-State wins. Georgia State wins outright. Lay the 2. Nebraska wins. I haven't seen a number yet. Arkansas wins. Rice. Grab the Owls at 19.5. Air Force wins outright. Cincinnati, lay the 22 and a hook. They're my number 1 play. Marshall wins. Lay the 2.5. Mississippi State wins. Louisiana Tech covers over 23. Missouri wins. Central Michigan covers the 14. Pitt wins. They won't even score 38. Give me UMass with the 38 spot. Wyoming and Iowa State win outright. And then Auburn wins. Akron, the Zips cover the 37. South Carolina wins outright. Ohio wins. Upset getting 1. Houston getting 1. They win outright. Oklahoma State wins. Baylor wins. Texas State covers the 14. Give me Memphis, SMU, Toledo on the money line. Florida wins. Lay the 23.5. Illinois wins. Texas San Antonio covers the 5. Georgia Tech lay the 18.5. Virginia wins outright. A&M lay the 29. Give me Washington Vandy on the money line. Southern Miss +1. TCU wins. And Nevada, I told you BYU lay the 12.5. San Diego State lay 31.5. Utah State getting 17 wins outright. Woo!
Expert perspectives and actionable insights 24 hours a day.
My doctor prescribed me Viagra. It wasn't covered by my insurance, so it was costing me like $65 a pill. That's expensive.
Over 20 million guys like us use Viagra. Over a certain age, we just need it. I found a way to pay less than $3 a pill and get virtually the same effect of the $65 pill. I heard an ad just like this on the radio, called, and for $99, I got 40 generic versions of the $65 pill. Save yourself money and call right now and get over 40 pills for $99. There's no embarrassment here to use Viagra. If we're over 50, we need it, but not at high prices. Call now with your credit card and get the 40 pill special for just $99.
800-399-3691. 800-399-3691. That's 800-399-3691.
I don't even recognize myself anymore.
I'm really worried about him. His addiction. I haven't seen him like this. Ever.
Hey, look.
During the fall and winter, grilling season never ends, and Gessler Propane is your local supplier that makes sure you get your hard-earned money's worth. Why go to gas exchanges to pay higher prices for tanks not filled to capacity? Gessler Propane makes sure you're prepared for year-round grilling with 100% filled tanks at a reasonable cost. See Bob Monday through Friday, 10 to 4, and Saturday, 9 to 3 at Gessler Propane, 702 Youngstown Poland Road, Struthers, or call 330-755-9119. Gessler Propane. They got gas.
So, are you enjoying our station? Well, now you can take us along on your mobile device wherever you go.
Wow!
The free Live 365 app is available for both Apple and Android devices.
That sounds like fun. I'll give it a try.
Just go to the Apple app or Google Play Store and download it today.
You're listening to WRDB. Western Reserve Digital Broadcasting, Youngstown, Warren, Salem, and around the world.
In the small town of Elmira, New York, a boy was born into an all-American family. The odds of him achieving his dream in the fashion industry? 1 in 23 million. The odds of having a child diagnosed with autism? 1 in 68. I am Tommy Hilfiger, and my family is affected by autism. Learn more at autismspeaks.org/signs. Brought to you by Autism Speaks and the Ad Council.
Western Reserve Radio is the Valley's online source for sports talk and local live events. Tune in and be a part of their live weekly shows, as well as all of the hard-hitting action of Youngstown Phantoms hockey, high school football, and the GDFL. Find them at westernreserveradio.com. Tune in and the Live 365 app to be a part of the area's sports conversation. Be sure to visit them on Facebook at Western Reserve Radio and on Twitter at WR_radio.
Welcome to Calvin's Barbershop.
You all got to see this.
I don't even want to know what you're looking at on that phone.
Well, you should. I was learning about the dangers of high blood pressure and that we need to get ours checked regularly. High blood pressure can increase the risk of heart attack or stroke, but this text program can help keep it at a healthy range. Just text Barbershop to 97779 to sign up.
I'll get right on it as soon as I'm done with this baby panda video.
Text Barbershop to 97779. A message from the American Heart Association and the Ad Council.
Sports Radio 1240 and Western Reserve Digital Broadcasting have combined to bring you the Sandrock Concrete High School Football Game of the Week.
Caffey stood up, drive through a defender, touchdown, DC Caffey.
Listen every Friday night starting at 6:40 for the best in local high school football action.
Under pressure, we're going to get the sack.
Western Reserve Digital Broadcasting and Sports Radio 1240 together, bringing the Valley all the best high school football action all season long.
Mentions Canley's whole face cringes. I love it. How about Patrick Reed talking about double pneumonia? He almost died.
Yeah, not a good scene for Patrick Reed. He was in the hospital for a couple of weeks. Said he thought, even the doctors were like, listen, you need to get your family over here. You never want to hear that, Scotty, when you're sitting in the bed. But Patrick Reed is playing this weekend. Shot one under today as he is, he had to show, he's another guy. You get there, you're in the top 30, you want to get that check. So Patrick Reed did make it out to Eastlake to get paid. Also, I'll give you some trades in the NBA. The Grizzlies trade Herman Gomez to the Celtics for Chris Dunn, Carson Edwards, second-round pick. The Nets just dealt DeAndre Jordan to the Pistons, and the Pistons are going to buy him out. So that clears the space for the Nets. If they bring back Aldridge, Brooklyn and the Lakers will combine for 11 All-Stars from the 2015 season. NHL and the players reach an agreement. Go to the Olympics in Beijing. Let's go, Scotty. The NHL players at the Olympics. That's how we get those games excited in February. Let's make it happen.
Yeah, I'm excited for that. Here's the deal. They're saying late this afternoon, Wojnarowski is saying that the Lakers are going to try to sign DeAndre Jordan after the Pistons buy him out. I thought both of those deals were lame. If he ends up with the Lakers, I still don't think he matters.
You're listening to Western Reserve Radio at westernreserveradio.com on the Live 365 network and the Live 365 app.
With Tim Berg.
President Biden is in Louisiana meeting with officials to discuss damage done by Hurricane Ida. The president says through his infrastructure plans, massive damage can be prevented.
We have a significant piece of legislation, both the infrastructure bill and a budget thing, a reconciliation bill, that calls for significant investment in being able to deal with what is about to come.
Americans are working fewer hours or not working at all due to the Delta variant surge. The Labor Department saying 5.6 million people were unable to work last month because of pandemic-related business closings. Government figures also show the economy added only 235,000 jobs in August, the fewest in 7 months. This is USA Radio News.
If cancel culture and censorship continue at their current pace, there will soon be nothing left of the truth. The Epoch Times was founded to keep truth alive. We ask the questions we think you'd ask. We check facts without regards to any political agenda. No one tells us what to cover or how to cover it. We're not influenced by big corporations or political parties. Our great passion is to expose the spread of socialism and communism. We cover the Chinese Communist Party and how it works to subvert American education and politics. We cover big issues like election integrity, the exploding national debt, the fight against coronavirus, and the truth about its origins. We cover Democrats and Republicans in exactly the same way. We have a special trial subscription offer right now. 1 month of our printed paper and total access to our amazing online content for just $1. You'll find it at trustednewspaper.com. 1 month, $1. Trustednewspaper.com. Help the Epic Times keep truth alive.
The State Department is attempting to reunite several children who were separated from their parents during the chaos of the evacuation flights out of Kabul, Afghanistan.
Some were voluntarily given even to strangers by their Afghan parents who at any cost wanted their children to live in freedom away from the Taliban. State Department spokesman Ned Price says they're trying to do all they can to reunite the children with their families.
As soon as a minor child is identified as being without any trusted adult, we immediately begin working to reunite these identified minors with their families and with their loved ones.
From the USA Radio News Texas Bureau, I'm John Clemens.
A British-born member of the so-called terrorist group ISIS Beatles is facing life in prison. He pleaded guilty to terrorism charges, including the murders of 4 Americans. And you're listening to USA Radio News.
Lights out, everybody.
Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet.
Pleasant dreams.
The greatest radio shows of all time, USA Classic Radio Theater, on these radio stations or on demand by searching USA Classic Radio Theater. USA Classic Radio Theater.
A Louisiana congressman is enlisting federal aid to help with the fuel shortage affecting the state after Hurricane Ida, which is welcome news to folks like this.
It turned into a nightmare. I mean, no gases anywhere.
Congressman Garrett Graves says the Department of Energy plans to tap into the nation's strategic petroleum reserve to help boost fuel supplies in Louisiana and other storm-damaged parts of the Gulf Coast. Energy Secretary Jennifer Granholm approving the congressman's request on Thursday. More than 7 million people are preparing to lose unemployment benefits on Labor Day. The federal programs were designed to keep families afloat during the pandemic. They expire on Monday, putting a stop to the extra $300 a week. This as many employers are struggling to fill open positions. A group of Senate Republicans is pressing the White House for information about who remains in Afghanistan after the U.S. withdrawal. Politico obtaining a letter from 26 Republicans that expresses concern about the safety and well-being of American citizens and allies who were left behind in Afghanistan. The group also cites reports that ineligible individuals, including Afghans with ties to terrorist organizations or serious violent criminals, were evacuated alongside innocent refugee families. More news online at usaradio.com. For USA Radio News, I'm Tim Berg.
Have you written a book? You can become a published author with Dorrance Publishing, the nation's oldest publishing services company. Countless authors have trusted Dorrance for nearly 100 years to bring their book to the market. Our professional team will edit your text, design your book pages, and create an appealing, eye-catching custom cover. Plus, our authors benefit from a custom book promotion marketing campaign that makes your book available where people buy books, like Amazon and brick-and-mortar bookstores. So make this free call right now to claim your free author's guide to publishing. Don't wait another day. Take one step closer to realizing your dream of becoming a published author and seeing your name in print. You've already written a book, so the next thing to do is make this free call right now to Dorrance Publishing and get your free guide to publishing. Call right now.
800-485-6003. 800-485-6003. That's 800-485-6003.
We've got Welcome to Calvin's Barbershop.
You all got to see this.
I don't even want to know what you're looking at on that phone.
Well, you should. I was learning about the dangers of high blood pressure and that we need to get ours checked regularly. High blood pressure can increase the risk of heart attack or stroke, but this text program can help keep it at a healthy range. Just text Barbershop to 97779 to sign up.
I'll get right on it as soon as I'm done with this baby panda video.
Text Barbershop to 97779. A message from the American Heart Association and the Ad Council.
Sports Radio 1240 and Western Reserve Digital Broadcasting have combined to bring you the Sandrock Concrete High School football game of the week.
Cappy stood up, drive through a defender, touchdown, DC Cappy.
Listen every Friday night starting at 6:40 for the best in local high school football action.
Under pressure, we're going to get the sack.
Western Reserve Digital Broadcasting and Sports Radio 1240 together, bringing the Valley all the best high school football action all season long.
Starts getting tired and trying to take this guy down. It's not going to work. I'm going to go Aspinall minus 245. He's a heavy favorite, obviously, with a short notice fight. They think it's going to end in KO, TKO, and under the 1.5 at minus 136. So, if you're going to go that way, if you're going Aspinall, which I am, then I'm going to go a little bit better odds. So you get all-round betting again. Aspinall in round 1 or 2, which would fit in that under 1.5, is minus 125. All three of his fights in the UFC have ended before getting out of the second round, even before that 1.5 rounds. And then also you have Alex Morano versus David Zawada. Zawada's a guy, this is another guy, if you lose, you're probably out. He has not been good in the UFC. He's lost 3 or 4. You might remember Morano from getting rid of Cowboy Cerrone. He was the last one to fight him and boot him out of the UFC, knocked him out. He's a guy who's had an up and down career in the UFC, but, he's very well-rounded, 6'6" as far as wins by submission, decision, or by knockout, so he can beat you any which way. I'm going to take him to win it at minus 134. I think it goes over the 2.5 rounds, but if you want to get better odds, will it go the distance? I'm going to say yes at minus 140.
And how about Oscar De La Hoya? He's pulled from that fight. What happened? And I know Evander Holyfield's taking his place against Belfort.
Yeah, you heard from Oscar that he is in the hospital with COVID, even though he's vaccinated. So that fight next week against Vitor Belfort will not happen. They're trying to throw in as a late replacement Evander Holyfield, but he still hasn't been approved by the commission out there in California. I mean, the guy turns 59 3 weeks after this fight, so I don't know if they're going to approve this. They might have to move it out of there to a different state that's more willing to give them the little juice there so they can have this fight happen.
And Zhang Weili going to move her camp to the U.S., getting ready for Rose. That's smart or not?
It is. She's going to have a badass camp there. She's moving out of China. She's going to go to Arizona, which has people like Cejudo in her camp to help her train.
All right, when we come back, we'll get into some NFL skinny.
Coming to you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, with the sports gaming strategies and information you won't find anywhere else. This is the Sports Grid Radio Network. College football full circle.
I just thought an embarrassing way for Nebraska to start their 2021 campaign, Joe. Really.
Well, see, this is why I don't think I could be a coach in modern day times, okay? Because I would take a helmet and throw it against the locker room, break some glass, and wake these kids up. Are you kidding me? Come on, there is no pageantry like Nebraska.
It's college football full circle, weekdays 1 p.m. Eastern, 10 a.m. Pacific, on the home of the winning edge, the Sports Grid Radio Network.
AutomotiveMap.com presents the Sports Grid Sports Flash. I'm Chuck Sanders. Busy night of college football tonight. Rutgers plays Temple. That's a 6:30 Eastern kick. Ball State home against Western Illinois. Buffalo plays host to Wagner. Boise State at UCF. FIU hosting LIU. Coastal Carolina at home against the Citadel. Tulsa playing host to UC Davis. South Florida on the road visiting NC State. Utah hosting Weber State. East Carolina on the road at App State. That game in Charlotte, North Carolina. Ohio State battles Minnesota. The Buckeyes, the number 4 team in the nation. Tennessee home against Bowling Green. New Mexico takes on Houston Baptist. Tennessee Martin at Western Kentucky. UNLV hosting Eastern Washington. Arizona State plays host to Southern Utah. Arizona State ranked number 25 in the AP poll. Download the free Score app. Lightning fast updates so you never miss a thing. That's why the Score app is one of North America's most popular sports apps. I'm Chuck Sanders. That's the Sports Grid Sports Flash.
So sticky. At Hannah's Organic Honey, business may be sweet, but they need an e-commerce queen bee to lead the hive.
Okay, these jars are going to Jakarta. Oh, wait a minute. Does that say Jackson?
Indeed can help them hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Schedule virtual interviews and talk to candidates right from your employer dashboard. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
If you're worried about your borderline blood pressure, hear how others are taking charge with Garlic Healthy Blood Pressure Formula.
Garlic works safely and naturally to support my blood pressure.
Garlic Healthy Blood Pressure Formula has a custom blend of garlic, vitamins, and minerals, so you know it works.
No garlic taste, no garlic breath.
Take charge of your blood pressure with Garlic Healthy Blood Pressure Formula. These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. The term natural references only the garlic in the product. Use as directed.
If you're tired of losing on FanDuel and DraftKings, it's time to learn how to climb the leaderboards from the game's best DFS players. Whether it's easy-to-use projections and lineup building tools or sophisticated slate simulations and ownership projections, Daily Roto can help both the casual and experienced fantasy player realize their edge. Dunk on the competition on FanDuel and DraftKings with DailyRoto.com. Start your 30-day free trial with a promo radio and become Daily Roto's next daily fantasy millionaire. That's DailyRoto.com. Promo code radio. Let's get something straight right here. The winning edge is not luck. It's sports gaming strategies and information you can use to make your own luck. Get some right here on the home of the winning edge. This is the Sports Grid Radio Network.
Couldn't believe it. I was talking to Carver High last night about his first concert experience as a kid, and I was just blown away because I know he loves rock and roll and everything, and I just, out of nowhere, he told me that the first concert he ever went to was to see the Swedish supergroup ABBA, and when they announced that they were coming back with a tour and a new album, he went crazy this week. He's so excited. But he did mention to me that seeing ABBA was not as big as signing up for the Circa Millions and Circa Survivor football contests in Las Vegas. Circa Millions 3, 5 picks against the spread each week. You get a point for correct, half point for a push, 3 entries. You can order up at $1,000 a pop. That's $3,000. $1 million top prize guaranteed, $4 million in total prizes, quarterly payouts, no rake. And 100% of the prize pool goes to the players, not the hizzy. Circa Survivor contest, you can order 6 entries at $1,000 per. That's $6,000. $6 million total guaranteed payout, $1 million undefeated bonus prize. Choose one different team to win straight up each week. Cannot pick the same team twice. Ties and canceled games are losers. Thanksgiving and Christmas each its own contest week. 20 selections for the season. The holiday weeks, if you used an entry previously, you're eliminated. Undefeated bonus prize week 18. You got to choose Tampa or Kansas City. If you've chosen them previously, you lose. Sign up at Circa Sports Counters at the Circa Casino, Golden Gate, the D, Tuscany Suites Casino, the Passawater Street Casino, Circa Nevada mobile app, or Circa kiosks, obviously. And then, once you sign up in Vegas, you can play from anywhere using a proxy. Carver High, I couldn't believe that you told me the other 2 favorite concerts of all time, Donna Summer and Kool and the Gang.
Yeah, believe it or not, we were able to slide Kool and the Gang in there. Nothing wrong with a little Donna Summer, little nice breezy Saturday night. You sit down on the back deck, but while you're listening to Donna Summer, all you're really thinking about is going to enter the Circa Millions and the Circa Survivor. I mean, that's really all you're trying to do while you're listening to that music back on the porch. So let's go get out to Vegas, get out to Circa, and take care of business. How about some NFL now, Scotty, as we are now, let's face it, we're less than a week away from Pain Day, baby. Thursday night, the Cowboys and the Bucs in Tampa. A week from Sunday, a full NFL slate. Will Carson Wentz be there for the Indianapolis Colts? The unvaccinated Carson Wentz. He says, Scotty, that league protocols keep him up at night. And here he is saying all he's thought about is the consequences. Here's Carson Wentz.
Weighed a lot of things, and I've factored in everything, and I know what's at stake. I know all of those things, and like I said, it's just where I'm at with my family, and that's why just understanding the protocol to truly try everything we can to avoid what happened this week. It is what it is. Whether we agree or not with the protocol and the rules, they're in place. So we got to honor them as best as we can so we can avoid what happened.
I got to tell you, I'm about up to here with hearing about unvaccinated players trying to dance around this thing. And, if you don't get vaccinated, you got it coming. It's that simple. No one wants to admit it. There are still 150 million people in this country that refuse to get vaccinated until they're begging for a vaccine when they got a tube shoved down their throat in a hospital. I'm done feeling sorry for people that don't get vaccinated. So you don't like me? Good.
You talked with Dr. Zhivago earlier about Saquon Barkley. Is he going to be ready to play week 1? Here he is telling you himself. He's improved the last few days, but still taking it one day at a time. Here's Saquon Barkley.
I know the week one and the season's right around the corner, but I'm just taking one day at a time. That's the approach I'm going to take, not just rehabbing, but from now on. I feel like it's the best process, the best thought process to have throughout the season, not just for me as a player physically, but mentally too. So I'm just going to take it one day at a time, and that's my approach. So just happy to be back out there playing Swallow.
There you go. Everyone's just, I'm hanging by a thread waiting to see if Saquon Barkley's going to play football in week one. Like, you know what's great? I don't have to root for any of these crappy teams in New York, and I don't care what he does. I don't care if he plays, doesn't play. I don't care if he's 1 day at a time or 5 days at a time. I really don't care. I don't care about Wentz. I don't care about Barkley. There's a lot of things I don't care about. But this guy, talking about this guy for the last 2 months, I want to kill myself. I can't take it anymore. I don't care what he does. I hope he goes and plays and blows his knee out again. How's that sound? I really don't care. I don't at all. I'm sick of talking about him.
I got bad news for you because I got another guy that we've talked about a lot for the last 2 months. Kyle Shanahan, the head coach of the San Francisco 49ers.
I hate this guy. I hate him dead.
He has spent the last month playing cloak and dagger about who's going to be his starting quarterback. Well, guess what, Scotty? It's not just the quarterback for Kyle Shanahan. He's even very secretive about who's going to be his punt returner. Here's Kyle.
Didn't feel that we had one who could beat out our receivers. You got to cut a receiver to do that. So usually you want one of your receivers or corners to do it. That's kind of how it's been everywhere I've ever been. You need one of those guys to make it. If a guy's on there just for return status, it ends up costing your team. And I do think we have other guys on our team who can do it.
So is your punt returner right now on your pitching crew now?
I believe so. Yeah. You'll see.
Same time. Announce the quarterback.
I don't need to announce the quarterback. I don't think I need to announce the starting punt returner either, but I bet you guys can figure it out.
How stuck up is this dude? I'm done with him, too. I hope nothing but failure follows him, just like that Super Bowl when he coined a 25-point lead. What a genius. I'm sick of this guy. You know what he reminds me of? Everyone in San Francisco eating their cheese and wine in the parking lot before Niners games. You got to be kidding me. In Buffalo, they drink whiskey and jump on tables. In California, they smell flowers.
Well, at those Niner games, you can get like one of those jackfish sandwiches. It's like $79 a plate, and it's got a little cutout in the corner for you to put your wine glass right there, Scotty. That's how they roll at the Niner games at Levi Park. I mean, that is a much different feel than Buffalo and Pittsburgh. Much different feel. Cam Newton, of course, was released earlier in the week by the New England Patriots. A lot of people thought, hey, Dallas Cowboys, Dak's coming off injury. Maybe they could use a backup. No. Mike McCarthy says, we're going with Cooper Rush. We have no interest in Cam Newton. Here he is.
Did you guys have any interest in adding Cam Newton? And if not, why not?
I mean, just sit here and talk about any of the players on our roster. I don't think there's really anything that beneficial that comes out of that for us. But Cam's, I had a chance to compete against Cam.
I'll drink anything.
A chance to watch some of his tape in New England. So I still think he has a ton of football left. But we're very excited about the group that we have.
Carver High yesterday said he wanted to buy Anheuser-Busch so he could drink Bud Light for the rest of his life. Today he says he'll drink anything. I mean, make up your mind.
Well, look, I wouldn't mind buying, of course, one company, but, I mean, if you're going to put something in front of me, most likely I'm going to drink that too, so I'm fine with that. Whatever you need me to do, I'm good with it. To the Raiders now we go. Yesterday we heard from Mike Mayock saying that they got to make the playoffs this year. Here's John Gruden today, Scotty. He says the Raiders have to earn people's respect. John Gruden.
Good luck with that.
You know what? I feel pretty good. We obviously have a long way to go, a lot to prove. A lot of players didn't play much at all in the preseason. But we practice hard. We practice smart. We've had a lot of reps.
Time to check.
So I do like the nucleus of our team. We got a lot of guys that like football that are talented and young. And we've got some good veteran leadership.
You do.
But we have a lot to prove.
You know what he reminds me of? He reminds me of a movie set in Vegas where they robbed the casino or the Brinks truck, right? He's the guy that robbed the Brinks truck with all that money he's making, not winning, and not doing anything with the Raiders. And now they signed Peyton Barber. Boy, what an exciting thing that'll be for everybody.
Peyton Barber off the Washington practice squad, so there you go. Bruce Arians says don't get comfortable if you're at the bottom of the roster. If you're not Tom Brady, don't buy a house in Tampa, according to Bruce Arians. Peyton Manning has no interest in being the NFL commissioner. The Seahawks trade Ahkello Witherspoon, cornerback, to your Steelers, Scotty. More depth at the defensive back position. Let's go.
What a disaster. And Mark Vidal played basketball at Baylor on that championship team. He goes on the practice squad for the Seahawks as a tight end. What a badass.
You've been putting back a few, and a few becomes a few too many. For a moment, you think of calling for a ride, but nah, you live nearby. What's the worst that could happen? You get pulled over, your insurance goes up, you lose your license, you total your car, you kill someone. The results of driving drunk are tragic. That's why law enforcement is out there looking for impaired drivers to save lives. So if you think you're okay to drive after a few drinks, think again. Drive sober or get pulled over. Paid for by NHTSA.
The Labor Day events here at Gap Factory and GapFactory.com. Shop 40 to 70% off almost everything. Plus tanks from $5, shorts from $10, and jeans from $20 through September 7th at Gap Factory and GapFactory.com. Now at Banana Republic Factory, 50 to 70% off almost everything, including fall-ready favorites. Discover essential sweaters, easy denim, and more from $14.99. Find your nearest store or shop online only at Banana Republic Factory.
Do you have a home that you don't want anymore? We can buy it from you within 24 hours. Any home, size, or condition. For over 20 years,
Western Reserve Radio is the Valley's online source for sports talk and local live events. Tune in and be a part of their live weekly shows, as well as all of the hard-hitting action of Youngstown Phantoms hockey, high school football, and the GDFL. Find them at westernreserveradio.com. Tune in and the Live 365 app to be a part of the area's sports conversation. Be sure to visit them on Facebook at Western Reserve Radio and on Twitter at WR_radio.
So, are you enjoying our station? Well, now you can take us along on your mobile device wherever you go.
Wow!
The free Live 365 app is available for both Apple and Android devices.
That sounds like fun. I'll give it a try.
Just go to the Apple app or Google Play Store and download it today.
You're listening to WRDP, Western Reserve Digital Broadcasting, Youngstown, Warren, Salem, and around the world.
During the fall and winter, grilling season never ends, and Gessler Propane is your local supplier that makes sure you get your hard-earned money's worth. Why go to gas exchanges to pay higher prices for tanks not filled to capacity? Gessler Propane makes sure you're prepared for year-round grilling with 100% filled tanks at a reasonable cost. See Bob Monday through Friday, 10 to 4, and Saturday, 9 to 3 at Gessler Propane, 702 Youngstown Poland Road, Struthers, or call 330-755-9119. Gessler Propane. They got gas.
Sports Radio 1240 and Western Reserve Digital Broadcasting have combined to bring you the Sandrock Concrete High School Football Game of the Week.
Cappy stood up, drive through a defender, touchdown, DC Cappy.
Listen every Friday night starting at 6:40 for the best in local high school football action.
Under pressure, we're going to get the sack.
Western Reserve Digital Broadcasting and Sports Radio 1240 together, bringing the Valley all the best high school football action all season long.
In the small town of Elmira, New York, a boy was born into an all-American family. The odds of him achieving his dream in the fashion industry? 1 in 23 million. The odds of having a child diagnosed with autism? 1 in 68. I am Tommy Hilfiger, and my family is affected by autism. Learn more at autismspeaks.org/signs. Brought to you by Autism Speaks and the Ad Council.
Driving has a rhythm all its own. Don't wreck it with a text. Before you get behind the wheel, silence your phone. Or better yet, designate a texter. For more text-free driving tips, visit stoptextstoprex.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council and the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration.
Practice where he took it in contact. It went well.
He was able to tell reporters after practice that they had some things they asked him to do. He did it well. They're not giving the green light yet. It's trending towards being positive to play next Sunday at home against the Denver Broncos, who, by the way, have a really good defense. But he's got to get medically cleared for the game, and he also has to be honest with the medical staff and let them know how he's doing. Now, remember, and this is the key point I think people forget, it's almost been a year since he tore his right ACL and also partially tore his right meniscus. When you have that partially torn right meniscus, that's got to be repaired. That's not one that's trimmed. The meniscus trim is 3 to 4 weeks. The surgery that he had, that's a 5 to 6 month rehab, plus the ACL. That's why it's taken a year for him to get comfortable. So that's why there's just a little bit of uncertainty. Now, if he cannot play, it would be Devontae Booker, who's their number 2 running back. He was with the Raiders last season. But all to this point, it's positive. But he's got to get through next week's practices to get the green light.
So talk to me about, you said Denver has a great defense, and I don't question you. I just wonder where that came from, considering how bad they sucked last year. I don't think Denver's good at anything.
The quarterback play was, though. The quarterbacks were terrible. Awful. That's the issue. The issue is not their defense, it's the quarterbacks. And if Denver does not get better quarterback play, they will not be a playoff team. Their offensive line is good. Their defense is very competitive under Vic Fangio, the head coach. They're good at tight end with Noah Fant. They've improved their offensive line over the years. They'll have a good running game. Javonte Williams, they absolutely love, who's a second-round pick, and they got Melvin Gordon back there as the veteran. But the quarterback play is so below average. Drew Lock, who's got a good arm, he's not getting the job. Teddy Bridgewater's their starter. The Panthers did not want Teddy Bridgewater, Pharrell. The Panthers wanted him off the football team, so they basically paid part of his salary to get him off the roster. Did they get a draft pick back? Yeah, but they're paying part of his salary this season because they didn't want him. So if you're a Bronco fan watching us, the bottom line is they're not going anywhere until they get better quarterback play. That's the issue with John Elway. John Elway, over the years, he got them to a Super Bowl. He won a Super Bowl as an executive, but he was never able to develop that quarterback position. That's why John handed off to George Payton, his new general manager, who comes over from the Vikings.
So, first of all, I'll do some scouting for you. On October 10th, I'm going to see the Broncos play the Steelers at the Ketchup Bottle. But going back to Barkley for one last shot here, what did he say about what shape he's in after the work he's done in camp? They actually had him out working, running, getting hit, everything else. How does he feel after a year?
Yeah, I'm glad you brought that up because I think this is the thing that gets lost with the fans sometimes. That being in great physical shape like he is one thing, but football shape is conditioning, your cardio. How do you feel when you got to rev it up and stop and start and cut? It's harder. So he said, quote, do I feel like I'm close? It's been almost 11, 12 months since I've been in a football game. So right now, obviously, there's still some work to do. Be put in because obviously I've only been practicing for the last 2 to 3 days in real practice. This is the team stuff. That's why I've got to be outside of football and within football getting myself ready. So when he's not in football, obviously he's working out and getting in shape. So that's the thing. By the way, if he does get cleared for week 1 against Denver week 1, the fact of the matter is in this game here, you're not going to know about his condition. First of all, the weather's probably been in the 70s, 80s, as you know, in the early part of the fall, particularly in September. It's warm. But the thing is, what happens in that game? What's his condition like? You're not going to know because he did not play in the preseason. He's not played in a game since September 20th against the Bears. That was in Chicago. So you just don't know what his condition is like. So to think, Giant fans, even if he plays in week 1, he's going to get 20 carries, I don't know. You can think that way. That's why they signed Devontae Booker, who's actually a pretty good backup and ironically drafted by those Denver Broncos.
All right, let's talk about the Steelers. Since I mentioned them, they made another move for their secondary today and cut a deal with Seattle. What happened there? And tell me about the Hayden situation. He said he'll play out his contract, then he'll be a free agent. Sounds to me like he's got one last year in Pittsburgh, and then he's gone.
Yeah, and Joe Hayden has been – what an acquisition. When the Browns cut him, and who knew, because he was at a crossroads in his career, that's been a great signing as a guy that they got from inside the division. But here's the thing. Let's not forget. Let's get to the Steelers secondary. Steven Nelson, they cut him. They could not get an agreement on his restructured contract, so he was released. He signed with the Eagles. He'll start on the outside for the Eagles. Mike Hilton was an unbelievable undrafted find by the Steelers and Kevin Colbert, the general manager. Now, they decided not to re-sign him. He signed a free agent deal with the Bengals inside their division. And the thing that surprised me about the Steelers is they did not draft a corner. Like, they're not real strong there. So they've got Cam Sutton who'll start on the outside opposite Hayden. They don't have very good depth at all. So they traded for Ahkello Witherspoon, who was a former draft pick of the Niners, who was once a starter, by the way, during their Super Bowl drive. But his play regressed, and he left there. He went to Seattle. And as you said, they traded for him. They gave up a future draft pick. In fact, it's a 2023 fifth-round pick. He's just going to be a backup outside corner. He's not a starter at this point in his career. So if someone gets hurt, you don't want him starting. He's a good fourth corner. That's all he is. They only gave up a 2023 fifth-round pick to the Seahawks, who felt that they had good enough depth. But that is the one area, as you and I look at your favorite team, the Steelers. Offensively, their offensive line's a problem. Let's call it like it is. It's an issue. The cornerback situation, they don't have very good depth. They have a great front seven. I worry about the biggest issue for them is their offensive line. Their defense will be fine, a little shaky with the depth of the corner. If Ben Roethlisberger does not get protected this season with that offensive line, they are not going to be a playoff team if they don't protect him.
Well, I'm going to go see them in 2 weeks after they lose to the Bills in the opener in Buffalo. Then I'm going to go see the Raider game at the Ketchup Bottle. And I'm going to watch Derek Carr light up that crappy secondary of theirs all day long. I like their pass rush and their linebackers. I don't like the secondary at all. So I expect Carr to light him up. Then I'm going to go to the Denver game on the 10th. Then I'm going to go on December 19th to see him play King Henry, Tannehill, and the Titans. So I picked those three that I can manage to get into Pittsburgh and see. I look forward to seeing how crappy their secondary is. Let's talk about the Washington football team. They lost one of their running backs. The Raiders picked him up. What happened there?
Yeah, this is interesting. So Peyton Barber, who was going to be the number 2 back, they released him, and then they signed him to their practice squad. Well, the Raiders lost Jalen Richard. He's on injured reserve. He was their third-string back, so they only had 2 running backs. So here's why it's a significant story. So Peyton Barber was signed off their practice squad, according to The Athletic. And Peyton Barber is sort of a grinder, a bigger back who, for sure yardage, he's good. He's not a bad second back, but he clearly got beaten out by Jaret Patterson. Jaret Patterson, this is incredible, at the University of Buffalo, as an undrafted free agent. He had over 3,900 yards for University of Buffalo in 3 seasons and 52 rushing touchdowns. Unbelievable. He had a great camp. In fact, talking to Washington source told me that they pretty much thought that he would make the team after the first week of training camp. He's been unbelievable. He looks like a fire hydrant. He's 5'7". He's built low to the ground, but he's explosive. He'll be the guy. Listen, if Antonio Gibson, the starting running back, gets hurt, he'll probably be the first guy off the bench on first and second down, and J.D. McKissic is the passing down back. But let me tell you something. This has been a great story. Jaret Patterson's been the story of camp, and he beat out Peyton Barber, and that's why Barber was cut and was on the practice squad. But the Raiders come in, and they look at their situation with their running game. They got 2 really good players with Jacobs as their starter and Kenyon Drake as the backup. The fact of the matter is they needed a third back. And the Raiders, though, their problem is not offense. You mentioned Derek Carr just a minute ago and how they could throw against your Steelers. Their issue is not offense. Defensively, they've been terrible for years. They've not drafted particularly well. They've built a great offense. If they're going to be a playoff team, which would not be a division winner, a wild card team, one of the 3 wild card teams in the AFC, their defense has got to be a minimum of average, if not better. They've been pathetic for years. It's going to be their cornerback play, which has not been good. I know they believe their cornerback group is better. They believe their D-line is better with Ngakoue at defensive end, but they just got to cover better, and they got to get a pass rush. So they got that great stadium. Cannot wait to see it this year, Legion. Getting those fans in there and the spaceship, if you will. But the Raiders, though, they can score. It's a passing league, and they certainly can do that.
So in Philly now, Hurts is the starter. Is it going to go Hurts, Flacco, Minshew? Is that the order of pecking?
Yeah, let me clear this up. Okay, so you and I have not talked about this since we've been back together. So it happened when we were away. So here's the deal, okay? Despite what the fans think, because I know the fans have been up in arms of the situation. It's a threat to Hurts. The Eagles don't see it that way. Joe Flacco's on a 1-year deal, right? They believe that next year, because this kid has got 2 years left, Minshew's got 2 years left on this deal, so he could be the backup next year. That's the way the Eagles see it. Now, the conspiracy theorists look at it this way. Oh, man, what happens if they're out of the playoff race and they skip because the Eagles don't have anything to play for, and late October, early November, and they put Minshew in, he lights it up, will it be a threat to Hurts? I know that that's out there. Fans actually believe that's true. The Eagles don't look at it that way, but clearly right now he's a number 3. Flacco's clearly a number 2. They want Jalen Hurts not only to be the starter, which he is, they want him to finish the season as the starter. And they like it to work so they don't have to trade for Deshaun Watson, who, by the way, they've always had interest in. It has not stopped. They've been monitoring that situation.
All right, Adam, have a great weekend. Can't wait till next week. Next Thursday, the season starts in Tampa with the Cowboys and Bucs. Have a good weekend, buddy.
You too.
Tom Bodette here, still leaving the light on for the long-haul trucker. While we were locked down at home, you were out there day and night bringing us what we needed to make it through. And Motel 6 is here to help you make it through. Want to trade a loose load strap and a sore back for a good night's sleep? Yes, you do. Motel 6 has a place just down the road with a clean, comfortable room and a great low rate. You'll know it when you see it. I'm Tom Bodette from Motel 6, and we'll leave the light on for you.
How can I make sure my office never stops working?
With Staples Connect, it's possible.
I need to keep my back office stocked without messing up my bottom line.
Also possible, because Staples Connect has your small business covered with big savings on everything you need. This week, earn 30% back in a Staples store bonus when you spend $85 on ink or $200 on toner. Explore what's new at your local Staples or staplesconnect.com. Staples Connect, the working and learning store. Limit 4 in-store only. Visit staplesconnect.com/store bonus for details. Ends 9/11.
Come on, you watch the news. Be prepared to pay more taxes. Then if you owe back taxes or haven't filed in a few years, get ready. The IRS, the largest collection agency in the world, will be coming after you with the power to collect taxes by any means they want to. Hey, they can freeze your bank account, your passport, even padlock your business. Oh, good times. Look, if the IRS claims you owe them $5,000 or more in back taxes and they're coming after you, don't panic. Call my friends at Get a Tax Lawyer first. Their job is to negotiate with the IRS and save you money. They're experts at it. That's all they do. And you can trust them. In some cases, they have reduced a $50,000 tax bill to less than $1,000. If you owe the IRS $5,000 or more in back taxes, call now for a free consultation.
Call 800-732-9635. 800-732-9635. 800-732-9635. That's 800-732-9635.
Learn how thousands of smart homeowners are investing about $1 to avoid expensive home repair bills. John, a former non-customer, said, "My air conditioner broke and I had to spend $1,900 to fix it." Jeff, a customer, wrote, "My air conditioner broke and I got a new one at no out-of-pocket cost." Mary, a former non-customer, wrote, "My heating system stopped running. I had to spend $3,000 to get a new one." Lisa, a customer, wrote, "My heater stopped working. I got it fixed at no out-of-pocket cost." For about $1 a day, you can have all the major appliances and systems in your home guaranteed fixed or replaced with HSC's home warranty coverage. Call now, and the first month is free. If the lines are busy, please call back.
800-410-4771. 800-410-4771. 800-410-4771. That's 800-410-4771.
It's Coast to Coast with Scott Farrell, here on the Sports Byline Broadcast Network.
Remaking the odds in your favor by developing a strategy through deftly applied expert information and insights. Where do you get this information? Right here. Well, duh. Get the winning edge. You're listening to the Sports Grid Radio Network.
The grid always, all day, even when you're not tuned in, by following us on Twitter at SportsGrid and at SportsGrid TV. While you're at it, at SportsGrid Radio, you're styling. You get everything, line changes, odds, you name it. And it's easy. Just click follow and you're good to go. All right, Carver High, we got to hit baseball before we get out of here tonight on a Pain-Free Friday.
Yes, we certainly do, as we get ready for the start of a massive series in San Francisco tonight. The Giants and the Dodgers, both 85 and 49 going into the weekend. And how did that happen? The Giants ended a losing streak yesterday against the Brewers, a 5-1 win to avoid the sweep. It was tied at 1 in the bottom of the 8th. Darren Ruff with the go-ahead RBI double. Here it is on YouTube.
Giants looking for that big hit. They haven't had it. It's been a while.
Ruff blasts one. Left field, and it's down in the corner. Here comes Bryant. The Giants grab the lead. It's 2-1. Darren Ruff comes through against Devin Williams with a double.
Well, at least they saved face, Carver High, and won a game because the Brewers kicked their ass in that series. That's all there is to it. And now they go into this, series with the Dodgers at least on a positive note, but they have not been playing well, and the Dodgers have caught them. I know they're tied in the West, but you can't deny what L.A. has been doing is more impressive.
Oh, no, absolutely. The Dodgers have been the better team really over the last couple of weeks. They have slowly chewed away at that lead, and now they sit tied going into this weekend series. Should be fun up at San Francisco. We'll get a pick for you for tonight in a little bit. The Phillies continue to stay hot, Scotty. They were down 6-0 yesterday to the Washington Nationals. They come all the way back for the 7-6 win to keep the winning streak going. Let's check in on our buddy Tom McCarthy on NBC Sports Philadelphia.
Fly ball, center field. Herrera is there. Under it. Makes the catch, and the ball game is over. The Phillies erased a 6-run deficit to win it 7-6. They have swept out the Nationals. And how about the start to the month of September for the Phils? They picked up right where they left off in August.
I mean, they were playing great against the Diamondbacks. Then they went to D.C. and kicked the Nationals' ass. Harper's blasting home runs in that series in his old ballpark, and they look fantastic right now. And all of a sudden, don't look now, but the Mets have been winning after all their problems with fans turning on them after Baez and Lindor had their idiot moves and their GM got a DUI. They're getting hot. And remember, there's still 3 weeks left in the season, plus 3 days in October. So there's still a lot of baseball to be played. Anything's possible if you get really hot like the Phillies are. I'm still not buying the Mets, but the Phillies are right there.
They certainly are. They are now 2 games back of the Braves. The offense is starting to get going, and Joe Girardi says that is why the Phillies are never out of these games. Here's Joe.
Well, I think we have been rallying.
I agree.
But yeah, I mean, the momentum, right, helps. It does. But, again, momentum is what? The next day starting pitcher, right? But I think what it continues to show is that we always have a chance to come back. And that's important for teams to have that feeling that, yeah, you can get down, but, hey, get a couple guys on. Let's see what happens. Kutch comes up with a big double that scores 3, and all of a sudden we're back in the game. And that's important that you have that feeling as a team. And Kutch has been through this, right? He's been through this a lot, playoff runs, and he understands what he needs to do. His RBI that made it 6-4, that was a pretty nasty pitch he hit, right? And I just think it's the experience that really helps. Yes, and he can really help us.
I mean, they're playing really good baseball. I went to see him play. Kutch is doing his thing. Herrera's been hot. Harper's, hitting home runs and just dealing. Miller at first has been getting clutch hits. All of them. Didi has been terrible all season, but the night I went, he had 3 hits and a double and RBIs. So he didn't look bad when I saw him play. I know he had a horrible season after they gave him all that money, but the Phillies are playing good ball right now.
They certainly are. The Braves, of course, got swept in Los Angeles this week. They started a series in Colorado last night, Scotty, and they got down early but came all the way back. Adam Duvall with the big fly to put them ahead for good on Bally Sports South.
And if I remember, we went early in the year.
Swing and a drive. Duvall. Long home run. Wow, onto the concourse level. You don't see many go that far in that ballpark.
Not in the game. You see that in BP.
Wow.
Look at that, 477.
I still like actor Bobby Duvall better. He looked like my grandpa.
You mentioned the Mets. They won their fourth straight 4-3 win over Miami. They got a chance now to whack the piñata against the Nationals this weekend. They needed a 5-game series, couple makeup games for them. The Red Sox beat the Rays again, 2 in a row, 4-0 down at the Trop. Alex Cora embracing a big September playoff push for the Red Sox.
Regardless of what's going on with the group, we know we got a chance to make it to the playoffs.
Still doesn't look happy.
And,
like 2 wins, he still don't look happy.
It's not a grind anymore. It's actually fun. August, it's tough for everybody.
Did cheaters ever look happy?
Took off and we struggled, but we were able to reset. We added some guys here that
cheaters are always shifty.
Jonathan with the
never trust.
Jack with a bunt, getting Danny over. Danny had a game.
He's on a test right now, looking at the kid next.
We played good defense again behind our starter, and
he just did it again.
We were able to save the series.
I mean, right there, he did it again. He's just got the last 10 answers off a chick and a guy sitting right next to him in the SAT test. I mean, come on, this guy with his shifty eyes. I don't trust him for a minute.
You can't have it, that's for sure. The Cubs and the Pirates are playing a weekend series at Wrigley. The Cubbies did win today 6-5. I do have to painfully take you back to last night, though, Scotty. A 6-5, 11-inning win for the Pirates. We've had some really good Pirate lowlights this year. Last night is probably one of the top 2 or 3. Here's the Cubby walk-off on Marquee Sports, and let's hear how it ended.
Ball 1 to Happ. Runner goes. This one popped up. Right side, Defoe scrambling. Oh, and it falls! Racing home is Alcantara, and the Cubs win! Holy cow!
Oh, my. Oh, my.
It was a pop-up, and Alcantara raced home. And in 11, 6-5 the final.
So embarrassing. I just can't even be seen. Don't look at me. Don't look at me that I support the Pirates. Don't even look at me.
I'm sorry. I know.
They lost again today.
6-5. They did lose again today, 6-5. Cubs manager David Ross and President Jed Hoyer both testing positive for COVID. Here's our once a week. Trevor Bauer's leave has been extended another week. So now he's going to September 10th. Whenever you guys just want to put out the little memo that says he's done for the year, you can do it. There's only 3 weeks left. Can't you just extend it to September 30th or October 3rd at this point? We continue to do this every week. Let's keep extending the leave. Your boy Trevor Bauer, he must like those emails in the morning.
My favorite thing of him is when he walks out of the courtroom for 150 yards and never breaks his face. He's got this stone cold Steve Austin face the entire way. Then he gets in like a Toyota Corolla for his limo. Not even he didn't even get the nice Escalade ride out. He rolled out in a meth dealer's Corolla.
Oh, boy. Stoneface, you must be watching those Bill Belichick press conferences. Did you see Jeter talk about how he's still working on his Hall of Fame speech, which is coming up next week? So Jeter trying to finish off the speech, wants to be remembered as a Yankee. What else are you going to be remembered as? I mean, honestly, dude, just because you're ruining the Marlins now, you're still always going to be remembered as a New York Yankee. Here we go, Scotty. We have tonight's action in Major League Baseball. Let's hit the games. The Mets open that 5-game series in D.C. against the Nationals. They have Rich Hill on the mound, -132. The Orioles and the Yankees. We talked about this last night on the bench. The Yankees need to do what the Rays did, what the Red Sox did. You got to pummel the Orioles this weekend. It starts with Cortez against John Means, -230 for them. A's and the Blue Jays in Toronto tonight. Sean Manaea on the hill for the A's. Jays are the favorite, -162. Phillies and Marlins in Miami, Gibson and Luzardo, -148 for Philadelphia. And the Twins and the Rays in Tampa, Michael Wacha on the mound, -198.
Well, I'm going to go Mets again, Yankees roll, and then I'm on the Jays tonight, believe it or not. Phillies are my top play on PharrellOnTheBench.com, and I'm going with the Rays at home tonight in Tampa at the Trop.
Honestly, no nonsense at the stadium this weekend, please, for the love of God. All right, the Tigers and the Reds in Cincinnati tonight. Alexander and Gutierrez. The Reds minus 184. Indians and the Red Sox open a series at Fenway. Nasty Nate Eovaldi on the hill, laying the 178 for the Sox. Quantrill on the hill for Cleveland. The Cardinals and the Brewers in Milwaukee. Freddie Peralta and Adam Wainwright minus 162 for Milwaukee. The White Sox are in Kansas City. They have Dallas Keuchel. They're a road favorite, minus 126. The Braves look to build off the win in Coors Field last night. They are road favorites, minus 142.
Yeah, I'm going to take them again. I'm going to go Braves in Rado, White Sox at the K, Brewers obviously at home. They're so tough. I'm going Bo Sox at Fenway, and give me the Reds in the Queen City.
Also, we have the late-night games on the West Coast. Ohtani back on the hill for the Angels tonight against the Rangers at home, minus 190 for Anaheim. The Mariners and the D-backs tonight in Arizona. We have Madison Bumgarner on the hill, minus 102. The Dodgers and the Giants open that series in San Francisco. DeSclafani on the hill for the Giants against Corey Knebel. They're going a little bullpen action tonight. Dodgers, road favorite, minus 118. The Astros and the Padres. Jake Arrieta getting the ball for San Diego. Good luck against the Astros at Petco. Road favorite, minus 134 for them.
I mean, run to the window on the Astros. Jake Arrieta should be in a softball bum league now. He's so awful. Give me the Dodgers at Oracle to take the opener of this crucial series against the Giants. And it's going to be awesome because they hate each other. Their fans hate each other. The media hates each other. It's just backstabber city. I can't wait. And give me Ohtani to get it done. I will tell you this. In terms of the wild card, Yankees have the top spot by a game and a half over Boston. Oakland's 2-back, Seattle 4-back, Toronto 5-back. And then San Francisco and the Dodgers tied for the top spot. Reds have the second. Padres a half-back. Philly 2-back. St. Louis 2.5-back. Mets 5-back. And that's the Mendoza line right there. You cut it off at that point. So this is a huge weekend of baseball, despite the fact that college football is going to blow it out of the water, going to blow the UFC out of the water, going to blow everything out of the water. Even crappy college football games are going to do better than those other sports.
Okay, we are running a car drive right now to help veterans all across America. So if you have an old car, truck, or van, even a motorcycle or an RV sitting around, you can right now give it away and help the vets. They really need your help. And your car will help support the vets and their families. And guess what? You even get a tax donation. Plus, we'll even come and pick up your car for free. And all you've got to do is pick up your phone right now and make a free call. Now is the perfect time to do something good for the vets. Give back to the vets right now for all they've done for this country. And your old car can really help them. So call the Veterans Car Donation Program right now for free pickup of your vehicle. Help the vets and help your taxes at the same time. Call right now.
800-215-6812. 800-215-6812. 800-215-6812. That's 800-215-6812. Attention timeshare owners. This is an urgent consumer alert from the Timeshare Exit Hotline, a national company specializing in helping consumers legally get out of their expensive timeshare contracts. We're offering you a way to legally get rid of your timeshare. So if you're fed up with the maintenance fees that keep
During the
on
fall
coming
and winter,
won't
grilling
allow you to
season never ends, and Gessler Propane is your local supplier. Then make sure you get your hard-earned money's worth. Why go to gas exchanges to pay higher prices for tanks not filled to capacity? Gessler Propane makes sure you're prepared for year-round grilling with 100% filled tanks at a reasonable cost. See Bob Monday through Friday 10 to 4 and Saturday 9 to 3 at Gessler Propane, 702 Youngstown Poland Road, Struthers, or call 330-755-9119. Gessler Propane. They got gas.
WWE superstar Alberto Del Rio. Take one.
Behold the angry giant.
Try it again, Alberto.
Behold the angry giant.
Perfect. Good luck tonight.
Behold the angry giant.
Yay! Read me another one, Dad.
This is WWE superstar Alberto Del Rio. It only takes a moment to make a moment. Take time to be a dad today.
Visit fatherhood.gov, brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council.
So, are you enjoying our station? Well, now you can take us along on your mobile device wherever you go.
Wow!
The free Live 365 app is available for both Apple and Android devices.
That sounds like fun. I'll give it a try.
Just go to the Apple app or Google Play Store and download it today.
You're listening to WRDB, Western Reserve Digital Broadcasting, Youngstown, Warren, Salem, and around the world.
Welcome to Calvin's Barbershop.
You all got to see this.
I don't even want to know what you're looking at on that phone.
Well, you should. I was learning about the dangers of high blood pressure and that we need to get ours checked regularly. High blood pressure can increase the risk of heart attack or stroke, but this text program can help keep it at a healthy range. Just text Barbershop to 97779 to sign up.
I'll get right on it as soon as I'm done with this baby panda video.
Text Barbershop to 97779. A message from the American Heart Association and the Ad Council.
So, are you enjoying our station? Well, now you can take us along on your mobile device wherever you go.
Wow!
The free Live 365 app is available for both Apple and Android devices.
That sounds like fun. I'll give it a try.
Just go to the Apple app or Google Play Store and download it today.
You're listening to WRDB, Western Reserve Digital Broadcasting, Youngstown, Warren, Salem, and around the world.
Western Reserve Radio is the Valley's online source for sports talk and local live events. Tune in and be a part of their live weekly shows, as well as all of the hard-hitting action of Youngstown Phantoms hockey, high school football, and the GDFL. Find them at westernreserveradio.com. Tune in and the Live 365 app to be a part of the area's sports conversation. Be sure to visit them on Facebook at Western Reserve Radio and on Twitter at WR_radio.
Voices in his head and on the radio told him it would save the world if he did it. You're an idiot. First female monkey boss takes over at a Japan zoo. The female monkey beating all the male monkeys' asses. ABBA returns after 40 years with a new album and tour. Carver High out the door early tonight to go to the ABBA show. One alcoholic drink raises the risk of an irregular heartbeat. Every week they're telling us don't drink, don't smoke. Screw you. Man who married a sex doll now falls in love with an ashtray he took from a nightclub. He's having sex with an ashtray. I love that dude. Man shot dead by police after stabbing a bunch of people in Auckland, New Zealand at a grocery store. Aaron Rodgers says separation from fiancée Shailene Woodley during the football season will be a good thing. Wrong. South Carolina alligator attack on a woman ends after a neighbor whacks the alligator with a shovel multiple times in the skull. Massive horde of over 170 classic cars unearthed in London in a warehouse. They all started. Justin Bieber in a giant billboard mishap. Looks like he's wearing Kim Kardashian's skim underwear. Teen chokes to death on her own vomit after the kamikaze amusement park ride. I would have paid to see that. Former Nick Iman Shumpert will be on Dancing with the Stars. What a nightmare. We'll see you tonight on the bench for college football.
You're listening to Western Reserve Radio at westernreserveradio.com on the Live 365 network and the Live 365 app.
Tim Berg. President Biden spending part of his Friday assessing the damage from Hurricane Ida in Louisiana. The president meeting with state and local officials in the New Orleans area, saying response to natural disasters should never be political, by adding, it's about saving lives, which is music to Republican Congressman Steve Scalise's ears.
These are times where people pull together and help each other. Sure, we made very specific requests to the president. I talked to him a little while ago at the airport, but I'm going to be talking to him again about specific things, both waivers from the federal government to move stuff along, cutting red tape, getting FEMA to deliver on some things we need here.
More than 24 people are dead and 6 more are still missing in New Jersey following Hurricane Ida. Governor Phil Murphy saying the state continues to deal with flooding and problems connected to the historic rainfall. USA Radio News.
Rockstar Radio is looking for a co-host. Yes, you heard me correctly. Nationally syndicated radio show and popular podcast, Rockstar Radio with Billy Gerard, is looking for a co-host. In fact, 2 segment co-hosts. One will join Billy weekly talking about all things financial, and another for a weekly review of the national real estate and mortgage market. Co-hosting with Billy Gerard could be the move that puts your career into overdrive. For all the details and to schedule an audition with Billy, send an email to bill@rockstar.today. That's bill@rockstar.today. Or go to rockstar.today/co-host for all the details. Rockstar Radio is looking for 2 expert co-hosts. It could be you. Email bill@rockstar.today or go to rockstar.today/co-host. Being on the radio with Billy will make you the expert in the field. It could take your career over the moon. Get all the audition details at rockstar.today/co-host.
President Biden is slamming the new abortion law in Texas. Speaking at the White House, Biden explains the law appears to create a, quote, vigilante system, close quote, offering rewards for reporting possible abortions, and said it seems almost un-American. As far as what the administration can do, Biden says,
I was told that there are possibilities within the existing law to have the Justice Department look and see whether are there things that can be done that can limit the independent action of individuals in enforcing a federal system, a state law.
The U.S. Labor Secretary is admitting the work to recover jobs lost during the pandemic isn't done. This comes after the economy added only 235,000 jobs in August, which fell way short of expectations. Wall Street heading into the long Labor Day weekend on a down note, the Dow falling 74 points to close at 35,369. USA Radio News.
Hi, I'm Wayne LaRouche. If you like my radio show, you're going to love my podcast, War Raw. Each podcast, I present my top 10 most outrageous, salacious, and controversial stories of the week. I break down the best of the best raw truth stories for conservatives, libertarians, patriots, taxpayers, Trumpers, and deplorables. Anyone who appreciates God, guns, gold, and tax cuts will stand up and cheer for War Raw. Check out this week's War Raw podcast right now. It's available to download at iTunes, Spotify, iHeart, or wherever you listen to podcasts. War Raw. War Raw.
Homeless veterans are feeling abandoned as they watch the U.S. government care for other countries' citizens.
As American veterans see the U.S. government opening up the southern border to millions of people from other countries, and now the tens of thousands of Afghan refugees, they're wondering why the U.S. government can't help the unknown number of vets living on the streets of America. Eli Crane, former Navy SEAL and Republican congressional candidate in Arizona, tells Fox News his views on the abandonment.
And it really makes, I think, many of us hope and wonder that why we can't get our priorities straight in this country, why we can't take care of Americans first, especially those of us that have actually fought and were willing to die for this country. It's actually pretty tough to come back to a country that struggles with patriotism. And when you see so much, anti-patriotic rhetoric coming out of the media and Hollywood and everywhere else, and these men and women were willing to fight and die for it, that's really hard to deal with.
From the West Coast USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
Another Florida apartment building is said to be unsafe. It's just about 1 mile from the Surfside condo building that collapsed over 2 months ago, killing nearly 100 people. Residents of a Bay Harbor Islands apartment building north of Miami were told to evacuate on Thursday. The building is 73 years old, and engineers say it has significant structural defects.
Come on, you watch the news. Be prepared to pay more taxes. Then if you owe back taxes or haven't filed in a few years, get ready. The IRS, the largest collection agency in the world, will be coming after you, with the power to collect taxes by any means they want to. Hey, they can freeze your bank account, your passport, even padlock your business. Oh, good times. Look, if the IRS claims you owe them $5,000 or more in back taxes and they're coming after you, don't panic. Call my friends at Get a Tax Lawyer first. Their job is to negotiate with the IRS and save you money. They're experts at it. That's all they do. And you can trust them. In some cases, they have reduced a $50,000 tax bill to less than $1,000. If you owe the IRS $5,000 or more in back taxes, call now for a free consultation.
Call 800-732-9635. 800-732-9635. 800-732-9635. That's 800-732-9635.
Rick Tittle knows his sports.
I hate that guy.
During the fall and winter, grilling season never ends, and Gessler Propane is your local supplier that makes sure you get your hard-earned money's worth. Why go to gas exchanges to pay higher prices for tanks not filled to capacity? Gessler Propane makes sure you're prepared for year-round grilling with 100% filled tanks at a reasonable cost. See Bob Monday through Friday, 10 to 4, and Saturday, 9 to 3 at Gessler Propane, 702 Youngstown Poland Road, Struthers, or call 330-755-9119. Gessler Propane. They got gas.
Welcome to Calvin's Barbershop.
You all got to see this.
I don't even want to know what you're looking at on that phone.
Well, you should. I was learning about the dangers of high blood pressure and that we need to get ours checked regularly. High blood pressure can increase the risk of heart attack or stroke, but this text program can help keep it at a healthy range. Just text Barbershop to 97779 to sign up.
I'll get right on it as soon as I'm done with this baby panda video.
Text Barbershop to 97779. A message from the American Heart Association and the Ad Council.
NFL, put a little period, and then write COM, NFL.com. I'm like, that's it? I think we know about that one. And so Jen recommending Office Space. She's never seen it before. But you know what? Then again, the other day I watched a Woody Allen movie called Charlotte's Dream with Ewan McGregor and Colin Farrell, a Scotsman and an Irishman playing English brothers. And I love the movie Match Point. I've seen it so many times. You know, set in London, murder mystery type of thing, intrigue. Tom Wilkinson in this as well. And it's the same type of vibe of Match Point, not with the romantic thing. But I had never even heard of that movie, and there it was. It just popped up, so I watched that. But you know, saying in 2021 you never saw Office Space before, it just goes to show you that sometimes things just slip through the cracks, you know, and it's just right there in front of us. And yes, I happen to agree with Jan. Big recommendation for Office Space. Make sure to pick that up. All right, Lisa Leslie on the other side, also Bernie Sue, Peter Mortimer. We've got another 2 hours of sports talk. You may participate, especially in the third hour. And by the way, did we have a third preseason game and then a bye week? Is this what we're getting right now? We have a third preseason game and then yet another bye week. I have to get acclimated. I have no idea what's going on. I thought you were in charge, Rick. I thought so too. Come on back.
Do you own an annuity? Either fixed rate, indexed, or variable? Are you paying high fees and getting low returns? If so, Annuity General would like you to have this free book to learn the pitfalls and mistakes of buying an annuity. The Annuity Do's and Don'ts for Baby Boomers contains the little-known truths about annuities, like how to help reduce your fees and increase retirement income. And it's free. That's right, free. As a bonus, we'll also throw in a free annuity rate report just for calling. We researched over 1,000 annuities and summarized rates and benefits from financially strong insurers. You get Annuity Do's and Don'ts for Baby Boomers and the Annuity Rate Report, both absolutely free for calling Annuity General today. Hurry, supplies are limited. Call now.
800-760-1845. 800-760-1845. 800-760-1845. That's 800-760-1845.
Okay, we are running a car drive right now to help veterans all across America. So if you have an old car, truck, or van, even a motorcycle or an RV sitting around, you can right now give it away and help the vets. They really need your help. And your car will help support the vets and their families. And guess what? You even get a tax donation. Plus, we'll even come and pick up your car for free. And all you've got to do is pick up your phone right now and make a free call. Now is the perfect time time to do something good for the vets. Give back to the vets right now for all they've done for this country. And your old car can really help them. So call the Veterans Car Donation Program right now for free pickup of your vehicle. Help the vets and help your taxes at the same time. Call right now.
800-215-6812. 800-215-6812. 800-215-6812. That's 800-215-6812.
I am a non-attorney spokesperson representing a team of lawyers who've helped people that have been injured or wronged. If you've had a revision or removal surgery of a hernia mesh implant after 2008, pay close attention to this message. Hernia mesh manufacturers have recalled some of the mesh material that may have been used in your surgery due to high failure rate. The FDA has even blamed the recalled mesh material for some of the worst of the health issues reported by doctors and patients. If you've had 2 or more hernia surgeries for the same issue and you're having severe complications, call the legal helpline now. You could receive a free cash award and have your medical expenses covered. And there's no upfront cost to you. They only get paid if you win. So please call now.
800-817-2968. 800-817-2968. 800-817-2968. That's 800-817-2968.
Hour 2 of titillating sports. You thought it couldn't get any better, but it's better. Rick Tittle is back. He's so great. I can't believe how awesome he is. More sports talk, yes. Couldn't get any better, but it's better. Rick Tittle is back. He's so great. I can't believe how awesome he is. More sports talk, yes. Hour 2 of titillating sports.
Hey, check out Channel 9. Check out Rick Tittle.
All right, thank you for that. Welcome back to the show. Rick Tittle with you, coast to coast, around the world on American Forces Radio Network. It's our pleasure to welcome back to the show one of the greatest basketball players of all time, Lisa Leslie, and also a pretty darn good coach as well in the Big Three. And, you know, over the last few years, we've had many people on, all the coaches, and Ice Cube several times. It's always a pleasure to catch up. We just had Rick Barry a couple weeks ago. And Lisa, head coach of the triplets. First of all, Lisa, welcome back to the show. What's it like going up against a guy like Rick Barry? I mean, you got your work cut out there, don't you, with a guy like that?
Rick Barry, actually, you know, we didn't play Rick Barry's team, but you know, Rick's a good coach, and they actually had a really good season with Andre Barbosa joining them. We know the Blur, the Brazilian Blur. Yeah, he had a great season. He was actually, probably if they would have made it to the Bahamas, would have been in the running for the MVP as well. So he's got a great addition to his team.
When you took over the triplets, though, they're an expansion team, and you win the whole deal, do you think, I'm a genius, this was easy, or did you think, oh, my gosh, how did I get this done? I mean, where were you between those two pendulum swings?
Well, I think, obviously, I'm very confident in what I'm doing and what I bring to the table, but I also had a great group of men. I mean, I have Iso Joe, the league reigning MVP. Mm-hmm. I have Gennaro Pargo, who obviously is a coach, a great coach and a leader on the floor. I have Al Jefferson. You know, I have Allen Anderson, and Jamario Moon. So we have Teddy Gibson. I think I've really was blessed with a really good group of guys who are, you know, gym rats. It's so funny because the first night that we kind of like all got together, we were probably done, you know, after the draft and all of that. It was probably about 10 p.m. And I'm like, all right, I'm heading back to the room. You guys heading out? And they're like, oh, no, we're going to the gym. So, you know, they could have, we were in Las Vegas, they could have been heading to the club. And so I really have a great group of guys who really love playing basketball, who are not done, who obviously have a lot left. And we were able to just really build some great chemistry. The guys trust me and the game plan, and we've been able to execute it.
You know, in your high school career, you could have gone anywhere, and you stayed home at USC and were a big success there. And, of course, they retired your number as well. But I was a high school athlete who played in college in football, but I was not heavily recruited. I just wonder, you must have been probably the most heavily recruited player of your entire generation. So what was that like? Was it just incessant?
Yeah, you know, because back then they didn't have all the rules they have now. So I started getting calls and letters from the 7th grade, 8th grade. I mean, I have letters and photo albums of college letters from over 250 colleges in our country, Division I.
Wow.
So it was crazy, but I have a little sister, and so she was kind of my secretary who would screen the calls. You know, we didn't have caller ID back then, so you just answer the phone, and, you know, kind of, so she would organize it, and I'd be in the background kind of doing this cross across my neck, like, no, I'm not here for, depending on which school it was, but I talked a whole lot on the phone to so many college coaches, and I think even to this day, I'm really not a phone person because of that experience from 7th grade, you know, through high school, just trying to figure it out. But I narrowed it down. You know, my top 5 were Stanford, of course, USC, Notre Dame, Tennessee, and Long Beach State. So those are my final 5 that I looked at. And obviously Tennessee was a powerhouse with, you know, the late, great Pat Summitt, who was there. And then at Stanford, Tara Vanderveer, who, you know, is now the most winningest women's head coach. So I had a great group to pick from.
You also, by the way, a couple more questions for Lisa Leslie for the Big Three. You got to experience those 2 women with the national team and, of course, 4 straight gold medals in the Olympics. What was it about Pat and Tara that just sort of separates them from most other coaches?
Well, you know, unfortunately, I never got coached by Pat. I was heavily recruited, and she had been to my home, of course, and I talked to her on the phone for many years, love her accent, and just, but I think it's the tenacity. I think it's that, you know, the desire to want to win is so contagious, but then the process to get there and making you really buy into that process, that, you know, there's no shortcuts to hard work and that dedication. And then I was just that kind of kid who, you know, not afraid of hard work. I was a hard worker. I didn't want it any other way. And I think, you know, that aligned with so many college coaches, but especially, you know, Pat Summitt, who, you know, that's what she's looking for, obviously, back at that time. You know, you're looking for athletes that can help come in and impact your program immediately and continue on that culture that you're already building. And so that was my goal. I mean, I chose USC, which was interesting because academically I liked SC, but I also knew that SC was actually like 12th at that time or 10th in the Pac-10 before it became the Pac-12. And I just thought, you know, it's one thing to go to a program where, you know, Pat had already had so much success, and it was so much about her, which was awesome because she was awesome. But I wanted to see what I could do, and if I could turn a program around, and if I could really be a true impact player. And so going to a team that was like 10th at the bottom, and, you know, we ended up winning the Pac-10, and then we ended up, you know, going to the Elite Eight, I think, two or three times. I mean, I didn't win a championship in college. That's probably the only thing I really regret and didn't do. But part of that was based on the decision-making of me trying to turn a program around versus joining 4 or 5 other All-Americans and winning championships.
Yeah, totally understand that. All right, the Big Three this year, as I said, it's just been growing. It's amazing how popular it's become, and that's because it is a true competition. But they lowered the minimum age from 27 to 22. They brought in this new Bring the Fire Taco Bell rule. And for you, was it sort of seamless, or did you kind of were those changes something more noticeable for you as a coach?
I think both. I think it's definitely noticeable, and I think it was amazing. Like, Bring the Fire might be my favorite part just because it really is about taking it to the playground and having those kind of rules that when we were out there, you know, you get fouled and you got to dispute. We're shooting for it, let's play for it. Like, and I love that concept. You know, I think it's really been a challenge because sometimes you can see, like, you don't want to bring the fire because a certain matchup is not necessarily beneficial for you. And so, you know, as a coach, you have to understand who did the fouling, when did it happen, what's the time and score, you know, in terms of how close the team is to getting to the end or getting to the half, and all those things are really important. But I really love it. Now, as far as the age impact, that's been huge. You can definitely tell when you're matched up with one of these younger cats out here, you know, and you know, I have seasoned veteran guys, but sometimes the young guys are getting the best of them just because they have that energy and that quickness, you know. So in some ways, it's definitely been challenging, and I think as we move forward, we're recognizing it's going to be good probably in the draft to get a little bit younger and have one of those young guys that can match up with, another young guy as well.
There she is. Lisa Leslie is one of the greatest basketball players of all time and also a very successful coach in the Big Three. You can check out the championship game tomorrow on CBS. How about that? Yes. CBS, Three-Headed Monsters versus the Trilogy. That'll be at the Atlantis Paradise Island in the Bahamas. Pretty cool stuff. Lisa, congratulations, and thanks for coming on yet again.
All right. Thanks for having me, guys. Have a good day.
All right. I appreciate it. I'm Rick Tittle. We'll take a quick break and come on back.
Learn how thousands of smart homeowners are investing about $1 to avoid expensive home repair bills. John, a former non-customer, said, "My air conditioner broke and I had to spend $1,900 to fix it." Jeff, a customer, wrote, "My air conditioner broke and I got a new one at no out-of-pocket cost." Mary, a former non-customer, wrote, "My heating system stopped running. I had to spend $3,000 to get a new one." Lisa, a customer, wrote, "My heater stopped working. I got it fixed at no out-of-pocket cost." For about $1 a day, you can have all the major appliances and systems in your home guaranteed fixed or replaced with HSC's home warranty coverage. Call now, and the first month is free. If the lines are busy, please call back.
800-410-4771. 800-410-4771. 800-410-4771. That's 800-410-4771.
Are you 60 plus and love to travel? Introducing the Senior Travel Discount Network, brought to you by Low Cost Airlines. Call us anytime, day or night, and save up to 75% on your airline and hotel reservations. We can help you save a ton of money to fly almost anywhere. We have inside discounts on over 500 airlines and 500,000 hotels worldwide. And when you call and mention the discount code 60 plus, we'll give you an extra free night with your qualified air and hotel reservation. Now you can get the best prices on air and hotel reservations with your phone. We make it easy and fast for you to save money and book a trip. Remember, call the Senior Travel Discount Network. Mention the discount code 60 plus for your free hotel night.
Welcome to Calvin's Barbershop.
You all got to see this.
I don't even want to know what you're looking at on that phone.
Well, you should. I was learning about the dangers of high blood pressure and that we need to get ours checked regularly. High blood pressure can increase the risk of heart attack or stroke, but this text program can help keep it at a healthy range. Just text Barbershop to 97779 to sign up.
I'll get right on it as soon as I'm done with this baby panda video.
Text Barbershop to 97779. A message from the American Heart Association and the Ad Council.
Driving has a rhythm all its own. Don't wreck it with a text. Before you get behind the wheel, silence your phone. Or better yet, designate a texter. For more text-free driving tips, visit stoptextstoprex.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council and the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration.
In the small town of Elmira, New York, a boy was born into an all-American family. The odds of him achieving his dream in the fashion industry? 1 in 23 million. The odds of having a child diagnosed with autism? 1 in 68. I am Tommy Hilfiger, and my family is affected by autism. Learn more at autismspeaks.org/signs. Brought to you by Autism Speaks and the Ad Council.
Western Reserve Radio is the Valley's online source for sports talk and local live events. Tune in and be a part of their live weekly shows, as well as all of the hard-hitting action of Youngstown Phantoms hockey, high school football, and the GDFL. Find them at westernreserveradio.com. Tune in and the Live 365 app to be a part of the area's sports conversation. Be sure to visit them on Facebook at Western Reserve Radio and on Twitter at WR_radio.
During the fall and winter, grilling season never ends, and Gessler Propane is your local supplier that makes sure you get your hard-earned money's worth. Why go to gas exchanges to pay higher prices for tanks not filled to capacity? Gessler Propane makes sure you're prepared for year-round grilling with 100% filled tanks at a reasonable cost. See Bob Monday through Friday 10 to 4 and Saturday 9 to 3 at Gessler Propane, 702 Youngstown Poland Road, Struthers, or call 330-755-9119. Gessler Propane. They got gas.
So, are you enjoying our station? Well, now you can take us along on your mobile device wherever you go.
Wow!
The free Live 365 app is available for both Apple and Android devices.
That sounds like fun. I'll give it a try.
Just go to the Apple app or Google Play Store and download it today.
You're listening to WRDB, Western Reserve Digital Broadcasting, Youngstown, Warren, Salem, and around the world.
Fourth season, we innovate year over year each time. So, like we won the Emmy for innovation 2 years ago, and our fourth season coming up in a week is way more innovative than that Emmy-winning season.
So, talk about the new virtual characters using motion capture.
Sure. Yeah, so this season we're going to be featuring 2 AI characters, both virtual characters, or VTubers as they tend to be called on the internet, on Twitch and YouTube and so forth. And so they'll be motion captured by actors. They'll be performing live. And so you, as an audience, can interact with them in real time, which is nothing too different than existing VTubers. But the big difference here is that we're building a sci-fi narrative around the VTubers. So now they're part of a grand story experience.
So, you know, obviously when people think of Twitch, they think of watching other people play video games, and it really has expanded. And as I said, I'm a good example here that they set us up to do our show on Twitch as well. How has that been sort of, as being sort of at the vanguard of Twitch's new platform when they're getting into this type of programming?
It's an incredible honor. I embrace the challenge of trying to push what amazing new technologies that Twitch allows its users and its viewers to do. As you said, Twitch is very familiar. It's familiar to most people as a gaming platform. We watch people play games. A lot of people don't realize that you can, of course, interact with the gamer you're watching in most senses. And what we do is we try to add consequential interactivity so that the audience can then affect the story. Sometimes they affect the gamer, right? We now design it where they can affect a sci-fi story in real time.
So let's talk about when people will say, wait a minute, interactive, how can a show be interactive? For someone who has never heard of artificial factions, how is it interactive, Barry?
Sure. So the show is, again, is a sci-fi show that's performed live. It's serialized. It's episodic, so it changes week to week. It's an ongoing story. But because it's live, and because we, as the creators of the show, can monitor and get inputs from Twitch, the audience, through chat, through channel points, through polls, and so forth, we can pivot the show in real time to the audience's decisions. And so that's the big difference in, say, this and just, say, a live broadcast, where you essentially aren't being interactive with the audience, which is fine. There's nothing wrong with that. That's just the way this is designed. And so as we say in our show, since the beginning, is that the audience is consequential. It's not that just interactive, not that they can say vote on who they think is going to be voted off the island. That's not what our show does, but you know what I mean. They are going to be able to decide who gets eliminated or who gets the power up or who gets this tool or who has a relationship with which character. And that's the power of interactivity and consequential interactivity, where the audience matters.
Couple more questions here for Bernie Sue. The new season of Artificial Factions going to be on the 9th here at 5 o'clock Pacific. So your actors, like Stephen Chang, Dante Basco, do they sort of have to know 5 different scripts because on the fly they have to adjust?
Well, they need to know a couple different scripts. It's not 5 completely different scripts of every scene. Mm-hmm. Some scenes are locked. Some scenes we know what's going to happen in that scene. Other times, for example, there'll be scenes where there's an A-B poll choice, and there's 2 different scenes at the end of that poll choice. And so the actor needs to know both versions of that scene. And that's happened several times over a season. It'll happen in the first episode of our season. So that's a very familiar thing. And then there's another element they have for the actors is what we call nodes. And so the actor will do their scene, they'll have their argument and so forth, and then there'll be nodes of areas where they will say, like if you and I are in an argument, my character will draw feedback from the fans to say feed my argument against you, and your character may do the same thing in that sense. Oh, see, so this person agrees with me, right? And so that's an element that's not hard scripted. It's just kind of loosely scripted, and so the actors have to be on their toes. And I am not an actor, so I don't want to speak too much for them, but many of them have told me that doing our show is like what they call the Actor Olympics.
Yeah, it must be very exciting for them to be able to be fluid and adjust. But the other thing I like is every third episode you have what's called a world-building episode, which I think is really cool because not just with the plot, but just the design of the set and everything else can be decided, right?
Absolutely, absolutely. So Dante Bosco's character, for example, was created by the audience. Like that whole exchange or bringing him on the show was a, hey, Dante, do you want to be on Artificial? He goes, hell yeah, who am I going to play? And I go, funny that. Are you cool letting the audience decide who you play? Let's let the audience create a character for you. And he was like, wow, that's pretty awesome. Let's give it a whirl. And so we did it, and he now plays a character that was created by the audience during one of our world-building episodes. So it's not just the audience affecting the story in real time as it's happening. The audience can actually build elements into the show by creating characters in this manner, as an example.
And then how about for you, though? You're not acting, but depending on what everybody's going to decide, you also have to stay fluid, right?
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. So normally in a kind of HBO procedural or prestige TV show, they write all 10 episodes out and they shoot all 10 episodes out all at once, right? They are locked. If Game of Thrones, you either like it or you don't, but they are locked. 2 years ago,
Mm-hmm.
For us, we go week to week. So, for example, this morning we were talking to my writers before this conversation actually, and we're like, hey, we should start talking about what's happening in episode 3. like we vaguely know what's happening there, but there's not been a line of dialogue written in episode 3, and that's coming up obviously pretty quickly here. So I don't know of any other scripted show that does this at this speed. I know kind of in the age of the multi-cam sitcom, they'd be maybe 4 or 5 weeks behind. Like you wouldn't know what was happening 6 weeks from now. But we don't know what's happening 2 weeks from now, 3 weeks from now. So it's crazy, and we have to be very nimble. And I will add to that, and we have to be because most of the time, at the end of an episode, there's a critical series plot shifting pull that hits at the end of the episode, and we really can't go that far ahead until that pull is locked, because we would just be doubling our work, right? We have to be writing 2 versions of an entire episode, so we have to essentially wait for that episode to lock before we can really finalize the next one.
I just love the fact, like, the most interactive, most of us we might be playing like a first-person shooter, and then in the lobby we can vote on the next map. That's about it. So when I think about just the fact of I love these 3 words together, heist, strategy, decisions. That's pretty cool for the audience, right?
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. And so I think of it, the analogy I give people is that it's like, we've grown up loving very iconic characters, Luke Skywalker, Harry Potter, or Iron Man, and these grand story narratives that span multiple films, grand stories, right? And so we love these characters. We love the characters in Breaking Bad and Game of Thrones and so forth. So what we're trying to inject into the storytelling kind of meta, we'll say, is the ability for the audience to help guide the characters. Like, you're not going to make Luke Skywalker do something that's against his moral code, but you can certainly help him. You can certainly do stuff to assist his journey, or hurt his journey if you want to hurt his journey. And so that's the kind of thing we do. And I think that's what separates us from a lot of people ask about, comparison to video games. It's like if you're playing a video game, you are the storyteller, you're controlling everything. But if you're kind of interacting with a narrative, you're not, the audience is not playing God. They're not like making you as an interactive character do something that's against their moral code or like their just ethics or whatever. So they can guide and so forth. So it's like if the audience said, hey, from that to me, it's like, hey, why don't you go, hurt yourself or jump off a building? I wouldn't do that. But if the audience said, hey, maybe you should go, go for a walk, or go to the gym, I'd think, oh, that sounds like a good idea. And so now the audience feels like they've affected my day. And they affected, if you compare that, say, a Luke Skywalker or Harry Potter, now the audience can say like they've helped Harry Potter defeat Voldemort or help Luke Skywalker build the Death Star. And that's the type of thing we're trying to inject into storytelling using artificial Twitch and Twitch technology.
There he is, Bernie Su, the man who founded the Studio 96 Next, which is the production company behind this. He writes them. Once again, it's called Artificial Factions, original Emmy and Peabody award-winning show on Twitch. And you can check it out Thursday, the 9th of September. It'll be at 8 o'clock on the East Coast, 5 o'clock on the West Coast. And yes, you may participate in what goes down. Interactive is the key word. Bernie, congratulations, and thanks for coming on again.
Thanks, Darren. Great to be here.
All right. Darren, Rick, whatever. Call me whatever you want. Rick rhymes with Darren, so I can totally see that. By the way, normally when I'm in one of those lobbies and it's like, what map do you want next? I never get my way. I'm like, why don't we do that cool exotic map? No, let's just do the same warehouse map. Let's just do shipment once again in Call of Duty. All right, whatever. It'll be mayhem. All right, we'll take a quick break and we will come on back on Sports Byline USA.
Angie's List is now Angie. Summer is the perfect time to book your next home project. From lawn care to a new patio, Angie makes it simple to connect with pros who can get the job done right. See reviews, upfront pricing, and instantly book hundreds of projects. Plus, when you book and pay through Angie, we'll cover your project up to the full purchase price, plus limited damage protection with our Happiness Guarantee. Check out Angie.com, and for more on the Happiness Guarantee, go to Angie.com/happiness-guarantee.htm.
You've been putting back a few, and a few becomes a few too many. For a moment, you think of calling for a ride, but nah, you live nearby. What's the worst that could happen? You get pulled over, your insurance goes up, you lose your license, you total your car, you kill someone. The results of driving drunk are tragic. That's why law enforcement is out there looking for impaired drivers to save lives. So if you think you're okay to drive after a few drinks, think again. Drive sober or get pulled over. Paid for by NHTSA.
Have you written a book? You can become a published author with Dorrance Publishing, the nation's oldest publishing services company. Countless authors have trusted Dorrance for nearly 100 years to bring their book to the market. Our professional team will edit your text, design your book pages, and create an appealing, eye-catching custom cover. Plus, our authors benefit from a custom book promotion marketing campaign that makes your book available where people buy books, like Amazon and brick-and-mortar bookstores. So make this free call right now to claim your free author's guide to publishing. Don't wait another day. Take one step closer to realizing your dream of becoming a published author and seeing your name in print. You've already written a book, so the next thing to do is make this free call right now to Dorrance Publishing and get your free guide to publishing. Call right now.
800-485-6003. 800-485-6003. That's 800-485-6003.
At 28, I had struggled with opiate and meth addiction for 12 years. I did and said things that the sober me never would have done. One day I realized I was not invincible. I was not exempt. And that's when a friend told me about Elite Rehab Placement. They gave me the tools I needed to get sober, and all it took was the one phone call.
Elite Rehab can help you start to break your addiction problem and get sober in as little as 7 days. And we'll work with your insurance provider to help cover the costs. Plus, we have travel assistance programs to get you here by plane or train. Make this free call right now to learn more. 800-403-5912.
Please stand by for a special presentation of Western Reserve Radio at westernreserveradio.com on the Live 365 network and the Live 365 app.
Wake up! Mahoning Valley, it's time.
for high school football on Western Reserve Radio. Now to the stadium for the Sandrock Concrete High School Football Game of the Week.
And welcome to Highland Tigers Stadium as we get ready for week 3 of high school football action. Hi, everyone. I'm Tim Continenza along with Mark Means and Anthony Kepley on stats here today for the game of the week, the Sandrock Concrete Game of the Week. For a free estimate, call owner Jerry Sandrock at 330-506-0013. The Highland Tigers coming in tonight at 1-1. Poland also at 1-1. In week 1, Highland defeated Niles McKinley 6-0 on 2 field goals. In week 2, they lost their home opener to Ravenna 20-13. The Poland Bulldogs come in also with an identical 1-1 record. In week 1, they lost to the rivals in Canfield 24-12. In week 2, they defeated Louisville 21-13. So very similar scores in the first 2 weeks. How are you today, Mark?
I'm doing fantastic. It is a beautiful night, probably, Tim, our nicest night we've had so far this season for high school football. The lights are on. It is our first time to see this new turf here in Howland, and it's a pretty balanced matchup.
Yeah, I think it is. I think we're going to see really an opportunity of 2 teams trying to really find their footing for the season. This is going to be a game I think both teams have circled early in the season as a benchmark of where they want to go and how they're going to react to the rest of the season. Some of the key players for Howland coming in is quarterback Luke Masucci, as he's a senior, first-year starter.
Yeah, it's been a struggle a little bit for them so far in the first couple games to throw the football. They've had some success running the ball for sure. They need to get the passing game going here this week against a very good Poland defense.
Ian Koenig, who is a junior, rushed for 327 yards in 2 games. He had over 200 yards against Niles in week 1, over 120 yards last week in week 2 against Ravenna. So it is obviously a key component to their offense.
Yeah, I mean, he's that type of running back you can give the ball to 25 or 30 times, and he's not going to be the biggest back you see watching games throughout the Valley, but he's a guy that can carry the rock for you.
And then when you look at Poland under Coach Pawlansky in his first year at Poland, we know Coach Pav over the years when he was with Lakeview, that Bulldogs, but he loves to run the ball. He loves to have a time consumed, and his quarterback is Jack Felton. He's a senior. He's going to run the show for them.
Yeah, he's definitely going to be the guy. The offense is going to go through him. A balanced quarterback. He can run the ball. He can throw the football. But we know Poland the last few years, they live by that big offensive line up front.
And then obviously when you're talking about the running backs, you got Don Parker and Cam Slosher, both seniors. We're going to see a lot of them and a few others. They're going to use a mixture of backs this season.
Yeah, they both these teams have a lot of different running backs because when you rely on running the ball as much as they do, you got to have not only 2, but sometimes 3 and 4 in the backfield ready to play.
All right, we're going to take our first time out here on the Sandrock Concrete Game of the Week. You're listening to AM 1240 WBBW and Western Reserve Digital Radio.
Located in Applewood Estates in Boardman Township, the Applewood Swim and Tennis Club offers a pleasant family environment. Choose a membership that meets your needs and enjoy a relaxing venue that includes not only swimming for the family, but also youth activities such as competitive swimming, tennis, and more. Enjoy the friendly atmosphere all summer long with the staff and members of the Applewood Swim and Tennis Club. For more information, go to applewoodswimandtennis.com or call 330-953-2833.
During the fall and winter, grilling season never ends, and Gessler Propane is your local supplier that makes sure you get your hard-earned money's worth. Why go to gas exchanges to pay higher prices for tanks not filled to capacity? Gessler Propane makes sure you're prepared for year-round grilling with 100% filled tanks at a reasonable cost. See Bob Monday through Friday, 10 to 4, and Saturday, 9 to 3 at Gessler Propane, 702 Youngstown Poland Road, Struthers, or call 330-755-9119. Gessler Propane. They got gas.
Mill Creek Golf Course has been the Valley's leader for golfing fun since 1928. It features 36 challenging holes designed by the legendary Donald Ross and was voted a top 30 municipal facility by Golf Week in 2012. The Mill Creek Golf Shop is a certified Callaway Golf custom fitting center and it is stocked with your favorite golf apparel and accessories. Mill Creek Golf Course is now booking tee times for this year's golf season. Please call us at 330-740-7112 or online at millcreekmetroparks.org. Sandrock Concrete specializes in all types of concrete, driveways, sidewalks, basements, and garages. We also do stamp-colored concrete in many different designs. We do interior and exterior stonework, regular brick and block work. Sandrock Concrete is fully insured. Call Jerry Sandrock at 330-506-0013 for an estimate. Also find them on Facebook at Sandrock Concrete LLC. Sandrock Concrete, where you deal with the owner all the time.
The best broadcast crew on the planet was not available, so back to the Sandrock Concrete High School Football Game of the Week on Western Reserve Radio.
Welcome back here to Howland as we get ready for tonight's Week 3 matchup between the Poland Bulldogs and the Tigers of Howland. Mark, as we look at the season, I know it's only Week 3, but the computer points are out there through Joe Itel's site, and we know the expanded playoffs of 16 teams. So getting the top 8 really should be a goal for almost all schools.
Yeah, I mean, you look at it, and this region in particular is loaded with teams that are traditional playoff powerhouses, and it starts at the top with Big Red.
Yeah, and we're talking about Division 3 and Region 9, where the Howland Tigers reside tied at number 11 in the standings coming into this week. As we mentioned, 16 teams. You go all the way down to Chardon, Notre Dame, Cathedral Latin as the last team qualifying as of this week. But when you look at just the students, as you're talking about, you got so many traditional powers in Aurora and Talmadge and Steubenville, but more importantly, we have the Hubbard Eagles, who we got to see last week, and then you look at the Canfield Cardinals are also in this, and then of course Howland.
And then you look too, you've got Geneva's in this region. Geneva is playing Springfield tonight over on Western Reserve Radio as Jim and Bob went up to the Spire Institute for that game tonight.
And Niles McKinley comes in at 17th in that region. Looking at what I used to call basically the black and blue division of our area is Division 4 and Region 13, and the Poland Seminary Bulldogs come in tied at number 12 in their region with the 1 win.
Yeah, I mean, that's another region that is always loaded with teams that are exceptionally good. I mean, Ursuline's in there. West Branch, Struthers, a lot of local teams that are 2-0 are in this region.
Yeah, and it's what I call the black and blue, because not only do you have, like you said, Ursuline, Salem, Struthers, obviously Poland, but Girard, you got East Liverpool not that far away. You got a lot of the schools in our area that are represented here, and with the expanded playoffs, it really looks good for this division for our area.
Yeah, this region's always been one we've had a lot of teams in it. It's interesting too, because it's a region where when things change every couple of years when they redo the regions, we see a lot of our area schools bouncing between Division 3 Region 9 and Division 4 Region 13.
So that's kind of the matchup tonight for tonight's game. Let's take another 2-minute timeout. You're listening to the Sandrock Concrete Game of the Week on AM 1440, AM 1240, and Western Reserve Digital Radio.
Western Reserve Radio is the Valley's online source for sports talk and local live events. Tune in and be a part of their live weekly shows, as well as all of the hard-hitting action of Youngstown Phantoms hockey, high school football, and the GDFL. Find them at westernreserveradio.com. Tune in and the Live 365 app to be a part of the area's sports conversation. Be sure to visit them on Facebook at Western Reserve Radio and on Twitter at WR_radio.
So, are you enjoying our station? Well, Now you can take us along on your mobile device wherever you go.
Wow!
The free Live 365 app is available for both Apple and Android devices.
That sounds like fun. I'll give it a try.
Just go to the Apple app or Google Play Store and download it today.
You're listening to WRDB, Western Reserve Digital Broadcasting, Youngstown, Warren, Salem, and around the world.
Catch all of the spring and summer action of Cleveland Cobras minor league football here on Western Reserve Radio. Follow the Cobras as they compete in the Gridiron Developmental Football League against top teams from across the nation in pursuit of a GDFL championship. And if you're looking to continue your football career after high school, college, or even the pros, go to clevelandcobrasfootball.com or contact Jesse Caldwell at 330-416-3442.
Mill Creek Golf Course is the Valley's leader for golfing fun with a practice range, short game area, and Hole 55 bar and grill all on site. Mill Creek Golf Course features a friendly PGA professional staff available for instruction, along with 36 challenging holes designed by the legendary Donald Ross. Don't forget family fun night golf on Fridays and Saturdays for just $25. For details and tee times, call 330-740-7112 or go online to millcreekmetroparks.org.
Back to the Sandrock Concrete High School football game of the week on Western Reserve Radio.
Welcome back here to Western Reserve Digital Radio and AM 1240 WBBW as we get for week 3 action as Poland travels up here to Howland to take on the Tigers. Both teams come in at 1-1. The Tigers, at a home team, have scored 20 points, have scored 19 points, given up 20 on the season, while the Bulldogs have scored 33, given up 37. Poland averaging 16.5 points per ball game. Howland coming in just averaging under 10 points per game.
And their difficulty was only scoring 6 in their first game, but 6 was plenty because they won that game with the 2 Ashley Macias field goals in that first game on Thursday night.
One of the more interesting stats we have is for Howland, averaging almost 180 yards rushing during the ball game. They're only averaging about 7 yards passing, but it is the running game that makes the Tigers go.
Right, it's going to be teams that are able to contain or slow down that running game from Howland that may pose difficulties for them, forcing them to throw the football.
And quarterback Luca Masucci is averaging almost 85 yards per ball game. So, again, it shows you the importance of the run. Let's pause now, I believe, for our national anthem.
Teams aren't out yet, so I don't know.
No, maybe not. I've seen the drug line, and I thought maybe that's what they're getting ready for.
And, we kind of talked about this last week with the Cardinal Mooney Hubbard game, and I think the same thing goes this week. This is a big game for both of these teams, but it's going to roll right into another big game. Poland has to go to Hubbard next Friday and play an undefeated Hubbard team. Howland, playing as an independent now, they have to go on the road. They go to Boardman, and Boardman's also 2-0.
Yeah, it's really, like I say, this is a kind of a statement game for both teams in my eyes. This is a game that both teams know they need, as they, not just for computer points, but as a momentum going into the rest of the season. You want to have all that momentum and belief in each team.
Let's get you some of the starting lineups. Starting lineups brought to you by Cleveland Cobras Football. Cleveland Cobras minor league football is building for the 2022 season. Interested players or former players can call Jesse Caldwell at 330-416-3442 for more information, or you can visit Cleveland Cobras Football on Facebook. Offensive starters for the Howland Tigers. Luca Masucci will be the quarterback. Matthew Walmer is the tailback. Gabe Banda, the tight end. Ethan Snyder will be the fullback. Wide receivers are Will King and Sam Vaca. The offensive line is Gage Gibson, Grant Myers, Carter Bauer, Simon Merkel, and Aiden Housel. Offensively, 4 of the Poland Bulldogs. They are led by quarterback Jack Fulton. Dom Parker, Cam Slosser are your tailbacks. The tight end, Michael Gordon. 3 wideouts, Ross Vito, Gavin Weiss, and Alex D'Angelo. The offensive line is Steven Solik, Dom Sarabin, Zach Christensen, and Dom Pagan, and Joe Majecko. Defensively, for Howland it will be up front Gabe Beta, Victor Cheffo, Jack Baxter. The linebackers are Mike Gulios, Nolan Russelli, Marco Masucci, and Ethan Snyder. Your DBs are Will King, Sam Vaca, Luca Masucci, and Matthew Wolmer. And defensively for Poland, Dom Parker, Zach Christensen, Jeff Mazlewski are your defensive ends. The linebackers, Jack Fulton, Michael Natoli, Michael Gordon, and Christian Kosomo. And the other linebacker is Dylan Smith. And in the secondary, Alex D'Angelo, Ross Dito, and Gavin Weiss.
It is going to be an interesting game here tonight. Looking forward to this as the Tigers take the field here as they run between the marching band as the Poland Bulldogs on the far side. It should be a great matchup between these two schools. Mark, some of your keys for tonight.
You know, it's going to be for Poland. Can they force Howland into a situation where they have to throw the football? And they're a team, they want to grind the ball, they want to keep possession, they want to keep the clock going. Poland is a team that can do a little bit of both. For Howland, if they can put Poland in those third and long situations, then I think they have a chance to really make this a good game, because it's been an interesting start for both of these teams. They're kind of on opposite paths to get to 1-1 here tonight.
All right, let's take one final timeout here on the Sandrock Concrete Game of the Week. This is a 2-minute timeout. You're listening to Western Reserve Digital Radio on AM 1240 WBBW.
Professional, fast, highly knowledgeable, easy to work with. These are real reviews by customers of Sandrock Concrete. For all your concrete block, brick, stone, stonework, and excavating needs, call Jerry Sandrock. For your free estimate at 330-506-0013. Sandrock Concrete is fully insured and ready to make your ideas a reality. Sandrock Concrete is a proud supporter and sponsor of Mahoning Valley High School football on Western Reserve Radio.
So, are you enjoying our station? Well, now you can take us along on your mobile device wherever you go.
Wow!
The free Live 365 app is available for both Apple and Android devices.
That sounds like fun. I'll give it a try.
Just go to the Apple app or Google Play Store and download it today.
You're listening to WRDB, Western Reserve Digital Broadcasting, Youngstown, Warren, Salem, and around the world.
Located in Applewood Estates in Boardman Township, the Applewood Swim and Tennis Club offers a pleasant family environment. Choose a membership that meets your needs and enjoy a relaxing venue that includes not only swimming for the family, but also youth activities such as competitive swimming, tennis, and more. Enjoy the friendly atmosphere all summer long with the staff and members of the Applewood Swim and Tennis Club. For more information, go to applewoodswimandtennis.com or call 330-953-2833.
During the fall and winter, grilling season never ends, and Gessler Propane is your local supplier that makes sure you get your hard-earned money's worth. Why go to gas exchanges to pay higher prices for tanks not filled to capacity? Gessler Propane makes sure you're prepared for year-round grilling with 100% filled tanks at a reasonable cost. See Bob Monday through Friday, 10 to 4, and Saturday, 9 to 3 at Gessler Propane, 702 Youngstown Poland Road, Struthers, or call 330-755-9119. Gessler Propane. They got gas.
Back to the Sandrock Concrete High School Football Game of the Week on Western Reserve Radio.
Welcome back here to Tiger Stadium in Howland as we get ready for tonight's kickoff between the Poland Bulldogs and the Howland Tigers. We're going to pause 10 seconds for tonight's station identification.
This is the radio home of the best high school sports in Youngstown and all sports everywhere. We are Sports Radio 1240 WBBW Youngstown, a Cumulus media station.
As we get ready here for tonight's kickoff, the officials are meeting at midfield as they get their instructions from each other. As we're waiting for both teams to enter the field. Both coaches surrounding their teams, giving their last instructions, and it looks like the Tigers are all fired up here on the sideline, getting ready for tonight's opener here.
A different look than what we've seen from Howland, at least for us in years past, with the pretty much black and white uniforms, kind of a little reminiscent of Penn State.
Yeah, it's a nice look. It was the big white trim numbers. I love it. And then the Poland in their traditional blue and white with the blue numbers. So Poland will kick off, it looks like. Now Poland's going to receive. Take that back. And they will receive going left to right on your devices here tonight. And your AM radio listening on WBBW 1240. Glad to have you aboard. Mark Means, yours truly, Tim Continenza, and Anthony Kepley on stats here tonight. And Larry Snyder's back at the station running the show, and Dave Ferris is executive producing here tonight.
That gives him a really fancy title. Does he deserve that?
You know what? He wants it, so I guess he gets it, right?
Well, he could take us off the air, so
I guess he gets it. Yeah, exactly. We wanted the world's greatest executive producer, but he was not available.
He was not available. That's right. We just got to figure out how to get that in somewhere.
All right. Teeing the ball up is Carter Mock for the Tigers at the 40-yard line on the near hash by the Tigers bench. Too deep. Receive here for Poland. As Colton Fulton is back along with Alex D'Angelo. And here's the kick. It's a high, short kick. Can be fielded about the 24-yard line as Fulton brings it across the 30 and dives forward close to the 34-yard line. He almost lost control of the ball on his way down.
And just able to hold on to it as the kicker, Carter Mock, came up and finished off that tackle to begin tonight's game.
All right, first down and 10 coming up here for the Poland Bulldogs. Will be led by Jack Fulton, number 1 for the Poland Bulldogs. The Poland Bulldogs go almost numerically in their skill positions. They got 1, 6, 10, 11, 22 are some of the names and numbers that we'll be talking about as they are on the low number side for their skill position. And it will be Jack Fulton underneath center, looks like, to start tonight's game with 2 receivers out to his left, along with Dom Parker in the backfield with a wing on the right. They'll bring one in motion. He'll go back to pass. He'll throw it to the left side. Falls incomplete for Parker. And he'll bring up second down and 10.
That's big Grant Myers, the defensive lineman, 6'3", 260, who put some pressure in on the quarterback. He had a big game in week 1 against Niles, and he quickly got off the edge to begin tonight's game.
So Poland goes with a no-huddle offense. The skill positions will go towards the sideline and get the single and then come to the line of scrimmage. Fulton will be in shotgun, and they'll send 3 receivers in pattern, 2 to the left, 1 to the right, with a wing on the right side. They're going to sweep it to the right side. They'll get it to Fulton. That's Colton Fulton, and he brings it forward across the 45, up close to the 50-yard line. Goes Cole Fulton.
That's a great job of the wide receivers for the Bulldogs blocking down on that play. Dom Parker, 6'2", 210, took out 2 defenders for Howland to clear the way.
So it'll be third down, about 4 coming up here for Poland. Ball at just outside the 45-yard line. What's really nice here in Howland is they have the play clock on the field where you can see it in the corners as it's down to 15 seconds on the play clock. 3 receivers set, 2 to the left, 1 to the right. Fulton will take on a keeper. He'll spin to the front, gets clogged there, keeps his motor moving, but he's going to be short of the sticks by about 2 yards. And he'll be stopped around the 48-yard line. And he'll bring up about a 4th down and a long one coming up here for the Poland Bulldogs.
Nolan Mutselli made the initial contact in the backfield, but he was able to shrug that off. And what would have been a big loss, got a couple out of it to bring up 4th and short.
So I'll bring up a 4th and a long one coming up here for Poland. They will go for it from their own 47-yard line. I formation in the backfield, dotted there by Dom Parker. Underneath center is Jack Fulton. He takes the snap, hands it off to Parker. Parker goes forward. He's going to get close to the sticks, but I think he might be shy by about a half a yard, Mark.
Yeah, it's going to be close where the far side judge came in. I think he came up short. And Howland's going to have great field position for their first possession.
And they have not singled one way or the other. They may bring out the sticks here. Boy, that might be just outside. I'm trying to look at the stick and where the ball's at, Mark. That's going to be closer than I think it is, but I do believe they're going to be just shy. They're going to bring out the sticks and measure here. They have to get to the 49-yard line, and looking at the ball, it looks a little short of that.
The sticks will come from the far side of the field for the measurement. Yeah, initially where the ball rests, it does look like it's about a half yard shy.
And they'll stretch it out. And the Tigers are going to hold on fourth down. They'll take over at the 49-yard line as it's just shy of that by about a foot.
And that's one of those difficult coaching decisions. If you go for it, you show confidence in your offensive line and your team. If you go for it and fail, now you put your defense in a short field to work with.
I'll mark the ball at the 48-yard line, so the Tigers take over first down and 10 at the Poland 48-yard line with 10 minutes, 59 seconds remaining here in the first quarter. Luka Masucci at quarterback. Two receivers out to his right. Keeney will get the handoff. He'll go right side. He has the corner. He turns it at the 45 to the 40, picks up the first down, and gets knocked out of bounds around the 35-yard line. Ian Keeney, the 5'9", 145-pound junior, had a big game the first 2 weeks of the season, gets the first carry for over 12 yards for a first down.
Score's already starting to come in here early. Niles with the early 7-0 lead over East. Salem, a 7-0 lead over East Liverpool. And Matthews, a 6-0 lead over Sebring, all early on in the first quarter.
One receiver left, one right. Masucci in shotgun with Keeney to his right. He's back to pass. He'll throw a quick sprint. They'll get it out to the wideout, which is Barca. And he's going to pick up about 2 yards on the play.
Well, Tim, it took Hubbard and T.C. Caffey 51 seconds to get his first touchdown tonight.
How far did he go?
46 yards for a 7-0 lead for Hubbard.
So second down and 8 coming up here for the Tigers. Masucci in shotgun with two receivers to his right. Handoff goes to Keeney. He cuts it in flat to the 30, puts up speed, crosses the 25, picks up the first down, all the way down to the 22-yard line. Nice run again by Ian.
You know, we talked about it. He's not the biggest back, but I love that hard plant and then turn, cut opposite, and pick up some nice yardage.
9:55 on a moving clock here in the first quarter. First possession of the ball game here for the Howland Tigers. They took over at their own at the Poland 48-yard line. Two receivers out to the left. Masucci in shotgun. Looks over to the bench for final instructions. Now looks over to defense and will take the snap. They'll run the speed option. They'll hand it off to Keeney. He goes up the middle, and he's going to get close to the 16-yard line.
Made by number 7.
And he'll pick up about 5 on the play and bring up a second down and 5 coming up here for Howland.
Over on Western Reserve Radio, this Applewood Swim and Tennis Club scoreboard update. Springfield 7, Geneva nothing. Bo Brunkard runs it in from 39 yards out.
They'll split the receivers left and right. Ian Kinney is in the backfield to the left of quarterback Luka Masucci. And Masucci will keep as he'll go up the middle. He'll spin to his right, get close to the 15-yard line and be pushed back. He'll gain about 2 on the play. And he'll bring up a third down and short coming up here for Howland.
I think at this position on the field, this is probably, I'd say it's probably 4-down territory here. You've got a very good kicker, but you can really establish something here early with the way you're running the football.
We're down to 8 minutes, 15 seconds on a moving clock here in the first quarter. First possession of the game for Howland. They took over at their own 48-yard line on downs from Poland. They'll send 2 receivers in pattern, one left, one right. And again, Luka Masucci in the shotgun with King in the backfield. He'll do a quick throw out, and it's going to be bobbled and dropped on a low pass. His intended receiver was Sam Bacha, excuse me. And they'll bring up 4th down and decisions time here for Coach Boyle.
I'll have to see what they elect to do here. 4th and, what about 3?
Yeah, it looks like they're going to keep the offense on the field here with 7:50 remaining here in the first quarter. So both teams elected to go on 4th down. Masucci in shotgun. He'll send 1 receiver left and right. Keene in the backfield. And it's Masucci rolling out to his left, looking downfield. He stops. He's going to run, and he's going to tackle in the backfield. They're going to get a face mask, I believe, on the defense at the 20-yard line. And that's going to prolong this drive and give it a second life here.
And Masucci didn't really have a lot of options in that pattern. And when they took it away, he tried to run, and one of the defenders reached in and got a piece of that face mask.
I think it was Dom Parker who was on that tackle, and it is a personal foul, face mask against the Bulldogs at the 20-yard line. So they'll pick up the first down on the penalty, and they'll take it half the distance to the goal line to the 10-yard line. So it'll be 1st and goal coming up here for Howland at the Poland 10-yard line.
Coming off the big road win last week, the Niles Red Dragons lead it by 14 in the opening quarter against East at home.
Again, 2 receivers set, 1 left, 1 right. In the pistol is Masucci. He'll bring Alex Vaca in motion from left to right. Hand off to Keene. Keene's going to get trapped in the backfield and brought down around the 12-yard line.
Yeah, coming up to make the play, Zach Christensen, 5'11", 280, and a senior. He blew that play up from the initial handoff.
So down to 7 minutes and 5 seconds on a moving clock here. We'll bring up 2nd down and goal from, let's call it the 13-yard line here for Howland. This drive started at the Poland's 48-yard line as they took over on downs. We'll send 2 receivers out to the right, 1 to the left as they move right to left on your devices here tonight. Masucci back to pass. He'll fire over the middle, has a big target, overthrows his intended receiver, Dante DeLupo, and they'll fall incomplete.
Yeah, had a man open downfield, and as you said, a big receiver. And it just went over his head at 6'4" and 230.
Yeah. So we'll bring up 3rd down and goal from the 13-yard line here for Howland. See which Coach Boyle chooses to dial up here on 3rd and goal from the 13. They'll send 3 receivers in pattern, 2 to the right, 1 to the left. In the pistol is Masucci. They'll bring 1 receiver from right to left. High snap, they'll hand it off to Keene. He'll get trapped, break a tackle, moves inside to the 10 and gets down close to the 8-yard line. Nice run there by Ian Keene as he just never gave up on that play.
We mentioned it earlier, 5'9" and 146. Not the biggest running back, but he absorbed that hit, was able to bounce off of it and pick up extra yardage.
He even ran without his shoe there. And he just put his new shoe back on. We're down close to 6 minutes remaining here in the first quarter. And they'll bring the kicker out here for Ashley Masekas. For the right footer, here she comes. Here's snap the hold. The kick is up, and it is going to be pushed. Oh, hits the upright on the right side no good.
A 26-yard attempt for Ashley Macias that just hits that right upright.
So Ashley Macias got a nice foot into it. It was about halfway up the upright, but it bounced off the right side and actually the left goalpost if you're looking the opposite way from the fan shell. Needless to say, they'll take over at the 20-yard line. That's one of the advantages of trying field goals. If you miss it, they're going to get at the 20-yard line. It's like a punt.
Yeah.
Even though you're inside, if you take a long one, you still get across the goal line, it goes out to the 20-yard line.
Such a weapon to have a kicker at the high school level. It can really make a difference in the potential to win a couple extra games as the year goes along.
So Poland takes over for the second possession with 5:45 remaining here in the first quarter. Fulton at quarterback. He'll hand it off to Parker. Parker up the middle, crosses the 25, puts his head down and gets all the way up to the 28-yard line. An 8-yard gain here by Dom Parker.
Now, Parker is one of those backs that he's close to at full speed when he gets the football and he hits the line approaching that full speed tendency, and that's where he gets his extra yardage, that time 9 yards.
So second down and let's call it a long one here coming up here for Poland. Fulton takes the snap. He's going to keep. He's going to roll outside to his right. Crosses the 35, moves out to the 40, makes a nice move to the 50, down the sidelines to the 40, and out of bounds around the 36-yard line. Jack Fulton on the keeper made a nice pickup and just turned on the Jets and made a couple nice moves along the way.
And showed tremendous vision down the field, able to weave in and out between tacklers to put this football into Howland territory.
Five minutes remaining here in the first quarter. Poland with their second possession. First down and 10 now at the 39-yard line of Howland. Jack Fulton will send three receivers in pattern. He'll hand it off, and he'll go straight up the gut with Dylan Smith, and he's going to get across the 35-yard line.
Let's see what other scores we can get along here for you. It is Hubbard 14 and Cleveland Shaw nothing. TC Caffey again into the end zone. This from 10 yards out.
One receiver out to the left here for Poland. One to the right. Actually, going to put two to the right. One to the left. Shotgun here for Jack Fulton. They have Dylan Smith in the backfield. And it'll be Jack Fulton on the keeper up the middle. It crosses the 30 down to 29-yard line. That should be enough for another Poland first down here on the keeper by Jack Fulton.
Holding the ball there, stopped by Luca Masucci. Come to the all-new Toyota Warren on Route 46 and see why Toyota is the #1 retail brand.
So first down and 10 here for Poland as we reach down to 4-minute mark here in the first quarter. So Poland will send three receivers out to the left. Fulton in shotgun. He's back to pass. He'll throw it quickly out, and it's almost picked off there by Masucci. And it falls incomplete, and it'll bring up second down and 10. So it is Woomer, the running back for Howland. We had a wrong information given to us, so we apologize for that. We'll move on. 3:37 remaining here in the first quarter. They'll send three receivers in pattern, two to the right, one to the left. They'll bring Fulton in motion, and Fulton will get the handoff. Goes left side, turns the corner at the 25, and it's knocked out of bounds around the 24-yard line. And they'll pick up close to 5 on the play and bring up a 2nd down and 5 coming up here for the Bulldogs.
So that's the difficult thing about preparing for Poland. They have so many different athletes that are going to touch the football. You've got to prepare to defend all of them.
Yeah, you know, that's what Coach Pav loves to do, and he's done for many years in his coaching tree. So Jack Fulton at quarterback. Ross Dito is one of the receiver. He's out to the left. Cole Fulton is the receiver Cole Fulton's to the left, and Dito is to the right, and we're going to have a timeout with 2:49 here remaining here in the first quarter.
It's been an interesting opening quarter so far. We've seen both teams go for it on 4th down, and we've just seen a missed field goal here in this opening quarter, and we really haven't seen the ball in the air much at all so far.
No, both teams have been able to really, up front, really dominate with their offensive line and move the ball. And it'll be interesting to see what happens here on 3rd down and 5 coming up here for Poland. You are listening to the Game of the Week on Western Reserve Digital Radio and AM 1240 WBBW, the Sandrock Concrete Game of the Week. For a free estimate, call owner Jerry Sandrock at 330-506-0013.
Geneva and Springfield now tied up at 7 over on Western Reserve Radio. That game's still in the first quarter.
So we'll see what Coach Pavlinski comes up with here as Coach Pav has a 3rd down and 5 here for his Poland Bulldogs at the Howland 24-yard line. Jack Fulton in shotgun. Takes a high snap. He'll keep. Goes to his left. He's going to pick up the 1st down and more. Gets down to the 10. Outside to the 5. Into the end zone for the first touchdown of the ball game. Jack Fulton goes 24 yards for the touchdown.
Love the vision that he has from the quarterback spot. He was able to cut back left and right and then found that far pylon for the 23-yard rushing touchdown.
So Poland strikes first here with 2:42 remaining here in the first quarter. And the extra point is about to come. Wyatt Bobby. And the kick is up and through. And with that extra point, Poland takes a 7-0 lead over Howland. We're going to take a 1-minute timeout. You're listening to high school football on AM 1240 and Western Reserve Digital Radio.
Mill Creek Golf Course has been the Valley's leader for golfing fun since 1928. It features 36 challenging holes designed by the legendary Donald Ross and was voted a top 30 municipal facility by Golf Week in 2012. The Mill Creek Golf Shop is a certified Callaway Golf custom fitting center and it is stocked with your favorite golf apparel and accessories. Mill Creek Golf Course is now booking tee times for this year's golf season. Please call us at 330-740-7112 or online at millcreekmetroparks.org. Sandrock Concrete specializes in all types of concrete, driveways, sidewalks, basements, and garages. We also do stamp-colored concrete in many different designs. We do interior and exterior stonework, regular brick and block work. Sandrock Concrete is fully insured. Call Jerry Sandrock at 330-506-0013 for an estimate. Also find them on Facebook at Sandrock Concrete LLC. Sandrock Concrete, where you deal with the owner all the time.
Back to the Sandrock Concrete High School Football Game of the Week on Western Reserve Radio.
Poland tees the ball up at the 40-yard line as they take the early lead, 7-0 here over Howland with 2:42 remaining here in the first quarter. As Christian Calismio will kick it off. Excuse me, that's 42. That is Tommy Kushner kicking off. And here's the kick. And it's going to be a high, short kick at the 25-yard line, fielded by one of the upbacks, crosses the 30, down to the 35-yard line. And that is where Howland will take over at their own 35.
We saw Howland successfully move the football on that opening possession. We'll have to see what they do here now. And it looks like they're going to make a change at quarterback. John Perry, wearing number 15, looks like he's entering the game.
That Poland drive went 7 plays, 80 yards. It took 3 minutes and 3 seconds off the clock, and it was scored touchdown by Jack Fulton on a 23-yard run.
Perry, Tim, 6'4", 180 pounds, and a sophomore.
So Perry in at quarterback. There'll be 3 receivers set, 2 to the right, 1 to the left as they move right to left on your devices here tonight. Hand off to Wolmer. He's going to go right side. He has room to the 40. He's to the 50. Down to the 40. Breaking tackles and caught from behind at the 35-yard line.
We saw that on the opening drive. He gives you the hip fake to the short side, able to cut back on a dime between the hash marks, and had a big run right there.
And mark him down at the 36-yard line. It'll be first down and 10 at the 36-yard line of Poland here for the Tigers. So Perry, different look at quarterback, a taller quarterback. Will take the snap in shotgun. He'll hand it off to Wolmer. Wolmer will reverse field, goes from left to right, down the sideline to the 30. Keeps his head down and knocks a couple of people down, crosses the 25-yard line and picks up another first down here for the Tigers. Big run there by Wolmer.
He continues to be that running back that they can count on. He's going to get a lot of carries here tonight.
Matthew Wolmer is a senior, 5'8", 175-pound running back. We're down 1:50 on a moving clock here in the first. John Perry is a sophomore quarterback, 6'4", 180-pound quarterback here for the Tigers. He'll send 3 receivers in pattern, 2 to the left, 1 to the right. He has Wolmer in the backfield to his left. Takes a snap. He's back to pass. He's looking down the middle. He's going to roll out. Now move up in the pocket. Throws across. Has a man open inside at 10. Caught by Carter Mock at the 9-yard line.
That was a fantastic throw for the first attempt for the sophomore. Shrugged off a defender, stepped up into the pocket, and threw a rope for his receiver to make the play.
And they mark him down at the, looks like the 8-yard line. Great throw there by Perry. Never panicked in the pocket, moving up, making that throw. 3 receivers set again, 2 to the left, 1 to the right. The sophomore will take the snap. He'll hand it off to Wolmer. He goes left side. He's going to have the edge. He's down to the 5, dives into the end zone. Touchdown, Howland Tigers. So Wolmer gets into the end zone. The 5'8", 170-pound running back. And the Tigers were 1 point away here from tying this ball game up.
Both teams love to run the football and relying on big, strong, powerful offensive lines to lead the way.
Ashley Macias is in for the point after. Here's the snap, and the kick is up, and it is through, and we are tied here at Howland between Poland and the Tigers at 7 with 55 seconds remaining here in the first quarter.
And that was a big response for the Howland Tigers. Knowing Poland took that early lead, how would they respond? For
Western Reserve Radio is the...
They ran the ball right down the field, and we are now tied up at 7.
Yeah. 2 quick responses from both teams. You got to love how Howland bounced back on the first drive. They got inside the 20-yard line, down to the 10, and then had some trouble getting into the end zone. They missed a field goal when it hit the upright, but they bounced right back with a big drive here.
And that's got to give them confidence. They know they can move the football because they've done it up and down the field in this opening quarter.
That drive took 4 plays, went 63 yards, took 1:42 off the clock as Wolmer went 7 yards for the touchdown. So Carter Mock will tee the ball up on the near hash by the Tigers bench as they'll kick right to left. 55 seconds remaining here in the first quarter. 2 deep here for Poland, D'Angelo and Fulton deep here for the Bulldogs, standing around the 15-yard line. So mock kick is a short kick, and it's going to be fielded at the 37-yard line. Crosses the 40 up to the 45-yard line. Running that back is Michael Natoli. And they'll bring first down and 10 with great field position here for the Poland Bulldogs.
A lot of times, some of those up men not used to handling the football. Natoli did a great job there to make the catch, made the snap decision that I'm going to try and return this, and be able to pick up about 6 or 7 yards on the run.
So the Bulldogs first down and 10 at their own 46-yard line to start this drive. With a little less than 51 seconds remaining here in tonight's first quarter. So they come to the line of scrimmage to play. They I formation in the backfield. Fulton takes the snap. He fakes on a drawback. Goes back, rolls to his right, fires, and it's almost really picked off as the overshoots his intended receiver, and Michael Gracias almost come down with the interception there.
Okay, it was looking like he was trying to throw that football away, but didn't put enough air under it. Almost threw it to the safety who came over to make a play on the ball.
So bring up second down and 10 here for Poland at the 46-yard line.
A couple of local teams, Tim, that are off to 2-0 start struggling early tonight. Streetsboro leading Struthers near the end of the opening quarter, 7-0. And Keystone, the same 7-0 lead over LeBray.
Fulton in shotgun will bring his brother in motion, but he'll keep Jack Fulton to the left, to the 50, has room, to the 40, down the right, left sideline, to the 30, down to the 25-yard line. Caught right around the 25-yard line, but a big run again by the quarterback, Jack Fulton, here for the Bulldogs.
I am so impressed by how well these receivers block for Poland. They would not be able to have these runs by Fulton without the blocking of the receivers downfield. It kind of reminds you of the way Urban Meyer coached Ohio State receivers to block, because as a receiver, if you don't block, you're not getting on the field.
It's a big part of the running game that a lot of people don't recognize is what receivers and tight ends do down the field. As you just mentioned there, Mark, 3 receivers set, 2 to the right, 1 to the left as they move left to right. Handoff goes to Parker, and Parker is going to go left side, and he'll get about a 2-yard gain. We'll bring up a second down and 8 as we're down to the last 2 seconds here of the quarter.
We were all talking about this game before we went on the air. How about this? After 1 quarter, it is Chardon 20, Ursuline nothing.
Wow. All right, we played one here in Howland. We are tied at 7 between the Bulldogs and the Tigers. This is a 1-minute timeout. You're listening to the Sandrock Concrete Game of the Week on AM 1240 and Western Reserve Digital Radio.
Western Reserve Radio is the Valley's online source for sports talk and local live events. Tune in and be a part of their live weekly shows, as well as all of the hard-hitting action of Youngstown Phantoms hockey, high school football, and the GDFL. Find them at westernreserveradio.com. Tune in and the Live 365 app to be a part of the area's sports conversation. Be sure to visit them on Facebook at Western Reserve Radio and on Twitter at WR_radio.
So, are you enjoying our station? Well, now you can take us along on your mobile device wherever you go.
Wow!
The free Live 365 app is available for both Apple and Android devices.
That sounds like fun. I'll give it a try.
Just go to the Apple app or Google Play Store and download it today.
You're listening to WRDB, Western Reserve Digital Broadcasting, Youngstown, Warren, Salem, and around the world.
Back to the Sandrock Concrete High School Football Game of the Week on Western Reserve Radio.
12 minutes on the clock as we enter the second quarter, as we switch sides of the field. So Poland will now go right to left on your devices here tonight, as they'll bring Cole Fulton in motion and hand off to him. He goes right side. He turns the corner at the 20, gets down close to the 16-yard line, just shy of the sticks. But a nice pickup there on second down by Cole Fulton for Poland.
Well, both Fulton is one of those type of runners that they look like they're moving fast, but they still are. They're gliding by the defenders as they turn the corner.
I formation in the backfield. Fulton underneath center. Handoff goes to Parker. Parker goes right side, picks up the first down as he dives forward close to the 14-yard line.
I thought they were going to get a flag on that play. The fullback that was leading the way kind of rocked out of his stance just a hair early, but no flag thrown.
So first down and 10 here for Poland at the 14-yard line. We're down to 11 minutes, 15 seconds on a moving clock here in the second quarter. We are tied at 7 here in Howland between the Poland Bulldogs and the Howland Tigers. Parker to the left of Fulton in the backfield. 3 receivers set. They'll bring one in motion. Fake to Cole Fulton as Jack Fulton will keep it. He'll spin in the backfield and get caught and be brought down back around the 18-yard line.
It's another tackle for loss for Howland by one of their top defenders, number 71, Grant Myers, started the play, and Luca Masucci was there to clean it up.
So they'll lose about 5 or 6 on the play and bring up a second down and 14 here for Poland.
Over on Western Reserve Radio, Springfield leading Geneva 14-7 as they play early second quarter.
3 receivers set, 2 to the right, 1 to the left. Back to pass is Fulton. He looking to the left side. He'll fire to the corner. He'll complete it to Cole Fulton as he dives forward across the 10 down to the 8-yard line. So the Fulton brothers come through again on that play.
And we've seen a lot of the time in the weight room pay off for both of these teams. Both runners for both squads doing a great job breaking tackles and picking up that hidden yardage.
Down under 9:50 here to play in the second quarter. 3rd down and 4 coming up here for the Bulldogs. Jack Fulton in shotgun. 4 receivers set. 2 left, 2 right. Dylan Smith in the backfield. Handoff goes to Cole Fulton. He goes right side to the 10, turns the corner to the 5, and scoots into the end zone for a touchdown as Poland retakes the lead with 9:26 remaining here in the second quarter.
Poland doing the little things here, and then this drive, they got a great block at the last second so he could just clear the edge and turn upfield for that touchdown.
Poland up by 6 right now with the point after to be attempted here by Wyatt Bobby, the right footer, soccer style kicker. Gets his position, waits for the snap. Here's the hold in the kick. Here's a line drive kick through the uprights. Good to make it 14-7 Poland, but 9:26 remaining here in the first half. You're listening to the Sandrock Concrete Game of the Week on Western Reserve Digital Radio and AM 1240 WBBW. This is a 1-minute timeout.
Catch all of the spring and summer action of Cleveland Cobras minor league football here on Western Reserve Radio. Follow the Cobras as they compete in the Gridiron Developmental Football League against top teams from across the nation in pursuit of a GDFL championship. And if you're looking to continue your football career after high school, college, or even the pros, go to clevelandcobrasfootball.com or contact Jesse Caldwell at 330-416-3442.
Mill Creek Golf Course is the Valley's leader for golfing fun with a practice range, short game area, and hole 55 bar and grill all on site. Mill Creek Golf Course features a friendly PGA professional staff available for instruction, along with 36 challenging holes designed by the legendary Donald Ross. Don't forget family fun night golf on Fridays and Saturdays for just $25. For details and tee times, call 330-740-7112 or go online to millcreekmetroparks.org.
Back to the Sandrock Concrete High School Football Game of the Week on Western Reserve Radio.
Welcome back here to Howland as Poland has retaken the lead 14-7. Here's the kickoff. It's a high driving kick. It's going to be fielded at the 16-yard line as they bring it across the 20 to the 25 and down close to the 30-yard line. Poland's drive went 8 plays, 54 yards, took a minute 25 on the clock as Cole Fulton went 8 yards into the end zone for the Bulldogs.
Don't forget, coming up at the half, we will have our first edition of the PAC report. That is the President's Athletic Conference Football Report, narrated by Commissioner Joe Anderko.
That's a great report. I've heard it over the years, and it's so much great information in such a small amount of time.
I heard they play good football in that conference.
Just a little bit. I could be mistaken, but I've watched it a few times.
I've seen a game or two.
Yeah, me too.
Or 100.
So Perry still at quarterback here for Howland. High formation in the backfield. First time we've seen this. Underneath center. Perry goes back on a 7-stop drop. Looks, and he's going to fumble the ball, but one of his teammates is there to bring it in on that fumble. That was Simon Merkel making recovery there, coming out of his offensive line position and make that fumble recovery at the 26-yard line. So play action pass there. Mark got back, got a little pressure, and once the defense wrapped him, the ball came loose.
Yeah, it was one of those where somebody just came unaccounted for and was able to come free and able to get a hand on the football to knock it loose, trying to make the tackle.
So Perry will take the snap in shotgun. He'll hand off to Woolmer. Woolmer goes left side, breaks a tackle, but he's going to be caught in the backfield on his second effort. I think they're going to give him forward progress up to the 27-yard line.
If my math serves me right, and it usually doesn't, that is the 11th rushing touchdown for T.C. Caffey in 2.5 games. It's now Hubbard 21, Shaw nothing. Under 10 minutes to play first half.
Architectural and engineering firms throughout the valley.
John Perry at quarterback. He'll be in shotgun with 3 receivers set. 2 to the left, 1 to the right. Woolmer in the backfield to his right. Takes the snap. He's back to pass. He's looking. He's going to fire out wide. He's going to complete it to Sam Vaca, and he's going to step out of bounds around the 34-yard line.
In the battle of the orange and a black, Newton Falls 15 and Mineral Ridge 14 as they begin the second quarter.
Some really interesting scores going on here so far. So we're down to 7 minutes, 40 seconds remaining here in the first half. And we're going to have a Gibson coming in to punt the ball here on 4th down and 6. Single safety back to return here for Poland. Here's the punt. Nice driving kick all the way back to the 29-yard line. Picked up there. So it brings it across to the 35 and down there. It'll be first down and 10 as Cole Fulton brings it back to the 36-yard line.
While we have a moment, some Applewood Swim and Tennis Club scores, courtesy of our friend Austin Maludik from Maludik Live. Second quarter, Niles 20, East nothing. Second quarter, Jefferson 14, Edgewood 7. Also second quarter, Lowellville 13, Wellsville nothing. And Streetsboro with a 14-0 lead over Struthers second quarter.
Yeah, Austin invited me again this year to do his weekly picks.
How you doing so far?
I'm hanging in there about halfway, about right in the middle of the pack, right with Austin.
First couple of weeks are always the hardest to kind of figure teams out.
Yeah. So we'll see how I do. I'm usually right in the middle of the pack. But we thank him for all his things that he brings. 21-0 Canfield over Cleveland JFK, too. Fulton will roll out to his right, keep as it crosses the 40 and moves forward close to the sticks. He's knocked down around the 45-yard line, but nice run there by Jack Fulton on that play.
It was a devastating block at the 45-yard line that initially did not look good, but it was good to see all members of both squads get up and walk back to their huddles after that run.
Yeah, Fulton actually got credit for all 10 yards on that roll. And it'll be first down and 10 here for Poland at the 44-yard line. High formation in the backfield. Handoff goes as they go to the right side, cross the 50 and moves the pile down right around the 50-yard line.
Got some flags coming in at the end of this
play,
play, too.
On the carry there. Yeah, we have a couple flags late after the play there, I think.
There is a flag on the field.
Matthew Bucheri is a 5'8", 165-pound sophomore running that ball there for the Bulldogs. And that penalty will go against the Bulldogs. It'll be a 15-yarder. Unsportsmanlike. And I'll move the ball all the way back to the 35-yard line of Poland.
There haven't been a lot of penalties so far in this one, and what's been a quick-moving first half.
So that personal foul will set it back to a second down and 21, I believe, here for the Bulldogs. The first down is all the way out to the to the Howland 44-yard line. So Jack Fulton in shotgun. He goes back to pass. He's looking. He's going to fire a little too tall for Cole Fulton at the 40-yard line. It'll fall incomplete and bring up a third down and long coming up here for Poland.
We haven't really had a lot of situations for Poland where they've had to work in, 3rd and 5, 3rd and 8, or even being behind the chains the way their really big offensive line has controlled the line of scrimmage.
So see what Coach Pav comes up here on 3rd and 21. Ball at the 35-yard line of Poland. 3 receivers set. Back to pass is Fulton. Fulton rolls out, rolls to fire, throws underneath his intended receiver, and falls incomplete for Alex D'Angelo.
Fulton's pass intended for number 7, Alex D'Angelo.
And I'll bring up 4th down here, and I'm going to go out on a limb and say punting situation here for the Bulldogs.
I haven't seen a lot of punting for either teams, but in this situation, bring out the punter and try to flip the field position.
So, got a little delay here. Coach is talking to the officials over there by the Poland side. I'm not sure exactly what the conversation's about. You're listening to the Sandrock Concrete Game of the Week. For a free estimate, give owner Jerry Sandrock a call at 330-506-0013.
It just seems like we were starting this off a couple of days ago. Here we are, the 3rd week of the regular season. Week 4 is typically when we go into conference play for most area teams, and we'll be in the meat of the schedule already.
It is. It just, we say it because it's true. It is the fastest 10 weeks of the year. It just flies by. As Poland will go into punt formation, single safety as Wolmer back to receive here for the Tigers. He'll stand around his own 33-yard line. They'll get the punt off, no rush. A nice high kick, fielded at the 35 by Wolmer. Down the left sideline to the 40 and knocked out of bounds around the 41-yard line. So Holland will have excellent field position to start this drive at their own 41-yard line.
So this is our 3rd game. So we've seen 6 teams so far. Poland seems to be the most just fundamentally sound in what they do. The receivers block well. They really don't. They wrap up on their tackles. This team has really been prepared to come out here and play tonight. And they got off to a rough start, losing to Canfield in their first game, but bounced back with a big win last week.
So first down and 10 to mark the ball at the 40-yard line here for the Tigers. Perry still at quarterback. They'll have 1 receiver left, 1 right. They'll bring 1 in motion. Well, hand it off to Wolmer. He'll avoid 1 defender, but can't avoid the second one and gets swallowed up back at the 38-yard line. Got caught in the backfield. Both ends were there for Poland to make that play.
So we just got another update from Hubbard. Would you like to guess who scored?
T.C. Caffey?
T.C. Caffey's 4th touchdown of the first half. This one from 62 yards. Unofficially, he's matched his total from last week. 207 and 4 touchdowns in the first half.
Oh, my goodness. So we're looking at only 412 yards this week. And 8 touchdowns. They're going to try to set up a screenplay, but they're not going to get it off as Perry's going to go down at the 28-yard line.
It looked like 74, but I don't have one of those.
Yeah, I don't have that neither. Eric Neely, I believe. No, that's Poland. I apologize. No, I don't have that neither. So, number 74 came through there. And they'll bring up a third down and long here. Third down, about 21 coming up here. Sounds familiar, but this time it is for the Tigers. Perry in shotgun. One receiver to the right, 2 to the left. They'll bring one in motion from left to right, and Perry's going to keep. Perry to the corner, to the 30, and caught from behind as making that play was Dom Parker for Poland, catching Perry from behind at the 30-yard line.
And we've got a stoppage.
We have a flag down over about the 28-yard line by the Poland bench. I wonder if we had an illegal motion or illegal formation here, because that's right at about the line of scrimmage.
It was a month before he came back in. Marcus hands me this envelope. It's like $3.
14-7. Poland leads Howland here. They marked the ball at the 30-yard line. They picked up the flag. And they'll bring up 4th down, and they'll punt the ball away. Gage Gibbons in to punt the ball away. Fulton back to receive. Here's the kick. A nice high driving kick by Gibson. Fulton will make the catch at the 35, roll out to his right to the 40, cuts inside, gets close to the 45, is brought down there. But a nice return of 10 yards there by Cole Fulton for Poland. And they'll have 1st down and 10. An excellent field position around the 45-yard line.
We've talked about the big offensive numbers Ursuline's put up in the first 2 weeks. Well, the big offensive number, unfortunately, is being put up against them. They are trailing 33-7 in the second quarter to Chardon.
Well, the challenge is there for that offense to try to match that 50, 60-point output.
And the way they put points up, they're still in that football game.
Exactly. I was thinking the same thing. The defense is going to have to come up and make a play for them. We'll see if that materializes as the night continues. 3 receivers out to the left, 1 to the right as Poland goes right to the left. Back to passes Fulton. Goes down the long sideline, has a man open, caught at the 15, inside the 5, and down at the 5-yard line, I believe, is Ross Dito.
That was a beautiful rainbow throw right over his shoulder.
One of the best deep passes we've seen this year. So they marked the ball just outside the 5 at the 7-yard line, but it'll be 1st and goal coming up here for Poland as Fulton finds Dito down the right sideline. Jack Fulton will be in shotgun. He'll have Parker to his left, now moves him back to the right side. 3 receivers set. They're going to have Fulton, that is Jack with the ball. The quarterback goes up the middle. He gets back to the line of scrimmage. That's about it for no gain. I'll bring up 2nd down and goal coming up here for Poland.
We've seen Poland the last couple of years being very physical, very big up front, methodically driving the football. They can add that big play element to their offense. They're going to be a problem for teams this year.
They certainly will. 3 minutes, 15 seconds on a moving clock here in the second quarter. Poland up by 7, 14-7. They have the ball 2nd down and goal at the Howland's 8-yard line. 2 receivers to the right, 1 to the left. Parker to the left of Fulton in the backfield as he'll take the pistol snap. And it's Fulton going to go left side. Fulton with the ball. He's going to be dragged down from behind. He'll gain about a yard to the 7. But it's going to be 3rd down and goal coming up here for the Bulldogs.
It's a great tackle to hold on in the backfield. It's one of those where if the offensive player is trying to run through you, you can get their momentum towards the field, which he did. He was able to drop him only after he stumbled forward for about another yard and a half.
Down 2 minutes and 20 seconds on a moving clock here in the second quarter. And it looks like we may get a timeout here by Poland as the players are walking towards the sideline here. Down to 9 seconds on the play clock. And we will get a timeout taken here by Poland with 2:04 remaining here in the second quarter.
This is a big drive for Howland defensively. You don't want to find yourself down by 2 scores going into the locker room. And a timeout here, you see if they can maybe hold on to a field goal or how aggressive Poland wants to be in the final 2 minutes of this half.
Yeah, that's a great point, Mark, because you're Howland, you're at home. You got a big win in opening week of the season. Last week you lost a tough one, 20-13 here in Howland. And it's going to be important for them to do this. Well, I'll tell you what, while we got this timeout, let's take a 10-second timeout for station identification. You're listening to Western Reserve Digital Radio.
This is the radio home of the best high school sports in Youngstown and all sports everywhere. We are Sports Radio 1240 WBBW Youngstown, a Cumulus media station.
2 minutes, 4 seconds remaining here in the second quarter. 3rd down and goal from the 7 here for Poland. And we have whistles, stop and play. And I think we're going to have a timeout this time defensively for the Tigers after they looked at what Coach Pav brought out for his offense for the Bulldogs.
And Coach Boyle didn't like what he saw there offensively and how his team was going to match up. So we can't take him into the locker room and use him in the second half. Might as well use it here.
And it goes back to the point you made in the previous timeout, Mark, how important this down is for both teams. I mean, if you're Howland, you want to keep this a one-score game. You don't want them to get in the end zone. You want to force them to get the special teams on the field and see what happens versus a scenario where they can score some points and you be down by more than a touchdown going into halftime, as we're down to 2 minutes, 4 seconds remaining here in the second quarter.
That 2-score margin is big for a Howland team that struggled to put points on the board this year. Offensively, they're averaging 9.5 points per game through the first 2 weeks, down by 2 touchdowns. With a sophomore quarterback forced into throwing the football, that could be difficult.
So Poland comes back onto the field, facing a 3rd down and goal from the 7-yard line. See what Coach Pav dials up here on 3rd down and goal. 2 receivers out to the right, wing to the left, Fulton in shotgun with Parker to his right. They'll bring the wings now from the left side to the right side. And they're going to have Fulton go up the middle, and it gets to the end zone for the touchdown. Jack Fulton on the keeper as the line just did some zone blocking to the left side, to the right side, and he went left side following those blocks right into the end zone.
Yeah, Fulton is a big quarterback. He's 6'1", but he's 190. So when he hits you running the football, he can deliver some contact into the end zone for his second rushing touchdown.
2 minutes remaining here in the quarter, and Poland increases their lead 20-7 with the point after here by Bobby still to come.
Just kind of makes you wonder now, how aggressive is Howland going to be when they get the football back? Knowing you're now going to be down by 2 scores going into the locker room. It's an opportunity if you want to be aggressive, maybe try and cut into that lead, knowing the third quarter is right around the bend.
Senior place kicker puts his foot into it and puts it through the uprights to make it 21-7 here in Howland as Poland with the lead. You're listening to Sandrock Concrete Game of the Week. We're going to take a 1-minute timeout. You're listening to high school football on Western Reserve Digital Radio and AM 1240.
Catch all of the spring and summer action of Cleveland Cobras minor league football here on Western Reserve Radio. Follow the Cobras as they compete in the Gridiron Developmental Football League against top teams from across the nation in pursuit of a GDFL championship. And if you're looking to continue your football career after high school, college, or even the pros, go to clevelandcobrasfootball.com or contact Jesse Caldwell at 330-416-3442.
Mill Creek Golf Course is the Valley's leader for golfing fun with a practice range, short game area, and hole 55 bar and grill all on site. Mill Creek Golf Course features a friendly PGA professional staff available for instruction, along with 36 challenging holes designed by the legendary Donald Ross. Don't forget family fun night golf on Fridays and Saturdays for just $25. For details and tee times, call 330-740-7112 or go online to millcreekmetroparks.org.
Back to the Sandrock Concrete High School football game of the week on Western Reserve Radio.
Here's a high kick from Poland as we field it at the 15-yard line here by the Tigers. Goes right up the gut to the 30, moves the tackle, and gets all the way out to the 40-yard line. As returning that was Sam Vaca, as they'll be first down and 10. We have a flag down marked around the 42-yard line. We'll be interested to see what this call is as we get down to a minute 54 remaining here in the first half.
It seemed like the play was initially over when that flag came out.
And it's going to go against the Howland Tigers. Personal foul. And I'll push the ball all the way back to the 20, looks like about 28-yard line. Check that. It looks like the 29 they're going to mark it a ball at. Now the official moves up another yard, make it to 30. All right, we got it. First down and 10 here for Howland at their own 30-yard line to start this drive with a minute 54 remaining. Perry at quarterback takes the snap. He's going to throw it out wide. Gets to Vaca. Vaca crosses the 30 up to the 35-yard line. He'll pick up 5 on the play and bring up second down and 5 coming up here for the Tigers as they go to the 2-minute offense with a minute 40 remaining here in the first half. Perry barking out instructions as he has 3 receivers in pattern. He's back to pass. He's looking right side. He dances. He fires. Finds his underneath man, and he makes the catch and goes out of bounds. A nice pickup there by Dante Diaplio. To Bea, excuse me.
That's a big target to throw at when you look downfield. 6'4", 230 pounds.
3 receivers set, 2 to the left, 1 to the right. And we have a flag thrown, and it's going to be a false start against the Tigers on a 3rd down and less than 1. So it'll now become 3rd down and about 5.5 coming up here for the Tigers.
This is that difficult spot in the field where we've seen Coach Boyle be confident in his young sophomore quarterback to let him, have command and throw the football. But you don't want to turn over here late in your own territory.
Perry goes back to pass. He's looking right side. He'll fire. He's going to be picked off as they'll bring it down the sideline. Bringing it back was Ross Dito as he crosses the 30 down to around the 25-yard line before going out of bounds.
When he looked downfield, that receiver was open, but the corner came from behind, just jumped the route perfectly, and that's an interception that the sophomore will learn from the next time he throws the football to the sidelines.
So Poland has the ball at the Howland Tigers' 25-yard line with 49 seconds remaining here in the first half. So Poland looking to get back on the scoreboard here. Taking advantage of the turnover. Three receivers out to the right, 1 to the left as they move right to left on your device. Jack Fulton back to pass. He rolls to his right, looking downfield. He's running towards the sideline. He fires on the move, fires too hard and too high for his intended receiver, falls incomplete out of bounds as Dito was his intended receiver there.
Applewood Swim and Tennis Club scoreboard update. Hubbard's lead is now 35-0 with under 2 minutes to play. Nick Hendricks to Landon Bates on a 17-yard touchdown and a 35-0 lead for Hubbard.
Down to 42 seconds remaining here in the first half. Second down and 10 from the 25-yard line of the Tigers. Poland Bulldogs will send 4 receivers in pattern, 2 left, 2 right. Jack Fulton will be in shotgun. As of Don Parker to his right in the backfield, now he'll switch over to the left-hand side. High snap, and Fulton's going to be able to handle it. He goes back to pass, fires over the middle, and too tall for Tom Parker, who broke down the middle on his own, and it was a great look there by Fulton. He just threw it a little too tall.
He tried to get that all-in-one motion, tip it to himself, and throw the football. It's one of those where when he looked upfield with the eyes downfield, he saw Parker wide open, just a little too quick on the delivery.
Little impromptu play there for the Bulldogs, almost paid off for 6. With 36 seconds remaining here in the first half, there's now third down and 10 at the 25-yard line of the Tigers. Again, 4 receivers set, 3 to the right, 1 to the left. Parker to the right of Fulton in the backfield. Now he'll switch sides. Back to pass, and it's going to be Fulton on the draw. Fulton to the right side, to the 20, to the 15, cuts back, picks up the first down, cuts inside to the 10, and is brought down inside the 10-yard line. Jack Fulton making 2 or 3 moves in the middle of the field, picking up extra yards.
He's like a running back playing quarterback. We've seen the arm and the accuracy, but he runs the ball like running back is his position, and he's able to really make some nice plays.
They go underneath center and spike the ball to save the clock with 22 seconds remaining here in the first half. So it'll be second down and goal coming up here for the Bulldogs. See what Coach Pav dials up here.
Dr. Ken and Tom Jones at Northeast Ohio Orthopedics.
You're listening to Sandrock Concrete Game of the Week. For a free estimate, call owner Jerry Sandrock at 330-506-0013. So here comes the Bulldogs on second down and goal from the 8-yard line. Fulton underneath center. Goes back to pass. He rolls to his right. He's going to throw a screen pass, gets it out to his intended receiver. And I don't have a 47. So I don't know who that was. I apologize. But that ball was completed down to about the 6-7 line. We'll bring up third down and goal.
2 minutes to go in the half. Mineral Ridge 29, Newton Falls 15.
I'm saying Russo caught that one for Poland. So they'll bring up a third down and goal coming up here for the Bulldogs.
Wondering about Boardman tonight playing Massillon Jackson. They are down 13-7. Boardman is at the half against a good Massillon Jackson team.
Yeah. Anytime you play those Federal League teams in the past, you know how good they can be.
With extensive experience in commercial, industrial, and institutional construction, we are
all right, Poland facing a third down and goal from the Tigers' 7-yard line. We're down to 13 seconds remaining here in the half. Jack Fulton will be in shotgun. Dylan Smith will be the running back to his right. 3 receivers set. 2 to the left, 1 to the right. Actually, 4 receivers set. Back to pass is Fulton. He's looking left side, fires into the end zone, knocked away by a nice defensive play by the defensive back. Couldn't quite get the number, but a nice defensive play there. I think it was I think it was Vaca for Holland.
And he did a good job. He saw he was out of position to really get to that receiver, so he left his feet, dove the last minute, and just got a piece of the football.
So Wyatt Bobby will come in to attempt a field goal here. They'll mark the ball at the 15-yard line, so it'll be a 25-yard attempt here by Wyatt Bobby, the senior, a 5'9", 160-pounder. They're going to fake it. He rolls out to the right. He's in trouble, and he's going to roll out of bounds around the 20-yard line. I'm not sure if it was a bad snap, a little side. He couldn't get the ball down, but the holder on that, Matteo Malone, moved out to his right and rolled out of bounds around the 21-yard line. So the Tigers will take over with 4 seconds remaining.
That's a big stop. You want to give up any points if you could, and they won't, as you said, with just 4 seconds to go in the half.
So Tigers may just take a knee here to end the first half, trailing by 7. John Perry at quarterback, the sophomore, came in after the first quarter. As we're down to about 4 seconds remaining here in the first half. Perry will be in shotgun. We'll take the snap. He'll roll out to his right. They're going to do a throw out, and they'll get it completed there to Mock. And that will end the first half at the 30-yard line. As he'll step out of bounds, and the clock will expire as Poland leads the Highland Tiger here at halftime, 21-7.
It's been an interesting first half. That was a big stop defensively for Howland on the snap that went awry. And with the offense struggling for Howland, they can't afford to give up any more points.
All right, let's take a timeout. We do have a special feature coming up. Mark, want to give a little preview about who's coming up?
Right, we're going to take a 2-minute break. When we come back, it'll be the President's Athletic Conference Report. PAC football getting underway tonight and tomorrow across the valley, and that'll be hosted by Commissioner Joe Anderko.
All right, with that in mind, we are at halftime here in Howland as the Bulldogs lead the Tigers 21-7. You're listening to the Sandrock Concrete Game of the Week here on Western Reserve Digital Radio, AM 1240, WBBW.
Professional, fast, highly knowledgeable, easy to work with. These are real reviews by customers of Sandrock Concrete. For all your concrete block, brick, stone, stonework, and excavating needs, call Jerry Sandrock. For your free estimate at 330-506-0013. Sandrock Concrete is fully insured and ready to make your ideas a reality. Sandrock Concrete is a proud supporter and sponsor of Mahoning Valley High School football on Western Reserve Radio.
So, are you enjoying our station? Well, now you can take us along on your mobile device wherever you go.
Wow!
The free Live 365 app is available for both Apple and Android devices.
That sounds like fun. I'll give it a try.
Just go to the Apple app or Google Play Store and download it today.
You're listening to WRDB, Western Reserve Digital Broadcasting, Youngstown, Warren, Salem, and around the world.
Located in Applewood Estates in Boardman Township, the Applewood Swim and Tennis Club offers a pleasant family environment. Choose a membership that meets your needs and enjoy a relaxing venue that includes not only swimming for the family, but also youth activities such as competitive swimming, tennis, and more. Enjoy the friendly atmosphere all summer long with the staff and members of the Applewood Swim and Tennis Club. For more information, go to applewoodswimandtennis.com or call 330-953-2833.
During the fall and winter, grilling season never ends, and Gessler Propane is your local supplier that makes sure you get your hard-earned money's worth. Why go to gas exchanges to pay higher prices for tanks not filled to capacity? Gessler Propane makes sure you're prepared for year-round grilling with 100% filled tanks at a reasonable cost. See Bob Monday through Friday, 10 to 4, and Saturday, 9 to 3 at Gessler Propane, 702 Youngstown Poland Road, Struthers, or call 330-755-9119. Gessler Propane. They got gas.
Welcome to the first PAC football report of the 2021 season, covering games on September 3rd and 4th. I'm Joe Underko. This week, we will take a quick look back at the historic spring season in the President's Athletic Conference, while also previewing the opening fall weekend of 2021. In a limited spring season delayed from the fall due to the COVID-19 pandemic, Westminster earned its first ever President's Athletic Conference football title with a 27-20 win over Washington and Jefferson in the first ever PAC championship game on April 23rd. Entering 2021, both Westminster and W&J are ranked in preseason top 25 polls, along with Case Western Reserve, the 2019 PAC champion which did not compete in the spring 2021 season. 9 of 10 PAC teams open the season with non-league action this weekend, with 8 playing road games and St. Vincent not opening until week 2. The only conference team opening at home is the defending league champion Titans, who opened their campaign against 13-time NCAA D3 national champion Mount Union from the OAC at Harold Burry Stadium in New Wilmington at 1 p.m. The teams have split 8 all-time meetings but have not met on the gridiron since 1969. Westminster head coach Scott Benzel knows his team has both an immense challenge and opportunity in front of them this weekend.
I mean, the minute we put Mount Union on the schedule was the minute that everybody kind of raised their game, so to speak. We had such a competitive camp just because of what we know is coming into New Wilmington with the Purple Raiders. There's not enough adjectives to describe that program. Watching them on tape, it's hard to see a weakness.
One of the big news stories in the offseason in the PAC was the announcement that legendary Carnegie Mellon head coach Rich Lackner will retire following the 2021 season. Lackner's Tartans open the season on the West Coast with a non-league game at Whitworth on Friday night at 7 p.m. Eastern Time in the first ever meeting between the programs. Lackner offered his thoughts as he enters his final campaign as CMU's gridiron mentor.
Frankly, I'm not focusing on my retirement right now. I'm focusing on Whitworth, and I'd love to finish strong in the PAC this year. I'd love to win the conference, as every other coach would love to do. I'm expecting our guys to play hard this year and hopefully make it a memorable season.
The other big off-season news saw Allegheny College announce its return to the PAC beginning in 2022, returning to the league they belonged to from 1958 to 84. This weekend, we get an early look at their program as Allegheny hosts Teal in a non-league matchup at Fuhrer Stadium in Meadville at 1 p.m. It's the 83rd all-time meeting between the two programs, separated by just 26 miles, with the Gators holding an all-time series lead of 41-35-6. Tomcat head coach Mike Winslow is looking forward to the matchup against a very familiar opponent.
Well, there's not a lot of film to see on them. They played 19, and we do have some familiarity with philosophies. I've known Coach Nagy for a while, and Coach Lienheimer's connection to Allegheny. My brother played for them, so I do have a special place in my heart for growing up as a Gator fan. I certainly won't be on Saturday. But we expect them to be well coached. Coach Nagy's a good football coach. Those guys are going to play hard. They have some guys returning, at least listen under 2 deep, to have some experience from 19.
Other Week 1 games are highlighted by a battle of annual top 25 programs taking place in Cleveland, as W&J travels to face OAC power John Carroll Saturday at 1:30 p.m. Bethany opens play on Friday night with a 7 p.m. kickoff at NCAC member Hiram. All other games are Saturday, including Grove City traveling to Juniata for a 1 p.m. start, while Waynesburg heads to OAC member Muskingum for a 4 p.m. kickoff. In action under the lights, Geneva heads to NCAC member Worcester at 6 p.m., while Case Western Reserve travels to face UAA rival Rochester at 7 p.m. That's all for this edition of the PAC Football Report. Please log on to the conference website at www.pacathletics.org anytime for the latest news, scores, statistics, and other information. You can follow us on social media via Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. Links are available at the PAC website. I'm Joe Underko. Thanks for listening, and we'll see you at the stadium.
Mill Creek Golf Course has been the Valley's leader for golfing fun since 1928. It features 36 challenging holes designed by the legendary Donald Ross and was voted a top 30 municipal facility by Golf Week in 2012. The Mill Creek Golf Shop is a certified Callaway Golf custom fitting center and it is stocked with your favorite golf apparel and accessory. Mill Creek Golf Course is now booking tee times for this year's golf season. Please call us at 330-740-7112 or online at millcreekmetroparks.org. Sandrock Concrete specializes in all types of concrete, driveways, sidewalks, basements, and garages. We also do stamped colored concrete in many different designs. We do interior and exterior stonework, regular brick and block work. Sandrock Concrete is fully insured. Call Jerry Sandrock at 330-506-0013 for an estimate. Also find them on Facebook at Sandrock Concrete LLC. Sandrock Concrete, where you deal with the owner all the time.
The best broadcast crew on the planet was not available, so back to the Sandrock Concrete High School Football Game of the Week on Western Reserve Radio.
Welcome back here to Howland as we are at halftime as the Poland Bulldogs lead the Tigers from Howland 21-7. Looking at a recap of the scoring in the first half, it was Poland getting on the scoreboard first after a 7-play, 80-yard drive that went 3 minutes and 3 seconds. It was Jack Fulton on a 23-yard keeper into the end zone to make it 7-0. Howland would come right back on a 4-play drive that took 63 yards. It took a minute 42 off the clock as Wolmer went 7 yards into the end zone to tie the game at 7. Poland would then take the lead on an 8-play, 54-yard drive that took 1 minute 25 off the second. This time, it was Cole Fulton on an 8-yard run for a touchdown to make it 14-7. And Fulton again would get into the end zone. That is Jack Fulton on an 8-yard run on a 4-play, 55-yard. Took 2 minutes and 12 seconds off the clock. And that's where we're at 21-7 here at halftime.
It's been one of those halves where we talked about coming in how Howland's had some struggles throwing the football, but ever since they went to the sophomore quarterback, they've really opened up more, and I really think that's going to lead to some better running lanes for Howland come the third and fourth quarter.
Looking at the stats here for the teams, first for Poland, they had first downs in the first half. They rushed the ball 21 times for 171 yards. They had 3 receptions for 60 yards. Fulton was 3 of 11 throwing the ball. He did not throw a touchdown or an interception. They had 2 penalties for 25 yards, and they were 5 of 9 on third down conversions in the first half, 0 for 1 on fourth down conversion, and they missed a field goal. For Howland, they had 8 first downs in the first half. They rushed the ball 15 times for 66 yards. They threw the ball 6 of 9 for 44 yards. No touchdowns, 1 interception, 2 penalties for 17 total yards. They were 0 for 6 on third down conversions, 1 for 1 on fourth down conversion, and they missed a field goal. And that is where we are at when we look at the two teams statistically in the first half.
So the number that jumps out at you is the third down conversions. If they're going to maintain drives, if they're going to get back in this football game, that's going to have to be a focus, and to set themselves up better situations in third down is how they're able to, maybe approach it a little differently. If we can get 3 on first and 3 on second, then we're in a more manageable third down. This could potentially lead to the opportunity to going forward on fourth down.
All right, you're listening to the Sandrock Concrete Game of the Week. We're going to take another timeout, a 2-minute timeout. You're listening to AM 1240 WBBW and Western Reserve Digital Radio.
Western Reserve Radio is the Valley's online source for sports talk and local live events. Tune in and be a part of their live weekly shows, as well as all of the hard-hitting action of Youngstown Phantoms hockey, high school football, and the GDFL. Find them at westernreserveradio.com. Tune in and the Live 365 app to be a part of the area's sports conversation. Be sure to visit them on Facebook at Western Reserve Radio and on Twitter at WR_radio.
So, are you enjoying our station? Well, now you can take us along on your mobile device wherever you go.
Wow!
The free Live 365 app is available for both Apple and Android devices.
That sounds like fun. I'll give it a try.
Just go to the Apple app or Google Play Store and download it today.
You're listening to WRDB, Western Reserve Digital Broadcasting, Youngstown, Warren, Salem, and around the world.
Catch all of the spring and summer action of Cleveland Cobras minor league football here on Western Reserve Radio. Follow the Cobras as they compete in the Gridiron Developmental Football League against top teams from across the nation in pursuit of a GDFL championship. And if you're looking to continue your football career after high school, college, or even the pros, go to clevelandcobrasfootball.com or contact Jesse Caldwell at 330-416-3442.
Mill Creek Golf Course is the Valley's leader for golfing fun with a practice range, short game area, and hole 55 bar and grill all on site. Mill Creek Golf Course features a friendly PGA professional staff available for instruction, along with 36 challenging holes designed by the legendary Donald Ross. Don't forget family fun night golf on Fridays and Saturdays for just $25. For details and tee times, call 330-740-7112 or go online to millcreekmetroparks.org.
Back to the Sandrock Concrete High School football game of the week on Western Reserve Radio.
Welcome back here to Howland as we are at halftime as the Poland Bulldogs lead the Tigers here at halftime 21-7. Now here's my partner Mark Means with some scores from around the valley.
Scoreboard powered by our friends at Applewood Swim and Tennis Club. Give them a call at 330-953-2833 for more information. All of these scores are at the half. It is Wellington 24, Columbiana 3. South Range looking to go to 3-0. They lead Canton Central Catholic 35-6 at half. Canfield, last report, leading Cleveland JFK 35-0 at the break. Just before halftime, Brookfield 16, Western Reserve 6. The last score we had, Massillon Jackson 13, Mormon 7, and Streetsboro leading Struthers 28-0 at the half.
Some interesting scores there as some of the teams are in our area are facing some Cleveland school area teams that having a tough go.
Hubbard leading Cleveland Shaw 41-0 as they approach halftime. PC Cappy's night is over, according to our reporter that is there. 16 carries, 226 yards, and 4 touchdowns.
But not a bad night. Not a bad first half, huh?
So you figure, what was it, 450-ish the first game?
With 4 TDs, right?
208 and 3 touchdowns second game. And 230 tonight and 4 more touchdowns.
I think he's making another player player of the week. I mean, it's just phenomenal what he's done. What a weapon he is for the Eagles this year and what they're doing. I mean, last week we got to see him play, and he was just a load to bring down. He did a phenomenal job leading that Eagles team offensively as they had that big win against Mooney.
And a lot of the challenges for Hubbard are ahead. This Poland team next week, South Range in week 10. Still Niles, Girard, that NEA conference is really good. You're going to have a challenge every night you play in that conference.
Oh, there's no question about it. One of the more competitive conferences that we have in the area. You're listening to the Sandrock Concrete Game of the Week. For a free estimate, give call owner Jerry Sandrock a call at 330-506-0013. Mark, we get close here to the second half. Let's talk about tonight's game. Obviously, Poland's taking advantage of some short fields and some nice drives to get this 14-point lead. As you mentioned during the game, Howland only averaging a little less than 10 points a ball game. They got a touchdown early in the first half. They've moved the ball, but at times they've stalled. What's going to be important for them? They switched quarterbacks here in the second quarter, too.
Yeah, it really did seem like that running game kind of stalled out a little bit in the second half when they opened it up a little bit more. I look for that passing game to help the running game create running lanes. You hear a lot of coaches at the college level say, we want to spread you out, but we want to spread you out to run the football. And I think, Howland has gone to that where they've gone from one receiver to 2 and 3 in some formations. That may create some more running lanes for them come third and fourth quarter.
It'll be interesting to see if they can get the ball to Wilmer, who had a big first half for the Tigers. All right, let's take another 2-minute timeout. We'll come back. We'll get you ready for the second half of tonight's game here from Howland Tiger Stadium as the Poland Bulldogs lead the Howland Tigers 21-7. You're listening to the Sandrock Concrete Game of the Week on AM 1240, WBBW, and Western Reserve Digital Radio.
Professional, fast, highly knowledgeable, easy to work with. These are real reviews by customers of Sandrock Concrete. For all your concrete block, brick, stone, stonework, and excavating needs, call Jerry Sandrock. For your free estimate at 330-506-0013. Sandrock Concrete is fully insured and ready to make your ideas a reality. Sandrock Concrete is a proud supporter and sponsor of Mahoning Valley High School football on Western Reserve Radio.
So, are you enjoying our station? Well, now you can take us along on your mobile device wherever you go.
Wow!
The free Live 365 app is available for both Apple and Android devices.
That sounds like fun. I'll give it a try.
Just go to the Apple app or Google Play Store and download it today.
You're listening to WRDB, Western Reserve Digital Broadcasting, Youngstown, Warren, Salem, and around the world.
Located in Applewood Estates in Boardman Township, the Applewood Swim and Tennis Club offers a pleasant family environment. Choose a membership that meets your needs and enjoy a relaxing venue that includes not only swimming for the family, but also youth activities such as competitive swimming, tennis, and more. Enjoy the friendly atmosphere all summer long with the staff and members of the Applewood Swim and Tennis Club. For more information, go to applewoodswimandtennis.com or call 330-953-2833.
During the fall and winter, grilling season never ends, and Gessler Propane is your local supplier. Then make sure you get your hard-earned money's worth. Why go to gas exchanges to pay higher prices for tanks not filled to capacity? Gessler Propane makes sure you're prepared for year-round grilling with 100% filled tanks at a reasonable cost. See Bob Monday through Friday, 10 to 4, and Saturday, 9 to 3 at Gessler Propane, 702 Youngstown Poland Road, Struthers, or call 330-755-9119. Gessler Propane. They got gas.
Back to the Sandrock Concrete High School Football Game of the Week on Western Reserve Radio.
Varsity boys cross country.
Welcome back here to Howland as we get ready for the second half of tonight's ball game as Poland leads Howland 21-7. Both teams on the field doing their stretches here before the start of the second half. We were talking before the break there, Mark, about Howland and what they're going to need. Obviously, I think this first drive coming out in the third quarter is really going to establish what they possibly could be doing here in the second half.
And it's one of those where, they need to move the ball up and down the field, but they also need to keep the ball out of Poland's hands. So they're in a difficult situation. If they could score one play 90 yards, they're going to take it. But you also look at Poland where I look at them offensively, and there's just so many different ways they can beat you. They can run the ball down your throat if they need to. They run a lot of jet sweeps and motion. The quarterback can throw a 50-yard bomb, or he can run for 60 yards. So they have a lot of offensive weapons.
Yeah, that's one thing we didn't really talk about is Jack Fulton, what he did for Poland in the first half, leading this team, not only as a runner, but as a passer, as he hit that big pass to Dito down the right sideline. That was almost like a 50-yard bomb right in his stride.
And it's one of those where they don't throw the ball a lot, but if you mix in a couple of plays like that, then you've always got the other team thinking at any moment they can take a shot play like that, and you can't really overly aggressively load the box or have your safeties coming downhill to try and help out on run support.
All right, both teams are getting ready here to start the second half. As both teams getting their final instructions there from their head coaches as we get ready here for the second half kickoff.
We haven't talked about it much tonight, but our first time at this new turf facility here, And it doesn't matter where we go, there's a beautiful turf facility all over the valley.
Yeah, it's, you and I have seen that change over our careers here, Mark. I mean, you go back into the 90s or the 80s, especially the 90s, it was unique to have a turf field. You had one in Harding, but you didn't have really anybody else other than YSU. And now, as these seasons have gone on, all these new stadiums and refurbished stadiums, they've all have put the field turf down, the multi-use, and it's really the norm now versus a natural field.
Right. I mean, we saw, of course, obviously you mentioned YSU, and then Mollenkopf, and then Fitch probably came next in the line of schools, and now it's pretty much every Friday night wherever we go.
All right, Poland's getting ready to kick it off. A nice high short kick. Going to bounce at the 20-yard line. Be fielded there by Vaca as he goes to the right side, crosses the 25 and down at the 30-yard line. Sam Vaca takes it out to about the 31-yard line. It'll be first down and 10 here for the Tigers.
Big first possession for Howland. And the question would be, who would we see at quarterback? And that has been answered as they will stick with the sophomore, John Perry.
So Perry will lead his team to the line of scrimmage on first down and 10 as we start the third quarter. They'll send two receivers out to the left as they move right to left. Splits in the backfield here for Perry. The 6'4" sophomore takes the snap. He'll hand it off to Woomer. Goes right side. Turns the corner. Gets up to the 35-yard line. And he'll pick up about 4 on the play. A nice run on first down and bring up a second down and 6 coming up here for the Tigers.
And if they're going to stick with the ground game, that's a good start. Picking up 4 yards on first down really does open up the playbook a lot more.
Just underway here in the third quarter. Second down and 6 here for the Tigers. They'll send two receivers to the left. In the pistol is John Perry. The sophomore quarterback will take the snap. Hand it off to Woomer in the eye as he goes forward, moving tackles across the 40-yard line, close to the sticks at the 41. Let's see where they mark it, if they give them enough for the first down. And they do.
Applewood Swim and Tennis Club scoreboard update. Third quarter. Chardon 33, Ursuline 20. They're on the comeback trail.
Never count out that offense for the Irish.
Looking forward to seeing them potentially for us in a couple weeks.
Yes, looking forward to that one. As they get ready here, again, splits in the backfield for Perry in shotgun. He'll take the snap. He'll hand it off to Walmer. Walmer goes left side this time, crosses the 45, stumbles forward up to the 48-yard line. A nice pickup of about 7, maybe 8 on the play here for the Tigers. The running game here starting out in the second half looking strong here for Howland.
This big drive, and they've got a good-sized offensive line, and they've been able to create some separation here on this drive. And once they have the opportunity, second and third and short really opens things up.
Two receivers to the left. Perry in the pistol. Walmer will dot up behind him. Wing to the right. Give to Walmer. He goes right side. Gets across the 50. Piles forward close to the 49-yard line. Another first down here on the ground for the Tigers.
Scores coming in fast and furious over on Western Reserve Digital Radio. Third quarter. Springfield 27, Geneva 14. 76-yard touchdown run by Bo Brungard.
One of the area's best. First down and 10 here for the Tigers at the 48-yard line of Poland. I formation this time with Perry underneath center. They'll bring one in motion. And back to passes Perry. He's going to line up and go deep. Has a man and just a little too tall for his intended receiver in Michael Vaca. The three Vacas all seeing action here for Tigers.
Perry's pass intended for Michael Vaca. Incomplete.
They showed good arm strength on that throw on the drop back pass, but as you said, just a little too tall and out in front.
Sam Vaca, Alex Vaca, and I believe there's a third, if I remember correctly. check my memory.
Yep. Sam, Michael, Alex.
And Alex. All right. Handoff goes to War. He dribbles the ball, but he gets it back as he juggles it and falls on it at the 49-yard line. They'll lose one on the play. A handoff between Perry and Womer was not as smooth as normal. So bring her up a 3rd down and long here for the Tigers at the 49-yard line. We're down to 9 minutes and 20 seconds on a moving clock here in the 3rd quarter. The Vaca's 2 receivers are out to the right. Splits for Perry in the backfield. Gets it out to Vaca, crosses the 50, goes outside, gets down to about the 46-yard line. He'll pick up 3 on the play, but he's way shy of the first down steps.
You can hear the reaction from the crowd. A tackle a little high, but still with the shoulders, and a good clean tackle by the Bulldogs.
Well, 4th down play, and they'll bring in Gibson to punt the ball away. Looks like Gavin West is deep to receive here for Poland. Here's the snap to Gibson. He gets the punt off. Nice high driving kick back to the 10-yard line. Goes inside the 5 and into the end zone for a touchback. And Poland will take over 1st down and 10 at their own 20-yard line.
It was a nice job by the trio of personal protectors for the punters as Poland came after him, but they were able to wall off the defenders and give enough space to get the kick away cleanly.
Now, Gibson's had some nice punts here for Holland tonight.
The special teams, no matter what phase it is, can be a game changer.
They certainly can. And they've had some success tonight on the special teams. They did miss the 1 field goal, and that was off the left upright in the first half. So Jack Fulton brings the Bulldogs to the line of scrimmage. He'll be underneath center with an I formation in the backfield. He's back to pass. He's looking. He's going to fire over the middle, and he's going to complete as it gets out to the 35-yard line, picking up that 1st down. Is Michael Gordon on reception. The tight end here for Poland.
So that was one of those plays where they had 2 receivers kind of underneath to clear things out so the middle receiver could go deep. But that time Fulton chose the underneath receiver for the 1st down.
So 1st and 10 here for Poland at the 35-yard line. Jack Fulton will be in shotgun. A high snap goes over Fulton's head. He's going to fall on it. Ball's going to be loose, but the Tigers are there, and the ball's still loose. And Poland, it looks like they jumped on Tom Parker back at the 23-yard line after the second loose movement of the ball. Parker was right on top and jumped on it here for the Poland Bulldogs.
Players from both teams just trying to fall on the football, and it just kept bouncing off the shoulder pads and rolling back downfield.
So a huge loss on the play. We'll bring up a 2nd down and 22 coming up here for Poland. Down to 7 minutes and 10 seconds on a moving clock here in the 3rd quarter. Poland leads by 14. 3 receivers out to the left, 1 to the right. Fulton will be in shotgun. He'll have Dom Parker to his right in the backfield. As Fulton on the keeper. Goes right side, crosses the 25 to the 30. He scampers up to the 35 and gets out of bounds. Gets back to the original line of scrimmage. Picking up 12 in the play and brings up a 3rd down and 10 coming up here for Poland.
I like his decision making. That wasn't quite a designed run, but he took one quick look upfield and said, I'm going. Had a nice pickup.
Yeah, it was really, as you mentioned, great decision making and giving part of it back. Didn't have to get it all back. Now brings up a 3rd down and 10 here for Poland. 3 receivers out to the left, 1 to the right. Shotgun here for Jack Fulton. The senior takes the snap. He's back to pass. He's going to fire right side, going deep for Dino, and falls incomplete. Ross Dito was the intended receiver at the 20-yard line. A little too far for his reach.
A great route run by Dito. He turned the defensive back in towards the field. At the last minute, turned back towards the boundary, but just didn't have enough to make a play on that overthrown football.
I'll bring up 4th down, and punting situation coming up here for the Bulldogs. With 6:44 remaining here in the third. Matthew Wolmer will stand around the 35 to receive this punt. Ross Dito to punt the ball away here for Poland. Poland's going to take timeout to avoid the too much time.
So they were short. They only had 10 men on the field. They tried to run one on late, but had to burn the timeout.
With that timeout, let me tell you about Sandrock Concrete Game of the Week. For a free estimate, call owner Jerry Sandrock at 330-506-0013. And our thanks to Sandrock Concrete for being our game sponsor each and every week here on Western Reserve Digital Radio and AM 1240 WBBW.
50 architectural and engineering firms throughout the valley.
Now, Howland had some success moving the ball on that initial drive, and then as they approached midfield, it kind of stalled out. They had to punt the football away, and it's kind of been a quiet start to the third quarter.
It's been kind of a counter-punch type scenario. I think you're right, punch, counter-punch. We'll see what they can do on special teams here for the Tigers, as Wolmer will stand around his own 28-yard line to receive this punt from Dito. Ball's at the 35-yard line, 4th down and 10. Good snap. One step and a punt and a nice high kick, and it'll be fielded at the 28-yard line. Wolmer goes up the middle, cuts to the 35, and dives forward, getting close to the 38-yard line. Nice return there for the Tigers. The 10-yard return. And it'll bring up 1st down and 10 coming up here for the Tigers.
To return punts, you have to be absolutely fearless, and he was there, seeing the onslaught of Poland Bulldogs coming downhill at him. And most people probably would have just fair caught that punt, but he was able to make a couple nice moves for a 10-yard return.
1st down and 10 from the 40-yard line here for the Tigers. Perry at quarterback, the 6'4" sophomore takes the snap. He's going to keep, goes right side. He's going to be stuffed, but he's going to move the power forward as they keep moving forward about a 3-yard gain up to the 43-yard line. That's a hard 3 yards for the quarterback, John Perry, but a successful run, getting 3 on the play.
I've only seen him run a couple of times tonight, but it's just one of those where you want to put that in the defense's mind, knowing that if need be, he can run the football.
We're down to 6 minutes here to play in the third quarter. Perry taking over at quarterback in the second quarter here for the Tigers. The two Vacas are receivers on the outside, one left, one right. Slot receiver on the right side. Splits in the back for Perry. Goes back to pass. Perry looks, fires down the middle. Has a man open, dives forward, falls incomplete. His intended receiver is Carter Mock at the 25-yard line.
We've seen the arm strength is definitely there from Perry. It's been just a little too much sometimes on receivers down the middle. His throws to the boundary have been great. Down the middle of the field, that's where he's put a little too much on him.
I love the call at 2nd down to go deep, because now you have your whole playbook in front of you here on 3rd down. And they're going to send 3 receivers in pattern, 2 to the right, 1 to the left. Perry in shotgun, Wolmer to his right. And handoff goes to Wolmer. Wolmer trying to follow his blocks, but right there for the defensive stop is Dom Parker for the Bulldogs at the 40-yard line, and it'll bring up 4th down.
We'll go back to the Applewood Swim and Tennis Club scoreboard here for a moment. third quarter, United 21, Crestview 6, Salem 28, East Liverpool 13. It is Niles 34, East 8, early stages of the third quarter. Hudson leading Warren Harding 17-7, third quarter. And LeBray's come back to lead Keystone 27-14.
Line drive kick by Gibson, bounces over the head of Weiss as he picks it up at the 20-yard line. He's down there. It'll be first down and 10 here for Poland at their own 20-yard line. Another nice punt there by Gibson for the Tigers.
LeBray's got a chance to be one of the better teams in the Valley this year. I hope we have a chance to see them later on in the year.
Yeah, they're always an interesting team each and every season. You never know exactly what you'll see out of them, but they seem to build for every about 33 years for an impressive run.
And they've got those nice Ohio State-ash uniforms that I like to see.
It's always better to get them later in the season because then you don't have the sun coming in your eyes from their stadium.
I'll make a note to the scheduler to look at the second half for that. Well, we know our first 5 games are locked, so.
Yeah. Could tell what we look for in a game match.
It's usually right at the concession stand.
Fulton rolls to his right, fires on the move, finds his brother. He makes the catch at the 35 and rolls upfield close to the 40-yard line. Cole Fulton on reception as he steps out of bounds around the 39-yard line.
Well, that's one of the more difficult throws to make because he had an opportunity if he wanted to set his feet and make that throw, but he continued to roll, and that was a throw towards the boundary that he made nicely, leading his receiver and his brother out of bounds.
And gets the ball out to the 40-yard line. First down and 10 here for the Bulldogs. 2 receivers out to the right. Fulton will be in shotgun. Jack takes the snap. He rolls to his right. He's looking. He's going to fire. He has again a man open, and it is Cole Fulton as he steps out of bounds around the 47-yard line of the Tigers.
The younger brother of Cole Fulton, listed as a running back, defensive back, played wide receiver all tonight. 6 foot, 180 pounds.
That's another first down.
First down and 10 here for the Bulldogs at the 48-yard line of the Tigers. We're down at 4 minutes and 30 seconds on a moving clock here in the third quarter, a fast-moving third quarter here in Howland. Poland leads 21-7. Jack Fulton in shotgun with 2 receivers in pattern, one left, one right, a wing on his left side, and Parker to his left. The handoff goes to Cole Fulton on the sweep. Goes left side as he's going to get tackled right across the line of scrimmage for maybe a gain of 1 or 2 on the play. And he'll bring up a second down and a long 8 coming up here for the Bulldogs.
When we talk to teams all over the Valley, they talk about playing with their brothers. These 2 teams take it quite literally.
Yeah, they do.
With 3 brothers on Howland and 2 on Poland.
It is it's a family affair. That's the best way to put it. So second down and a long 8 coming up here for the Bulldogs. Jack Fulton in shotgun. 3 receivers set. He's back to pass. He's going to keep as he moves across. Now cuts back to the middle. Rolls outside, and he's nice. Tackled there by Vaca at the 46-yard line. That is Sam Vaca making that open field tackle there for the Tigers.
Those are the most difficult tackles to make. They're the tackle that you're either looking forward to watching in film tomorrow or you don't want no part of it. And Vaca made a great play in the open field.
Third down and long coming up here for the Bulldogs. Third down and 8. Dito will be one of the receivers. He's the sole receiver out to the left. Double wing formation here for Poland. As they're going to give it to Fulton, and Jack Fulton will keep it up the middle with a keeper, and he's going to be swallowed up right at the line of scrimmage for no gain. And I'll bring up a fourth down here for the Bulldogs at the 46-yard line of the Tigers.
The linebackers not buying the jet sweep action to Alex D'Angelo. They've seen Fulton run the ball too many times, and they're going to force him to punt it away here.
So Walmer will go back to receive this kick. from Dito. Walmer will stand around the 15-yard line. Ross Dito will stand in punt formation around the 43-yard line to receive this snap. Here's the snap. Good snap. High kick. And it is going to be hit at the 10-yard line and take a Tigers bounce, and now goes sideways and is down at the 10-yard line. So a good punt there by Dito. Gets it down inside the 10, at the 10-yard line, I should say. And it'll be first down and 10 coming up here for the Tigers. Maybe the deepest field position that they had to deal with this entire game.
That was a tough decision on the punt return that time for Walmer, whether to go ahead and try and fair catch that punt or risk the bounce. And it looked like it was going to pay off, and then you never know what a football's going to do. And the yards it gained, it gave back.
So first down and 10 here for the Tigers at their own 10-yard line. We're down to 2 minutes here to play in the third quarter. Here's the snap, handoff to Walmer. Walmer goes to the right side, and he'll be stopped back around the 6-yard line. And let's take a opportunity here for a station identification. You're listening to Western Reserve Digital Radio.
This is the radio home of the best high school sports in Youngstown and all sports everywhere. We are Sports Radio 1240 WBBW Youngstown, a Cumulus media station.
Under 90 seconds here to play in the third quarter. Perry and shotgun with 4 receivers set, 3 to the left. As he rolls that way, as he's looking downfield, he'll fire. He'll find Vaca at the 10, and he'll be swarmed and brought down inbounds as the clock will continue to run. Alex Vaca was the receiver on that one.
Springfield pulling away on Western Reserve Radio, Tim. Springfield 33, Geneva 14, an 88-yard touchdown run by Bo Brungart.
That's his second, huh? Oh, wow. And that is, of course, on our sister station on Western Reserve Digital 1. 3 receivers set here, 2 to the right, 1 to the left. As the Tigers go right to left here, under a minute here to play in the third quarter. Perry back to pass. He's under pressure. He gets it off, and it's going to be picked off as the ball was deflected at the 20-yard line. As he brings it down close to the 10-yard line before he knocked out of bounds. Making that interception was Michael Peretti for the Poland Bulldogs.
Don't forget our game of the week next week is a good one. The aforementioned Springfield Tigers take on the currently, and last I heard, undefeated Lowville Rockets next week.
Maybe the best concession stands in the business.
The Hard Rocket Cafe?
Yes, sir.
I may have ate there a few times over the years. Okay, more than a few.
Yeah, all right. 21-7. We're down to 17 seconds here to play. Poland on the interception takes over at the 13-yard line. They hand it off. They go right up the gut. It to the 5 to the goal line. Touchdown goes Dylan Smith for the Poland Bulldogs.
Power football right up the middle into the end zone, capitalizing on the turnover. And we have a flag down?
I don't see one, but maybe there is.
Maybe. Oh, we have an injury.
We have an injury, yes. We have a player down. Cannot see who. It might be a Poland Bulldog down in the end zone. There's a couple players surrounding him.
Would you like some scores? Well, we have them.
Yes, let's have some scores.
All right. Applewood Swim Tennis Club scoreboard update. Jackson Milton 7, Wyndham 6 in the fourth quarter. Brookfield 24, Reserve 6. LeBray 35, Keystone 14. How about this one? This is a bit of a surprise. Garfield 21, Warren John F. Kennedy 0 in the third.
Wow.
Garfield's got a good program always up there in northern Trumbull County.
Yeah, Garfield's always tough on them.
Cheney 22, Cardinal Mooney 8, third quarter. And Chardon 33, Ursuline 27.
It's getting closer. There's 10 seconds remaining here in the quarter. Just a little information for our executive producer, Dave Ferris, and our producer, Larry Snyder, back at the station. We will throw it to you at the end of the quarter. We will not throw it after this point after.
Larry's itching to push a button. I can feel it.
I can too.
Come on, guys. Let me play this commercial.
You are listening to the Sandrock Concrete Game of the Week. For a free estimate, call owner Jerry Sandrock at 330-506-0013.
So you just heard us mention it next week. Springfield and Lowellville here on Sports Radio 1240. 2 weeks, we will have Ursuline and Warren Harding over from Mollenkoff Stadium. That's when Tim and I will be back with you. It'll be Jim Craven, the coach Bob Gessler on the call for next Friday's game.
So Wyatt Bobby in for the point after. Matteo Malone on the hold, and the kick is up, and it's partially blocked. No good. It goes underneath the crossbar, and the score will remain 27, I believe. What? 27-7. They have 28 on the scoreboard. They're a little ahead of themselves. But 27-7 as Poland now increased their lead to 20 points over the Tigers.
And that's just capitalizing on the turnover, taking advantage of those points to be able to, cap off a short drive and expand the lead.
Yeah, they took full advantage of it. Got the interception at the 20-yard line, returned 7 to the 13. And it was a one-play drive for a touchdown. As 13-yard run. And it was quick as that. They were on the scoreboard as Dylan Smith got into the end zone on that run for Poland. Point after is no good. Here's your scoring recap. As the Poland Bulldogs will tee the ball up at the 40-yard line. They'll kick left to right on your devices here tonight.
Kushner to kick, Vaca deep for the Tigers.
Kushner getting ready to kick it off. He kicks it down the middle, and it's going to be picked up there by Vaca. He brings it across the 20 up to the 30-yard line, and he's down there. And it'll be first down and 10 here for the Tigers with 4 seconds remaining here in the third quarter.
College football here on Sports Radio 1240 tomorrow night from Westwood 1. LSU and UCLA, 8:15 pregame, 8:45 kickoff. And then Sunday on a Western Reserve Radio, it is the GDFL National Championship game with a 5 o'clock kickoff on Western Reserve Radio.
Yeah, that'd be exciting. The Erie Express hosting that.
We know how good that team is.
Yes, we do. Underneath center is Perry. He takes the snap, hand it off, and they go right side. And they'll end the quarter as they'll pick up about 4 on the play. So we have played 3 quarters here in Howland with the score of Poland Bulldogs 27 to Howland Tigers 7. We're going to take this time out. You're listening to the Sandrock Concrete Game of the Week on Western Reserve Digital Radio and AM 1240. This is a 1-minute timeout.
Mill Creek Golf Course has been the Valley's leader for golfing fun since 1928. It features 36 challenging holes designed by the legendary Donald Ross and was voted a top 30 municipal facility by Golf Week in 2012. The Mill Creek Golf Shop is a certified Callaway Golf custom fitting center and is stocked with your favorite golf apparel and accessories. Mill Creek Golf Course is now booking tee times for this year's golf season. Please call us at 330-740-7112 or online at millcreekmetroparks.org. Sandrock Concrete specializes in all types of concrete, driveways, sidewalks, basements, and garages. We also do stamp-colored concrete in many different designs. We do interior and exterior stonework, regular brick and block work. Sandrock Concrete is fully insured. Call Jerry Sandrock at 330-506-0013 for an estimate. Also find them on Facebook at Sandrock Concrete LLC. Sandrock Concrete, where you deal with the owner all the time.
back to the Sandrock Concrete High School football game of the week on Western Reserve Radio.
Fourth quarter begins here in Howland. 2nd down and 4 coming up here for the Tigers. Masucci back in at quarterback now for the Tigers. He'll take the snap, go right side, picks up the first down, crosses the 45-yard line, is down at the 46.
Straight quarterback run. He stepped towards the outside, cut back towards the hash marks, and has a nice first down keeper.
So Luca Masucci back in, and he is a 5'11", 185-pound senior here for the Tigers. Masucci, we've seen him in the first quarter. Now he returns here in the fourth quarter at quarterback here for the Tigers. He'll stand in shotgun with 2 running backs to his left. Takes the snap, he'll keep. He'll go left side, and he'll pick up a couple as he's gang tackled around the 48-yard line. And I'll bring up a 2nd down and 8 coming up here for the Tigers.
Trying to get the offense going here in the early stages of the fourth quarter. They had an impressive opening drive at the beginning of the game, and looks like now they're going to go back to the sophomore quarterback on the 2nd down and long.
John Perry re-enters. Perry, the 6'4", 180-pound sophomore quarterback underneath center. High formation in the backfield. Handoff goes to Warmer, goes left side, has room, crosses the 50 and moves down close to the 45-yard line. It's going to be shy of the sticks by about 2 yards, but bring up a 3rd down and 2 coming up here for the Tigers.
Springfield continuing to pull away, now leading 41-14 over Geneva in the fourth quarter.
And 10 minutes here to play in the fourth quarter.
Serving the community since 1946.
Perry gets the play in from the sidelines from Coach Boyle. They'll send one receiver out to the right. I formation in the backfield. Perry underneath center. Takes the snap, hands off to Wolmer. Wolmer going to try right side. Has the corner, turns the 40. Down the sidelines to the 30, to the 20. And knocked out of bounds, but we have a flag down back at the 38 and the 35-yard line. And that is a indication of possible holding on the offense.
So the trail official and the back official both throwing their flags pretty much in the same area, indicating that this play on the nice run by Wolmer is coming back.
Well, the flag is downfield past the sticks, so they should get the first down, and they'll mark off the play from there. They'll mark it off from the 38-yard line. So it'll go back to the 48, but it should be first down and 10 at the 48 if I know my officiating properly.
Looks like you do. 41-6, Hubbard leading Shaw in the fourth quarter.
We're going to break it 3rd down again. I apologize. I thought they would give them the first down on the play and then mark it off, but they did not. So the Vacas are in play, one left, one right, and plus we have a slot receiver, that is Wolmer. Back to pass is Perry. He rolls to his right. He fires and is knocked down by defensive back, falls incomplete. Alex Vaca was the intended receiver.
They've completed 3 at Bo Ryan Stadium in Niles. Niles continuing to lead East 34-8.
I'll bring up 4th down and about 5 coming up here for the Tigers. They will go here on 4th down from the 48-yard line of Poland.
Howland will travel to Boardman, who last report was trailing to Massillon Jackson. Poland will head to Hubbard next Friday.
3 receivers set. 2 to the left, 1 to the right as they move left to right on your devices and radios here tonight. Perry takes the snap. He rolls to his left. He's looking downfield, stops, fires, has a man wide open downfield, caught at the 20, down to the 10, into the end zone, touchdown. Goes Carter Mock on the 48-yard touchdown pass.
That was a great throw by the young quarterback. He set his feet, but made sure at the last minute to square his hips to the throw downfield and made a beautiful throw to his wide-open receiver for the touchdown.
So the Tigers get back on the scoreboard with 8:58 remaining here in the fourth. Ashley Macias in for the point after. Here's the snap and the hold. The kick is up, and it is good. And with 8:58 remaining here in the fourth quarter, Howland trims the lead, Poland's lead down to 28-14. Let's take a 1-minute timeout. You listen to Sandrock Concrete Game of the Week on AM 1240 and Western Reserve Digital Radio.
Western Reserve Radio is the Valley's online source for sports talk and local live events. Tune in and be a part of their live weekly shows, as well as all of the hard-hitting action of Youngstown Phantoms hockey, high school football, and the GDFL. Find them at westernreserveradio.com. Tune in and the Live 365 app to be a part of the area's sports conversation. Be sure to visit them on Facebook at Western Reserve Radio and on Twitter at WR_radio.
So, are you enjoying our station? Well, now you can take us along on your mobile device wherever you go.
Wow!
The free Live 365 app is available for both Apple and Android devices.
That sounds like fun. I'll give it a try.
Just go to the Apple app or Google Play Store and download it today.
You're listening to WRDB, Western Reserve Digital Broadcasting, Youngstown, Warren, Salem, and around the world.
Back to the Sandrock Concrete High School Football Game of the Week on Western Reserve Radio.
Ashley Macias is coming on to kick off here, and they go into a onside kick formation here for the Howland Tigers. 8:58 remaining here in the fourth quarter. And here's the onside tip. It goes down the middle, and we have a whistle.
Yeah, they blew this dead before the kick
Yeah,
took place.
I think it might have been offsides. Not sure. I don't see a flag down.
Yeah, I don't know what it was, but
I heard whistles.
Before she kicked the football, they put a stop to the play. There you go.
Oh, timeout Poland. So there was a timeout before the onside kick attempt. And that's going to give them a second chance to do this again and maybe drop a little different play on it.
So Chardon's put an end to the 27 unanswered by Ursuline. It's now 36-27 Chardon in the fourth quarter. We talked about Ursuline. They've got the firepower to get back in the game, and they sure have.
They certainly do. You never count them out. I mean, they've had special teams that can score on one play. They got a quarterback, a whole offense that can do it on one play, as you mentioned, on one play before. They're always going to be in the ball game when they have an offense that good.
And they're not afraid to play anybody.
Yeah, and Coach Reardon always has them prepared. I mean, he's just one of those guys offensively has throughout his career always been a guy who really looks to take advantage of certain matchups. All right, Ashley Macias is back out here for the onside kick attempt here for the Tigers.
It's an interesting formation for Poland too. They're not quite convinced. They've got 11 up at the line and one returner back now.
So this time she's going to go to the right side and pop it up, and they're going to call for a fair catch, and it's going to be interference as he got run into around the 46-yard line there. Where's the Tigers are offsides? Okay, take that back. I guess flag was down before the interference call. It was number 28, Marco Masucci, actually ran into the receiver there, calling the fair catch for Poland on that. But that play was dead on the kick because of the offsides.
So they've tried once to the right, once to the left.
Since she goes right down the middle and tries to recover herself, huh?
We've seen that attempt before. It's become so hard to return onside kicks at any level.
It is. Here we go. Third attempt on this onside kick, and they're going to push it downfield. And it'll go down the right sideline, field it at the 20-yard line, and they'll walk out of bounds around the 25. But we have another flag down around the 45-yard line again. This time I wonder if it's defensive offsides.
Yeah, where the flag is thrown, makes you wonder what the call is going to be. So third penalty just on this kickoff attempt.
Well, maybe the fourth time is the charm. Usually the third time's the charm, isn't it? Let's see what the officials huddle now. And they'll go back and talk to the Poland's coaching staff and let them know what's going on. Legal formation against the offense. Okay. And
they're just going to decline it and take the football?
I think that will be the case.
Okay, the way they were lined up, that they had, not everybody was lined up evenly on the kickoff.
So, yeah, it looks like Poland will take the ball. They'll mark off 5 yards from where the play ended, and they'll have the ball first down and 10 at their own 33-yard line.
And Poland's just looking to get the football back and keep the clock rolling. Just under 9 minutes to play here in tonight's fourth.
First down and 10 here for Poland. 8:56 remaining here in the fourth quarter. I formation in the backfield. Bolton takes the snap. He hands it off, and they go right up the gut. Pick up about 3 on the play, maybe 4 here for Poland. As
Matthew
Bucheri on the carry there for Poland.
We've seen a lot of different players on the skill side for Poland in and out of this game throughout the night.
So Poland breaks the huddle. They'll send one receiver left and right. Again, they'll go I formation, that power look here, leading by 13. Jack Fulton will get underneath center as the clock runs under 5 seconds. Hands it off. They'll go straight up the gut, and again, I believe it's Bucheri, and he'll take it across the 40-yard line up to the 41, and they'll bring up a third down and about 3 coming up here for Poland.
I don't know if you've noticed, but the Hawaiian surfing theme we've seen with student bodies has continued tonight.
Yes, it has.
To be the surfing team for the visiting Poland students. I feel like that's
Aloha.
going with us every week.
Maybe we'll get a game in Hawaii. Huh? We'll be like the Pro Bowl. I think I can handle that.
I'm going to just let that. There's a joke about high school teams really not being high school football teams, but we'll just let that go.
Yeah. Well, here's the snap, and Fulton will keep as he'll move forward, spins close to the sticks. It's going to be just shy, I believe, of the first down. See where they mark it. We'll bring up fourth down if he is shy of the sticks.
By the way, their offensive line has taken control of this game. You wonder if they just try and maybe pick up this first down and keep possession of the football.
You could go that I formation and just do a quarterback sneak from this angle. Under probably a foot here to go for that first down.
They're bringing the chains out. They want to be sure.
Yeah. Ball's resting on the 43-yard line. And they bring the stakes out, and he is just about a foot short, according to the official. Six minutes, 58 seconds remain here in the fourth quarter. So Poland will be facing 4th down and less than a foot. As they break the huddle, Jack Fulton leads them to the line of scrimmage. The I formation in the backfield. Clock down under 10 seconds and a quarterback sneak, and I'm not sure he got it. It's going to be close.
Side judge initially gave him the spot, but then backed up, so I'm not sure.
Yeah. And it get across the 43-yard line. It's really going to be another measurement, I think.
And it always depends on you. Who can get lower, the offensive line or that defensive line? And Howland's defensive front did a nice job there.
Howland believes they made the stop. Coaching staff, the players are all signaling they got the ball, but the officials will have an official timeout, and they're going to bring the chains back out for a measurement here. Well, what I call the safest and easiest play in football, 2 weeks in a row has failed.
Yeah, it's one of those where we've seen Fulton run the ball so well from the quarterback spot throughout the day, but it's about leverage on plays like that, and it's going to be real close.
They really will. They stretch it out. He's going to be short, and they're going to. Howland's going to take over a down at the Poland 43-yard line. So this Howland Tiger team is not done yet, trailing by 13 with 6:35 remaining in the fourth quarter.
John Perry going to remain in at quarterback after being part of that nice scoring drive on their previous possession.
Threw a nice touchdown pass, 48-yarder to Mock. High formation in the backfield. Perry will be underneath center. Alex Vaca is the receiver out to the right. Perry takes the snap, and they'll hand it off to Wolmer. Wolmer has room on the right side. Cuts the corner, gets to the 35, cuts back to the 30, moves forward, gets his momentum down to the 27-yard line. And refusing to go down there was Wolmer.
It's a nice block by Alex Vaca. As he was being worked towards the near sidelines, he was able to spin off that block, go back towards the hash marks, and pick up some extra yards.
Matthew Wolmer, the 5'8", 170-pound running back here for the Tigers, picking up that first down. First down and 10. Play clock under 20 seconds. Again, I formation in the backfield with Perry underneath center. Perry takes the snap, hands off to Wolmer, goes up the middle, has room, gets to the 20, cuts back left side, gets down close to the 18-yard line, which would be almost enough for another first down.
Well, this is how we saw Howland running the football in the early portion of this first quarter. The offensive line really firing out and creating some running lanes.
Just shy of the sticks, so picks up 9 on the play. Play comes in from Coach Boyle. I formation in the backfield. Wolmer dots the I. Perry underneath center. Down to 14 seconds on the play clock. Takes the snap. He's back to pass. 5-step drop. He's under pressure, and he goes down at the 27-yard line.
Jeff Molveski, the senior from his defensive line spot there to make the play in the backfield.
So Molveski makes the sack at the 26-yard line. And the clock ticks underneath 5 minutes here to play in the fourth quarter. The Tigers trailing by 13. Alex Vaca is receiver out to the left. I formation in the backfield, dotted there by Wolmer. Wolmer gets the handoff, goes left side, goes to the edge, gets a few more yards, and he'll get close to the 21, maybe the 22-yard line, depending on the mark.
It's good team tackling by the Bulldogs. If you can't stop the ball carrier, stand them up, wait for some teammates to get there and make the play.
So they'll bring up fourth down here for the Tigers. Fourth down and a long 5. We're down to 4 minutes and 20 seconds on a moving clock. See what the Tigers dial up here, trailing by 13. Alex Vaca will be the receiver. He is out to the right. I formation in the backfield, dotted there by Wolmer. Perry will take the snap underneath center. Hand off to Walmer. Walmer's going to be caught as he gets close to the 20-yard line, but he's going to be shy of the first down, and he'll turn the ball over on downs.
Final score over on Western Reserve Digital Radio. Springfield improves to 2-1. They beat Geneva convincingly on the road tonight, 41-14.
Big win for them. Geneva is traditionally one of the better teams in the state. Always have a good playoff run.
They played 3 games in the playoffs last year, 8-2. And that's playing up for Springfield. That's up, I believe, 3 divisions. So there's some points there because Geneva's going to win football games.
Exactly. That's a huge point gain there for the Springfield Tigers. You know, they haven't ducked anybody. They play everybody.
And you open up with a team like South Range.
Exactly.
Then you go to Brookfield in week 2. That's a rough first 3 games. And then they will play a probably undefeated Lowellville team next week.
Yeah, should be exciting. So Poland takes over on downs. Jack Fulton will be in shotgun. He takes the snap, hands it off to Smith as he goes forward. As he gets across the 20-yard line. Dylan Smith.
Push it and shove it, and flags flying all over the field after the play.
Yeah, getting a little testy out there in the fourth quarter. Down under 3 minutes, 46 seconds remaining. They pick up 2 on the play and bring up 2nd down and 8 here for the Bulldogs.
After watching the end of that play, I wonder if it's going to be just your typical offsetting fouls.
Let's see here. I think the official's about to ready to tell us what's going on. After the huddle there. Personal foul, or dead ball foul against the offense. And I think they're just going to go against Poland, looks like. 15 yards.
Called 2 penalties on Poland.
I think so.
Believe.
Half the distance twice, correct?
I believe so.
I'll put the ball at the 10-yard line. And the clock will now start to run. 2nd down and 20 here for Poland. Play clock down under 10 seconds. Poland still trying to get their formation correct, down to 5. Fulton takes the snap, and he'll keep. He'll go right up the gut, breaks a tackle as he gets up close to the 20-yard line as he's upended there. As he was twisted and turning right around the 19, he had his legs taken out.
Kind of got helicoptered down to the turf.
I'll bring up 3rd down and long coming up here for Poland. 3:15 remaining here in the fourth quarter. I get a chance to tell you about, you're listening to the game of the week, the Sandrock Concrete game of the week. For a free estimate, call owner Jerry Sandrock at 330-506-0013. We thank Jerry Sandrock and Sandrock Concrete for their season-long sponsorship of high school football here on Western Reserve Digital Radio.
Indians down 5-3, bottom 7 at the Fens.
Yeah.
You know what? I love baseball as much as the next guy, but, college football kind of kicked off last night.
Yeah.
Big win for the Penguins in overtime, by the way. Congratulations. That's a great way to start off the season. It's starting to really feel like football season, especially as chilly as it's been the last couple of mornings.
Yeah, it really has. I mean, let's face it. Neither the Pirates or the Indians are really contenders this year. So you kind of turn the page a little earlier than normal. We have a false start, it looks like, on the offense. Stopping the play before it got started. One of the offensive linemen looked like to have moved. And we're going to have a little discussion to make sure that is the call. And dead ball, false start against the offense.
And can you believe what we are less than a week away from the NFL season beginning next Thursday right here, Sports Radio 1240, Cowboys and Buccaneers.
Full season of the NFL coming your way on Sports Radio 1240.
And extra, we get the extra week.
Yes, 17 weeks. Back to pass is Fulton. He's going to throw deep, and it is caught by Dino at the 45 and brought down at the 40-yard line. How about that? On third down and 9, they decide to throw the ball, and they get a deep pass once again to Dito. Ross Dito, that's the second long catch of the ball game.
Fulton can continue to throw the deep ball like that. That is a whole nother level of ability to move the football for Coach Pavlansky and the Bulldogs.
All their opponents are going to be seeing that in films and now have another thing to take care of besides just the running game.
Yeah, you can't load the box on this team.
Two receivers out to the left. Fulton will be underneath center with an I formation. We're down to 2:45 on the moving clock. Down to 6 seconds on the play clock. Take the snap. Hand off to Smith as he goes forward. He's going to pick up about 3 to the 37-yard line.
Number 22, Dylan Smith.
And I'll bring up a 2nd down and 7 coming up here for the Bulldogs. As we're down under 2 minutes and 15 seconds remaining here in the fourth quarter. The Bulldogs looking to run out the clock here.
Again, next Friday night, our Sandrock Concrete game of the week, Springfield and Lowellville.
Jack Fulton will be underneath center with an I formation in the backfield. Handoff again to Smith. Smith rolls forward close to the 35-yard line. And a timeout taken here by Howland with 1:43 remaining on 3rd down and about 5 coming up here for Poland.
Showing you the depth of both of these teams. Dylan Smith, 2nd or 3rd on the depth chart, 5'11", 195 pounds in his senior. Size and experience for both of these teams.
And got to give a lot of credit to the Poland Bulldogs offensive line. Steven Solik, Don Sabern, Zach Christensen, Don Pagan, Joe Miseko, and then, of course, we've seen a couple others, and Alex Stefik and Brandon Perone all playing here tonight for the Bulldogs on the offensive line. They really have dominated this game for the running and the passing game of Poland.
Hubbard goes to 3-0, 47-14. They win tonight over Shaw and will host Poland next week.
There's one of the best games coming this weekend, or next weekend, I should say.
That's become an interesting rivalry over the last 2 years between those two schools.
The blue and the white.
What's that?
The blue and the white.
I was going to say, I guarantee you one thing. A team that wears blue and white will win that game.
Exactly. One of the more popular combinations in the Valley.
That is for sure.
So Jack Fulton, underneath center. We're down 1:43 here. Takes the snap. He'll hand off to Smith. Or that's Fulton handed it off to Fulton. And he's going to pick up the 1st down as he crosses the 30 down to the 29-yard line. Cole Fulton picking up that 1st down, and that should do it here for tonight's ball game as we're down under 1:30 here to play. I don't believe Howland, even though they have one timeout left, will choose to use it. And they'll go into victory formation here for Poland. Jack Fulton takes the snap, goes down to a knee, and the clock continues to run here. Under a minute to play.
Couple of finals for you. LeBray beats Keystone tonight, 49-20. It was Garfield beating Warren John F. Kennedy tonight, 28-14. Cheney picks up the W, 22-7 over Cardinal Mooney.
So second down. And another kneel down coming here for Jack Fulton and the Bulldogs. Takes the snap, it goes back a couple steps and takes the knee, hands the ball off. And we are under 40 seconds, and that will do it. That'll be the last play of the ball game as the Poland Bulldogs are going to come away with a 27-14 win on the road at the Howland Tigers here tonight. Let's take a timeout. We'll come back and wrap it up here from Tiger Stadium in Howland. Once again, our final score, Poland 27, Howland 14. You're listening to the Sandrock Concrete High School Football Game of the Week on Western Reserve Digital Radio and AM 1240 WBBW.
Catch all of the spring and summer action of Cleveland Cobras minor league football here on Western Reserve Radio. Follow the Cobras as they compete in the Gridiron Developmental Football League against top teams from across the nation in pursuit of a GDFL championship. And if you're looking to continue your football career after high school, college, or even the pros, go to clevelandcobrasfootball.com or contact Jesse Caldwell at 330-416-3442.
Mill Creek Golf Course is the Valley's leader for golfing fun with a practice range, short game area, and hole 55 bar and grill all on site. Mill Creek Golf Course features a friendly PGA professional staff available for instruction, along with 36 challenging holes designed by the legendary Donald Ross. Don't forget family fun night golf on Fridays and Saturdays for just $25. For details and tee times, call 330-740-7112 or go online to millcreekmetroparks.org.
Professional, fast, highly knowledgeable, easy to work with. These are real reviews by customers of Sandrock Concrete. For all your concrete block, brick, stone, stonework, and excavating needs, call Jerry Sandrock. For your free estimate at 330-506-0013. Sandrock Concrete is fully insured and ready to make your ideas a reality. Sandrock Concrete is a proud supporter and sponsor of Mahoning Valley High School football on Western Reserve Radio.
So, are you enjoying our station? Well, now you can take us along on your mobile device wherever you go.
Wow!
The free Live 365 app is available for both Apple and Android devices.
That sounds like fun. I'll give it a try.
Just go to the Apple app or Google Play Store and download it today.
You're listening to WRDB, Western Reserve Digital Broadcasting, Youngstown, Warren, Salem, and around the world.
Back to the Sandrock Concrete High School Football Game of the Week on Western Reserve Radio.
Welcome back here to Howland as the Poland Bulldogs come away with a 27-14 win over the Howland Tigers here tonight. Looking at the stats here first for the visiting team, Poland Seminary Bulldogs. They had 16 first downs in the game. They rushed the ball 37 times for 222 yards. They had 7 receptions out of 16 passes for 153 yards. They lost 1 fumble. They had 4 penalties for 43 yards. They were 7 of 15 on third down conversions, 0-2 on fourth down conversion, and missed a field goal. For the Howland Tigers, they had 13 first downs in the ball game. They rushed the ball 32 times for 136 yards. They were 9 of 16 passing for 98 yards, 1 touchdown, 2 interceptions, 1 fumble not lost, they had 4 penalties for 32 yards, and on third down mark, they were 0 for 12. That may be the story of the ball game here for the Tigers. But 2 of 3 on fourth down conversions, they missed a field goal. And they fall here tonight at home to the Bulldogs 27-14.
Impressed by Poland tonight. They've got a lot of different skill on the offensive side of the football. And there's a lot of different players to keep track of when you're playing this Poland team. Howland may have found their young quarterback, made a couple of big throws late in the game when they needed it from him. They've got a tough test to go to Bourbon next week, so we'll see how they bounce back.
Should be interesting. Yeah, it was really a interesting game here for Howland. Hopefully they can bounce back on the road. I believe it's at Bourbon next week. And then Poland will continue on and now move to 2-1 on the season.
Well, they'll have Hubbard next week in the Battle of the Blue and White at Hubbard, and I know both those programs look forward to facing each other.
All right, for Anthony Kepley and my partner Mark Means, I'm Tim Continenza, wishing you a wonderful good evening. Once again, our final score here from Howland is Poland 27, Howland 14. Have a great night, everyone.
We thank you for joining us for this special presentation of Western Reserve Radio. And we now return to our regularly scheduled programming.
Phones, less money. Straight Talk Wireless. No contract, no compromise. 5G capable device required. Actual availability, coverage, and speed may vary.
Want to hear something amazing? Discover matches all the cash back you earn on your credit card at the end of your first year, automatically, dollar for dollar, with no limit on how much you can earn.